Won't say no.
What the fuck?
Womp womp womp.
There we go.
Womp womp indeed. All right, so let me see. All right, there we go. Everybody is in there. We are doing the thing. AI viewers, no thank you. Lethe,
Top band.
kick that person in the face.
Sure, you won't take
I kicked
AI
him
viewers,
somewhere
but
for
you'll
sure.
take AI art.
Is an AI viewer actually a viewer?
No. AI viewers is basically just like you get numbers. So
I
they'll
mean,
it's like
that is the
a
purpose of
platform.
the.
I'm glad I
Yes,
won that
for the
prompt.
sake of the analytics, yes, it is. It does count as a viewer, mathematically speaking.
Yeah, but not
Fair enough.
pragmatically speaking, let alone ethically speaking.
Correct.
See if that fixed it.
Yeah,
can
no,
literally get
I
banned for
actually
it,
need
so.
caffeine. Holy.
There we go.
Actually, not hypothetically, you actually need it.
Yeah,
So,
no. I'm gonna
mainlining it. All right.
You have no
Oh,
idea.
I hear the click pop, click pop. Yeah.
I'm only at 1,000 milligrams. I got to get up to 1,600.
I have a general idea.
Caffeine is what I forgot. Thank you very much, Lethe.
There we go.
I'm going to text my beautiful wife and see if maybe she will bring me some lemonade. Lemonade? That doesn't have caffeine. Coffee.
You can
Fuck,
make
I
it
need
have
the
lemonade.
coffee.
Fuck lemonade.
You can make it have caffeine, but
Half lemonade.
Yes, that's called becoming an Arnold Palmer.
what
No,
ended
it's
up happening?
iced tea. Yeah. Cold brew coffee and lemonade. It's like the death clock Palmer.
Somehow, Panera Bread managed to get enough caffeine into their lemonade to take a child out.
Yeah.
And I
It
think
was
they're
the
still
hybrid
being
one.
sued.
Yeah, it was like 300,000 milligrams. Yeah, like
Yeah, that
they were
just
like,
sounds
yeah.
like bad parenting to me.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I
No,
mean,
we
it
can't
sounds to me like if I was Panera Bread, I'd be like, our lemonade has enough caffeine to kill a child. All you streamers, come here right now. I mean,
I'd be sold.
I mean,
Who
real
needs
talk.
gamer subs when you got Panera Bread lemonade, right?
yeah. Exactly. Like when you literally have enough caffeine to kill a child. It was a healthy child too. It wasn't a sickly one. I mean, winning.
Because that changes things.
It does.
That changes the maths.
That's the whole wildebeest thing from the Lion King, right?
Yeah. All right. So Z, do you have any socials? Do you have any do you stream at all anywhere or anything?
Yeah, I do. I'm actually live on Twitch, but I have to go through a whole rabbit hole, and I don't feel like going through that in order for me to co-stream with you. So
okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, be that way. I don't care. We can take a hint. We understand you don't want to touch tips, but can you send me a link to your stream so that way we can at least plug you in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, plug. Okay. Give him the plug. Give him the plug.
Same question for you there. Do you have any socials, Mr. Loodle?
I do. I'm gonna pull it. It's at Little Miss at YouTube. I'll send you the link real quick here.
I appreciate it.
Send your DMs. Credit.
Just so everybody appreciate you. Just so again, everybody knows, as soon as our last debater gets here, we're gonna go ahead and jump into the DMZ. So, but you guys can sit here and listen to us bullshit and be stupid until then. So,
yeah.
All right, cool. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get you real quick.
Wait,
go do your thing. I might have to go get my own coffee anyway.
I was about to say, why not just start? Because Ghosty's the second debate, right?
Second debate, yeah, no, that's a good point. It's just and she's been here before. She knows how to get into the DM or to the thing, so shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Okay,
you are right. I am still doing some last minute shit here.
That's the first time and the only time we'll hear it. You are right. Oh yeah, that's good to hear it.
No. I tell people they're right all the time. I ain't shy. Fuck.
Yeah, I can confirm the number of times I've been told I'm right by this man is quite numerous.
Oh, talk to my wife. We'll see.
Oh no, that's who trained me to say it's okay. You're right.
Yeah, right.
not my wife, not yours, but you know what I mean.
I know. Our mutual wives.
Yeah, there you go.
Wife.
A wife. Yeah. All right. Is there a Z?
Yeah,
Z
you know,
is he.
we all know. We all know what we mean.
I'm back.
A message
Welcome back,
for horseradish.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what?
Green.
Green. Oh, fuck AI art. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Hey,
Truly.
hey.
I mean, some people actually do fuck AI art. So
I know they do.
fine.
That's
yeah.
like
I am quite certain there are probably, if they don't already exist on the market, AI art games that are, all about fucking anime characters absolutely in the works.
within 6-7 months they'll all be fucking AR art. Just
6,
stand by.
7.
So real quick, Ancom, when Ghosty jumps into the waiting room, you should be able to pull her
my
in. If you would be so kind. If she gets before I get back, my wife's not responding, so I'm gonna go grab my coffee. I'll be right back. If she's not back, we're just gonna start it
Oh,
up.
Kung
So,
Fu Joe would
thanks
have
for your
none of
patience.
that.
I'm just gonna move Lethe as a test.
Wait a minute. Kung Fu Joe would have none of what?
The wife
Me
not
getting my
bringing
own
the
goddamn coffee?
Yeah, exactly. None of that. Whoa, what's going on here? There's something wrong with the hierarchy.
I
It's
no.
illegal.
He can holler at me when he's been married 25 fucking years. Then I'll listen to what he has to say.
I'm not even confident he's been conscious for 25
Given what
years.
he has previously told me about
Consecutively
his
or
marriage
concurrently?
in the bedroom, I seriously doubt it will last even half that long.
Same Z's. BRB.
Same here.
But did everybody just leave? I literally left earlier to
Hey,
piss, and then I
it
was
is,
like, I
hey,
felt
gentlemen.
bad
Well,
about
now it's
walking
my turn.
away.
We're taking shifts.
Okay.
Hey,
You're on piss shift, Lethe. You got 5 minutes.
Okay,
be
we'll
honest
take your
here.
shivs.
Joe is probably gonna end up turning his wife gay.
That's crazy.
This is a George Costanza effect, yeah.
We're just rage baiting Kung Fu Joe at this point.
I mean, I don't even know who that is, but I'm sure we're doing
Hey,
it. Good for
Vigilante.
them.
Oh, he's an ortho,
Yeah.
bro.
It's a good thing that sign's behind you, otherwise you would be disqualified.
True.
Oh, baby.
Not even a chuckle. Damn.
He should put it on his microphone. That would be cool.
He's a cold ass,
That would be better.
cold ass motherfucker.
Just hide the microphone behind the sign. Oh,
Oh, that's next level. So you have to like no stupid people. They go,
yeah, exactly. That's what. If I ever start streaming, I'm gonna take my microphone and put it on fishing line and put hooks on my ceiling, so it's just floating in front of me at all times.
It floats around. It's like bob for microphones.
I can
What
have
you do is you put it on a pulley system so you can do the pro wrestling thing where they, you pull the mic down from the ceiling.
or you just put your hand out and press the button off screen so it just falls into frame into your hand.
And you like shock your
There you go.
poor little dog in the corner too. You're like zap, 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 poor doggy.
Or daughter, as the case may be.
Or daughter is the kid's me. Hard to say. Who's to say? You know.
Something's got to get shocked.
Wait, you don't use a shot.
The point is,
into?
the point is, some bitch is getting shocked.
Yeah, that's true. See, he's onto something there. I do own a shock collar. I've never used it on my dog, but I do own it.
Well, you should.
Well, it doesn't fit my dog. It was actually my ex's.
You know, it hugs the testicles very nicely, though.
Mida trains his woman with a shot collar.
Good grip.
I plead the fifth. She was the one. Okay, listen, I didn't buy it. She bought it.
She begged for it. She made me do it.
Yeah, she bought it. I didn't buy it. She asked for it. It has my name on it.
It's okay. My ex wanted a shot collar too.
Yeah, it's
She
not.
had it-
I
It
hear it's
has
not that
your
uncommon.
name on it. Was it
Shipped
meant
by
for
Amazon.
you, or was it meant for
Damn
her
you,
to show
Amazon!
that she was your property? I'm not sure how
Yes,
that was
the
supposed to
latter, not the former.
Ah, okay.
She wanted my name on it because it was like a possession thing.
Oh, there you go.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Nobody actually
Currently,
knows.
we are talking about your kinky ass relationship with your wife.
She wasn't my wife, though she did call herself my wife.
Oh, my mistake. Your girlfriend or fiance, whatever it was.
Oh, I'm
My
sorry.
ex,
I didn't mean to presume that you were actually committed to a relationship. I mean, my bad.
That would be very unlike me.
Committed?
Yeah.
Committed?
No, I was very committal in my relationships up until I wasn't.
Yeah, exactly right. Until
Yeah,
Tuesday, and then
Yeah, this
you
guy
know.
gets it.
I get it. Yeah. And so here we are. We're all debating. Ancom, what are you debating?
He's a judge.
I'm not debating. I am judging you in your shitty ass
Oh,
debate.
you look very judgmental. I appreciate
Oh,
that.
if you could just
I
see the
am
look on my
indeed
face.
that. I
Oh,
mean, I'm
good.
also very helpful, as Lethe
Yeah,
will
Tom is
attest.
always
No,
very.
no.
I can be
It's a
both.
good look. It's a good look. I'm
No,
here for-
I
I'm
just
here
have
for it.
I have resting bitch face.
Call it
No,
resting
no, you have
Ancom
resting
face.
judge face. You have resting judge face, I would say.
Sure, we'll go with that.
You basically
Ancom-
look like you're like waiting to say overruled or sustained at any moment.
Yeah.
I see. You could go either way.
Ancom looks like the
You're-
type of
you're-
person
you're
who
bi-
would be
you're
like the
bi-judging. You're
referee on like
bi-judging.
a what is it
Mayfight,
called?
you're like, no, that bitch choked out. Done with him.
What are those shows called that are just general knowledge questions about every topic? Trivia.
You mean
Jeopardy?
quiz shows?
Ancom looks like
Trivia shows?
a judge on a trivia show.
You look
See,
like
I thought
Alex-
he looked kind of like a professional wrestler.
like Alex Trebek and or
Now, what's that one show that it's trivia, but like you're going up against like a bunch of people that actually work for the show? It's like Mastermind or something like that. I would be great as one of those, I think.
There you
be a
go.
great mastermind. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, like
All
one
right.
of the professional trivia people that work
Yeah,
for
yeah.
the show, and like the
Like
contestants'
Alex
jobs
Trebek before he died, more or less.
Alex Trebek died?
Not
Then
exactly.
Alex Trebek
Alex
just
Trebek
read a
just gave,
prompter.
yeah, he didn't actually participate in the trivia itself.
Well, yeah. Sean Connery then.
Was Sean Connery a part of game shows? I thought he was just James Bond.
Yeah,
No,
I was
it
about
was
to say
it's
that.
a celebrity Jeopardy. It's
Well,
a joke.
Yeah,
no.
it was
Gotcha.
Will Ferrell playing Sean Connery
Connery,
on
yeah.
a fake Jeopardy show on SNL.
Shuck it, Trebek. Shuck it long and shuck it hard. Yeah.
All right. So, everybody, we are going to go ahead and get this party started. So, thank you very much again for your patience. And yeah, I'm sure that she will find her way in sometime soon. By the way, I figured out my wife is. Oh, shit, we did something wrong there. Hang on. I figured out my wife is not answering because she's busy out in the garage.
Shucks.
So I cannot be mad at her. Little Miss, why is your camera not working in the thing? Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay.
I can
Yep.
me.
Yep. So, did you see the instructions in the thing that I sent you?
No,
Are you on a computer?
I am.
Okie doke. Ancom, can you give him a super quick walkthrough into how to get into the Doohickey while I set up
Yes.
Mida's logo?
So the first thing you're probably going to want to do is shut off your webcam in Discord, because I don't think you're going through OBS at the moment. If you are, great. If not,
No,
Actually,
I'm not.
Okay. So
Might
yeah,
be-
go ahead and
might be better-
deactivate your webcam in Discord. Perfect.
Like that.
Might be better for
Now-
you guys to do that in the waiting room so that
Yep,
way other
I'll
people don't
drag
hear
you
how
up.
it happens.
Oh, thank you. I'll be.
All right, sorry about that. Yep, I thought that he was in. Is everybody else in? Who are we missing? Mida and Ludo. Okay, so yeah, we're good.
It was
I
just-
promise, people, we're usually a whole lot more. Oh fuck me, whole lot more organized than this.
Mida, you don't have a picture.
No, because Mida doesn't have pictures. I'm putting a little image of his little thingy.
yeah,
that
it's
sounded
putting a
terrible.
little
That
image
has
there.
to be TOS.
Yeah, well, I said it's little, so I think it's okay.
Little TOS goes a long way.
Mida's A little TOS goes a long way. That's right. There we go. Might up. There we go. Boom. Boom. Yeah. So for what it's worth, for those of you who do not know, a lot of shit has been going on in my IRL life. And so I've been having a lot less time and a lot less sleep and a lot less help. So that said, I'm dragging ass and I apologize for it, but we're fucking getting it done. So here we go. So this is Mind of Z. That is correct. Welcome in, everybody. I'm going to read the thing since Ancom. Oh, hey, Ghosty is showing up. Very cool. All right. And I'm assuming that means she's going to be in the chat here soon, just in case, so that nothing bad can happen. We're going to go ahead and do, nope, we're going to go ahead and do this until she actually gets into the room. Oh, nope, there she is. Cool. All right. She's obviously all ready to go. Very cool. Sorry, some people forget. By the way, everybody, whenever you're done with the stream tonight, make sure you close the window that has the ninja, because I have had people leave their camera running way longer than they meant to. That's all I'm gonna say. So yeah, they forget. That's all. They forget. So don't forget. Okay.
That's
All right.
funny.
Yeah.
You're doing
Yeah.
capoeira in
It's
the middle of
hilarious.
the hallway.
I mean, we all know we've seen people shadow boxing when they thought no one was looking, right? So, like, I can't. this is nothing. It hasn't been anything too terrible. Let's just say that. So, there hasn't been anything that made me blush, but that I could definitely tell they didn't know I was watching them pick their fucking nose. So, and I kicked them appropriately. So. But whenever I walk away from this shit, I just leave the goddamn whole thing running and just disappear. And then I come back the next morning and oh, hello. So, anyways, all right, cheers. So, welcome in, Ghosty. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
All right, we can indeed. And it looks like Loodle is fucking working it out. Goddamn awesome. All right. Well, in that case, we are finally ready to go. It's only 30 minutes late, but it's like I said, it's been a while since we've ran late. And last night we were so early, I didn't even know what to do with myself. So,
I
all right,
apologize.
people. No, it is not your fault, ma'am. Again, you were not we weren't started anyway. We were still getting.
Oh.
Where did little Mrs. Camera go now? Good God. Little. Where did Little go? Oh shit, did his whole laptop fucking die? Oh,
He's the third debate. It's okay. We still got the first two
We got
debaters
time.
here.
Fair point. Yep. And I don't need to
Still
talk.
got time.
Yep. I don't need to talk to them. Ancom has it handled. Although Ancom is one of the judges, so he kind of needs to be able to hear. But that's okay. So we can still get it at least somewhat started. And I mean, does Ancom really need to listen to Lethe? We all know he's going to vote for Lethe anyway. So, all right. Sorry, it's just they're friends.
I
so,
lost a
for those
debate
of you
to an
who do not
Easter
know
Bunny
that.
killer. Like how I don't have any expectations.
Fair.
Hey, me and Ancom are friends, and he almost always
night?
votes against me.
You know what? That's true. That's true. But I think he likes Lethe more.
Could be the case.
But that's okay because I like you more, Vigi. I'm lying, Lethe. All right. So, all right. I like you both equally. You're both swell. Where's the goddamn thing I'm supposed to read?
Gorp's mention, let's go.
Oh, nice. Gorps
Oh, we had
actually
it for a second.
That is uncommon how people fucking pop in whenever they are mentioned. There we go. Fine.
Well, that's
Fantastic.
because
Everybody's back.
Art solipsism is real
All right,
and
so
everyone's
with
a
any
figment of my
luck,
imagination.
you should now be able to see Loodle Miss in Video Ninja, hopefully.
Nope, we could for a few moments and then he disappeared.
Oh,
so you all figured.
It's just because, yeah, Loodle, turn your camera back on.
All right. All right. Are we ready, everybody? Let's fucking go. Welcome to the DMZ. This is a place where we practice good faith rhetoric, not just farming gotchas and dunks. We use structure to cultivate conversations where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So please check your weapons at the door, take notes, and attack the belief, not the believer. After each debate, you audience members are going to get a free link into the chat where you can go to vote for which side you believe made the most compelling case. So please sit back, relax, and cast those votes when the time comes. It's your only job. Now, our debates of the night, we have 3 going on. We have former military should be employed as school security. We have America is safer now than it ever has been. And we have video game addiction is a serious health problem for society. Our first debate of the night, though, is going to be between Mind of Z and Lethe Water Kai. I'm going to go to each of you gentlemen. Please just give a couple words about who you are, what you're about, and where folks can find you. I'll start with you, Z. Please introduce yourself to the chat, sir.
Hello, my name is the Mind of Z. It's been a really long time since I've been on a debate stage like this, and I'm looking forward to this. You can find me at the Mind of Z on Twitch, TikTok, X, Kick, and everywhere pretty much.
All right, cheers. And I will be dropping his link in the chat in a second. Lethe, will you please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you?
It's your boy Lethe Water Kai. I have been gone for a little bit, but I am back again, even though they tried to stop me unstoppably here once more time. So back in the Horseradish DMZ, enjoying myself, and thank you, Horseradish, for hosting this. And thank you for everyone watching. Appreciate y'all.
It is my pleasure as always. And that is Lethe's link. Go ahead and give him a follow, but you're also probably talking or in his chat already if you know who we are. So, all right, the way this is going to work, we're going to have 3 minutes back and forth where 3-minute open from the affirmative, followed by a 3-minute cross-examine or rebuttal from the negative. Then the negative gets 3 minutes on the clock uninterrupted for their opening, followed by a 3-minute cross-examination from the affirmative. After that, we're going to go into a 15-minute open forum where the 2 debaters get to just kind of go at it and have it out. After that, we're going to go to 3-minute closings from each of them. During that time, I strongly advise the audience to send in any questions they have. If you have any questions, throw a couple bucks in the tip jar, and I will put those questions to the debaters along with 1 question each from myself and each of our 2 judges. Now, I assume everybody understands the assignment. Without further ado, former military should be employed as school security. Z, 3 minutes is on the clock. Go ahead and tell the people what's on your mind.
When assessing the proposition, former military should be employed as school security, common sense and logic dictates that we should utilize former military in schools to protect kids and teachers in the building. The average response time for an officer to respond to a school shooting is 15 minutes. Within those 15 minutes, 56 shots are fired, with 50 to 70% of the shots being accurate and someone getting wounded or killed. Typically, most shootings conclude within 19 minutes, but the first 10 minutes are often the most deadly. This is why having highly trained security on site makes a powerful difference. Veterans bring elite training in high-stress decision-making, tactical response, discipline under fire, and rapid threat assessments from combat environments. Placing them directly in schools as armed security or school resource officers eliminates those deadly external response delays. Instead of waiting minutes for help while shots are fired, we'd have trained, experienced protectors on the ground immediately, ready to engage, contain the threat, or guide evacuations in those critical first moments when most casualties occurs. By utilizing our veterans in this role, we can drastically cut response times, reduce injuries and deaths, and give our schools the decisive, capable protections our children deserve. This isn't just about having someone with a gun. It's about having the right people with the right skills in the right place at the right time. Veterans possess highly skilled training and real-world experience that prepare them for few others to handle life or death situations. Through rigorous combat simulations, stress inoculation training, and repeated exposure to high-pressure environments, they learn to uphold composure in extreme stress, navigate intense fear without freezing, and make split-second life-saving decisions. In the school shooting, these skills aren't just valuable, they are decisive. Military veterans are trained in tactical movements through buildings, rapid threat assessments, distinguishing between combatants and innocents, and balancing the need to apprehend the shooter while simultaneously evacuating, protecting students and staff. They've practiced clearing rooms, coordinating under fire, applying immediate first aid, and maintaining a commanding presence in chaos, which are the exact scenarios that unfold in these critical first minutes when most casualties occur. Our veterans have already answered the call to protect our nation. Now it's time to let them protect our children where it matters most. I rest my 30 seconds.
So we're gonna go ahead and put 30 seconds on the 3 minutes, for fuck's sake. We're gonna go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. Jesus, 3. There's a 3. 3 minutes on the clock for you, Lethe. Cross-examine or rebut as you see fit, sir.
All right. So, Mind of Z, you're saying that having skilled military veterans, just with veterans or just any military personnel?
Specifically the veterans.
Okay. So
either or works best, but specifically the veterans.
So in this case, are you aware of some of the primary issues that go on within the veteran community?
Yes.
Okay. So in the instance that they decide to utilize veterans for SRO capabilities, what should be the requisite for doing so?
I mean, obviously you've served, have, you have, you're willing to do the job, you're willing to uphold training on a substantial basis, monthly or bi-monthly, because that training is one of the biggest things that SROs do not get often. And yeah.
So what kind of training and who's paying for it?
The training will come from communities, local businesses, and parents.
The training comes from local. Okay, I'm a little confused.
The money for the training would come from the parents, the communities, and the businesses.
So you're expecting that parents are going to want to pay for military to be in schools?
Through a third-party service, yes.
Through a third-party service. What would the third-party service be?
There's actually a third-party service already out there that are doing this exact thing called the Allegiance Project Foundation.
Okay. And so with this being the case, so like we're not talking about background checks, we're not talking about mental health evaluations.
Obviously, background checks and mental health evaluations as well. Yeah.
So we understand that schools tend to be a bit chaotic. Like kids aren't the quietest. They tend to do, pretty random things at different times. Are the military very well known for de-escalating conflicts?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Are the military very well known for de-escalating conflicts?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to say that is not within the purview of most military personnel. Like they go to do a specific job. This isn't necessarily one of those jobs. So would you think this would be like one of the best jobs that ex-military could be doing, or are there other ways that they could better be served?
It would depend on the MOS that they go into.
Okay, and that looks like time.
It is. All right, and I'm sorry, my dogs are barking in the background. I will shut the door here in a second. 3 minutes is going on the clock now for you, Lethe. Go ahead and get her started, sir.
Okay, well, the concept we are here to address is intrinsically a band-aid on a greater societal failing. The ever-present issue of someone with a gun showing up to destroy something most of us consider precious in a place where they should be safe. Rather than addressing the gun-shaped elephant in the room, we would rather add more gasoline to the fire by introducing armed military personnel into the school ecosystem. Guns are the leading cause of death among American children and teens. Introducing more into the environment would be the equivalent of using heroin to fight a cocaine addiction. Why push for common sense regulations when you can just get a good guy with a gun? It is estimated that 4.6 million children live in a home where at least one gun is kept loaded and unlocked. 68% of the firearms used in incidents were taken from the home, a friend, or a relative. The next cause to address will be the mental health and environmental issues of students and other individuals at large that are committing these crimes. Instead, we will be taking money from the already strained school system to hopefully vet the veterans being utilized to enforce and police to enforce a police state on the student body. As much as I appreciate the veterans that have risked their lives and sacrificed for this great country, it can't be ignored that mental health is a prominent issue in the veteran community. Hypervigilance, PTSD, and anxiety disorders being factors when trying to de-escalate situations within the student body can't be ignored. Students are often chaotic, kids make bad decisions, and people trained to manage these situations and de-escalate are a better option for the job. I've been in communities with many veterans, and while I find them to be awesome people, it's clear that their dark humor and extreme stories come with the territory. I don't think any parent would appreciate their child coming home repeating most of the things I've heard in these circles. This doesn't make them bad people or even uncaring, just unsuited for this line of work. Let's put more money into education and firearm reforms and spend less time trying to fit square pegs into round holes for the good of our youth. Unless, of course, you want to hear stories from your kids about the conflicts in Afghanistan. And with that, I yield my time.
You're muted, Radish.
Of course I am, because god damn it. All right, so that is now 3 minutes going on the clock for Yuzi. This is going to be your time to cross-examine or to rebut as you see fit, set up arguments, knock down arguments, whatever you'd like to do. I'll start the clock whenever you start to talk.
So you say you're bringing more guns into school, but in reality, we're eliminating the SROs and putting people who actually probably know how to use the trigger more than cops because they've gotten trained more with cops. So because this isn't in the realm, what more training needs to happen for SROs? Because obviously they do not get enough training.
I'm saying we should be hitting the root of the problem because SROs or even school personnel shouldn't be having to deal with school shootings. It is something that we're having to deal with now, but that's because we've ignored the actual societal problem at large, which is guns.
So what you're saying is guns are the bigger issue when it's not the gun itself, it's the person pulling the trigger.
Yes, the fact that somebody has a trigger to pull is the predominant problem. We need to make sure there are fewer guns for students or other individuals with mental health issues to get a hold of and bring into a school. So the best way to do that would be better regulations and reforms.
So I'll just put this here. So Texas State University puts out a district audit report where they go and audit the school district. Last district audit report, they did 1,022 schools. Only 6.5 had a viable operations emergency plan, and only less than 20% of those had a viable active shooter plan. What is your goal? What is your plan to up those numbers drastically?
I'm not understanding the question.
Do you have a plan to if you decide to keep school resource officers for the schools to get help so they can have a viable operations plan and a viable active shooter plan if it comes?
Well, the viable active shooter plan is usually the sheltering and basically the drills that they do to make sure like kids are in a safe place when a shooter is on campus. We need better early warning. We need better camera systems, people surveying the areas, good active warning systems, and then nearby police just in case. And usually there tend to be police nearby a school like all throughout the day. So that's not even a huge issue, but all the same, like they should have active early warnings. And honestly, we should be stopping these things before they start in the first place because they don't just come out of nowhere.
All right, we have 10 seconds left, and I'm just going to go into the main.
Well, in that case, that's perfectly fine.
Quick, the idea that SROs dealing with children and disciplinary actions have ended up with kids getting jailed and brutally beaten by these SROs. So they're another problem.
And I'm putting 15 minutes on the clock. This is now just open forum. Continue the discussion as you see fit.
So then if you don't like that, what security are you going to implement in schools? Because obviously we need it.
Yeah, you can have base security, you can have metal detectors, which is also good. Definitely surveillance. Like there should be plenty of cameras. There should be a surveillance room within the school, just watching the front doors, gates, everything else, and making sure active threats are addressed when they are and not taking things lightly. That's the best way to get it done.
So, so what you're saying is completely get rid of SROs?
I never said get rid of SROs. I'm saying we don't need armed SROs, and especially not military veterans that may have PTSD
So,
issues and end up snapping if they hear a loud sound or a kid screaming.
so then let's say there's a shooting in the school, and we use your plan, and we get rid of the guns, and we have to wait 15 minutes while 56 shots are fired, 50 to 70% of those shots being accurate and actually hitting someone, 14 wounded, 14 dead approximately. Well, then why should we not have people who can actually use the trigger to the full extent so we can eliminate the threat?
So in the instance that an active shooter ends up on campus, and like how many military personnel are you planning to have at a school?
It depends on how many students there are.
So like, can you give me a ballpark?
Um, 400 to 600 students, one to two, 1,000 to 1,200, 2 to 3.
Okay, so in the case that this happens and somebody's actively shooting and there's bedlam, everything going on, what's to say that the veteran doesn't have a mental break and do absolutely nothing, just like the Uvalde police did when there was a school shooting and they were actively there to handle it? Or what if they end up harming a student?
Because when Uvalde happened, there were parents trying to run in and save their kids. Their communication was god awful terrible, and one of the things under stress that military veterans do well is communication. That is one of the things that they do very well in, because they have to communicate as a team when breaching on a site.
I mean, can we be honest here? Any veteran that is looking to take up SRO work probably is hard up for cash, not doing the best. They could be in InfoSec, they could be in HVAC systems, like anything they were trained to do while they were in military. So there must be some reason why they're picking up being an SRO. What do we do in that instance?
I don't believe that for a second. That they're there for cash. The reason why they would be there is because to protect the kids in the schools, because they already protected the country. They are just doing their better step so they can protect the kids.
So you're saying they're doing this without getting paid?
No, they are getting paid.
How much should they be getting paid?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know those numbers. It would be pretty significant, pretty much around where the SRO, maybe more.
Because more than likely, when it comes down to who's going to be paying them and who's going to be dealing with the background checks, evaluations, and everything else, which I can't even say could be done comprehensively or would even be made available to the school system, is going to come out of the money of the school system. And school systems are already hard up for cash. How do we deal with this?
The thing is that they wouldn't be come through the they want to be going through the what's it called? Going through the school system. We would actually, the school's funding, it would actually go through the local communities and fundraisers and local businesses that are contributing to help do that, so they can help aid off the government and off of the schools itself, so they can have more funding.
So you're expecting the general population to be willing to pay for more armed people in schools?
Correct. For the future of society, who are there to learn, not to worry about is a school shooter going to show up in my school, and if so, what's going to happen Am I going to lose a friend? Am I going to lose my life?
And so, in the instance that there's a young kid that ends up being a shooter, how is the visual going to be if a trained military individual ends up taking out the student?
Is the student the shooter?
Yes, I'm saying in this case, it would be a student that's the shooter.
Then job well done. He did his job protecting the threat, because that was what they were there for.
So what happens in the case that the individual is not a shooter, they're perceived to be, and this individual takes them out?
Then obviously the police has to get involved. They already are involved. The veterans in place is just the middleman, so they can wait during those 15 minutes while the cops are getting there. When the cops are there, they will take over because they take precedence.
Thank you for
That's
admitting
pretty much
that this is basically an extra step when we already have police, and we should just make police more available in the case if there's
no,
anything going on at a school.
no. What I'm saying is that the fact that what we're doing is we're adding a sense of security so people don't get shot and killed in a school shooting and he can continue to evacuate safely and make decisions upon when he has the authority to do so.
What I'm saying is we as the populace already pay for a police system that we are funding, and you're asking that we pay for another system on top of the police system to be a third layer in schools where they can cause more damage than any SRO could have ever caused.
But what if they're not creating damage? What if they're protecting the kids?
I'm saying, what if this individual has an episode and starts basically holding up in the place and creates a live shooter situation on their own? Who's going to stop them?
The thing is that they would get 6 months evaluations, monthly trainings, and that's why I paired them with 2 people, not just one by itself in the school, because they will be tagged together.
And I'm saying that the ability for this to turn into a war zone where you have an ex-military vet hold up in a place, firing at the student body, and then other military veterans trying to stop this military veteran, this is a situation that should never even be allowed to happen. We're creating horrible conditions.
But the conditions of this, I don't see happening. They could, but the conditions of this is just asinine that you are saying stuff like this. Because in reality, they know they're there to protect the kids. I understand where you're coming from, which is why we have 6 months mental evaluations, because their PTSD could pop up. But the thing is that they're there to do their job. They know their job. They're there to protect the kids, and they're there to do a mission. And their mission is, in that standpoint in time, when the shooter arrives, is eliminate the threat or make the decision to evacuate while moving forward and eliminating the threat.
Yes, I understand that ideally we would want them just to be there in case there's an active shooter. Whereas in most cases, you're not going to end up with an active shooter. This is not an everyday occurrence or a weekly occurrence or even a yearly occurrence. But in the case that they do, we have personnel there that we are paying for that aren't really doing what we need them to do. And they're going to find something else to do. And that's going to be influencing children, which I don't think is necessarily a good thing to have military veterans influencing children. We already have a school to prison pipeline, and we definitely don't need more people advocating that children be going to the military immediately. So with that being
Okay,
the
so I
case,
just
go ahead.
okay. So what I'll say to this is, then where are you going to get the funding to train more often police departments so they can have better training? Are you going to eliminate a couple? Are you going to eliminate a couple social programs? Are you going to Are you going to take it out of taxpayers' dollars? Where is that going to come from?
We already have plenty of active police. The police aren't hurting for members. So like literally you can just set up a patrol to go by the school every 30 minutes to an hour. It's not too difficult. And if there's something going on, they should be within reach to start to de-escalate or alleviate the situation. Just change
You're not
rules.
answering. You're not answering my question. What is? How do you? The smaller the town, the smaller the budget. How do you? Obviously, as we saw in Uvalde, people do not have the amount of training. We'll take this into consideration. We'll take this as an example. Breach training. You want to know how breach training happens? Or where there's very few facilities out there. You want to know what those facilities are? Hospitals are going to shut down abandoned apartment complexes and old buildings. You want to know who gets that training? SWAT, not the cops who are going to be there first thing while we wait 15 minutes for SWAT to arrive.
Yeah, I'm going to say
So-
some of those officers that were too cowardly to go in when Uvalde was going on, to which Border Patrol had to end up getting involved. And apparently Border Patrol can get there within a reasonable amount of time. But I'm going to say some of these officers were ex-military and they were too scared to go in. They weren't mentally prepared for this. And you're looking for more money to add another layer to this. I need that justified.
So I need you to answer my question first before I answer yours. Where is the money to continue training officers on a more regular basis of the training that they need and the equipment that they need to do this? Where are you getting that money from? And then I will answer your question.
You could do it the same way you're advocating for getting these officers into schools. But all the same, if they're not putting money into the police department, that is the fault of the police department because that comes from the taxpayer dollar.
So you're going to take it more out of taxpayers' dollars, is what you're saying?
That's what's going to happen in your case if you're getting the community to pay for these veteran school resource officers. Just take that money and put it into police training because apparently they need it.
And what was your question so I can answer it?
That's basically my question. If the police force, which has military veterans already in it, aren't capable of doing the work, what makes you think putting them in schools is going to get them to do the work more readily? What's to say they don't just go run and hide along with the rest of the students when something happens?
Veterans have a sense of urgency and a sense of when something needs to get done, they get it done. And in the scenario of a shooting, I know that they can get the job done.
That's an assumption. I'm telling you that there had to have been veterans in the Uvalde police force that showed up for that active shooter and none of them went in.
Do you think anybody is ready for a school shooting to happen?
No, and I don't think we should have to be. I think we should have reasonable gun reforms to tamp down on these instances happening. We need to better take care of our society, the mental health of our society, and make sure people don't have access to guns that shouldn't have access to guns.
So you're eliminating our Second Amendment right? Or limiting our Second Amendment right that we have then? Because that's constitutional for us to have a gun.
Does it not say well regulated?
Yes,
So
but
let's get these regulations rolling, baby.
With the people that are going to be carrying these guns in the schools, they are already trained, already certified, and have an abrupt amount of knowledge on how to operate it, unlike the shooter who probably doesn't.
You are advocating that we militarize school campuses, and I'm advocating that we get gun reform to make sure that people that shouldn't have guns shouldn't have them in their hands, which seems more reasonable.
Because protecting the kids who are protecting the kids who are going to be one day the futures of our country.
by making sure they don't end up, well, somebody doesn't end up with a gun that shouldn't have it and ends up taking them out, right? Prevention is the better answer, would you think?
This is prevention. That's the thing.
It's absolutely not prevention. That it's a response.
So we have a middleman so we can not lose lives during the conflict.
Speaking of middlemen, if you gentlemen don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and jump in there and be a middleman now. So great job. 15 minutes is up though, so we're going to go ahead and get through our 3-minute closings. After that, we're going to ask some questions. Like I said, one from each of myself and the 2 judges, as well as any that the audience has for you guys. Although I think they're actually talking about something else right now, so I don't know. Hopefully they're at least listening enough to have a vote. So at least listen to their fucking closes, people. All right. So putting 3 minutes on the clock now for you, Z. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Military veterans, particularly those with combat experience, receive training that is longer, more rigorous, and far more relevant to high-threat environments than standard police academy programs. Police recruits typically undergo 6 months or less of basic training before hitting the streets. In contrast, even the basic Army or Marine infantry training lasts several months, followed by years of specialized schooling, live fire exercises, small unit tactics, and often real-world deployments where split-second decisions under fire are routine. Veterans master advanced tactical movements and room-clearing techniques tailored to confined spaces like classrooms and hallways, and threat assessment under extreme stress. Marksmanship and weapon handling far beyond the minimal qualifications most officers maintain, emergency medical response, which has saved countless lives on battlefields and translates directly to stopping the bleed in an active shooter scenario. Police officers are generalists, handling traffic stops, domestic calls, investigations, and community policing. Their training is broad but often shallow on the sustained, highly intensity violence that defines school shootings. Veterans, by design, are specialists in kinetic operations. Their default mindset is to complete the mission and protect the innocent, not contain and wait for backup. That is a difference in orientation and preparation, which is why veterans consistently demonstrate faster, more decisive action in an active shooter simulation. I rest my time. You're muted.
Fuck me. Of course I am. All right. Thank you very much, Lethe. 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
All right. We're being told that having armed military personnel in schools is the best way to make sure that our children have the best experience growing up and being in the student body. I find this to be laughable. I don't want my child to be around a bunch of military veterans carrying guns and being in a hostile environment. That's just not the way most people grew up, and I don't think kids should have to grow up that way. I think children should feel safe and be safe. And I think with over 50% of these incidents being caused by people not locking up their guns, people leaving loaded weapons around kids, and not checking on their kids' mental health seems to be the predominant issue here. Adding more fuel to the fire is definitely not the answer. So I would say bringing in armed military personnel is a band-aid and a third layer to where we already have police and we already pay for police. So why not just make sure the police are more available in the school area? And if we're talking about funding, like adding military personnel is just more added funding that we could be putting into training the police. And I definitely think police need more training, as we have so many issues with officers as it is not getting the training they deserve. You already have issues of school resource officers taking kids with disabilities and treating them as if they're perpetrators. I don't see this being any better with military personnel. That's not what they're trained to do. They're not trained to be around children. Unless we want to start having military veterans do child development training and understanding how children operate. And in the worst case scenario, and this is what terrifies me the most, if a veteran had an episode while trying to watch these kids and ended up doing way more damage than any SRO or police officer could possibly begin to do, then who's going to handle it? We got to send more military personnel to deal with the military personnel. This seems like an infinite regress of problems that I don't think we should be having to deal with. So I'm just going to say, This is a terrible idea. I don't think you want your kids coming home with war stories or hearing about any of the dark humor that military veterans would be like fraternizing with kids about, because that's definitely not the order of the day. So let's just try to fix the issue to begin with. Get the guns out of the kids' hands, make sure they don't have access to them, make sure that they're getting adequate mental health. And with that, I yield my time.
All right. Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen. Okay, so yes, first of all, chat, you can tip, or yes, you can also do you can also do bits, either one. We will get your question out onto the floor. But first, we get to ask our questions. Now, normally, I am the one who gets to go first, but this time I figure I'm going to be nice to the judges, since both of them came in last minute and did me a favor, and I don't want to steal their questions tonight, which usually is what happens. So I'm going to go through y'all first, and then I'll ask mine. Ancom, are you ready with a question for who? Z? And by the way, I'm sorry, I'm also going to go ahead and drop the vote in the link. You guys can kind of start voting during this portion. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Anyways, yes, I do have a question. Z, I would like you to tell me whether you believe former military, specifically veterans, would be better at protecting students in schools than police would be, and if so, why specifically?
Because the extent of the training that they have to go to is more rigorous, and they have more experience doing it because they've done so much training over the years of them doing it, versus police who only gets to do it maybe once a year, if that, because of budgeting.
All right. And Maida, do you have a question for Z ready?
Yes, I do. So my question would be, couldn't we just use police forces to patrol inside of schools, which already include military veterans or previous military contractors, or alternatively, make a section of the police force specifically trained to work within schools?
I mean, aren't we already doing that? And if so, then why do we have to? Why are, if we're doing that already? Why are 218 children educators are dead, not including the shooter, and 512 people have been hurt because of this, not including the shooters?
Okay. For what it's worth, Z, the judges aren't going to debate you. They're asking you a question. So responding with a question, you're not going to get the answer, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll take it. And exactly as predicted, Maida did indeed take my fucking question. So I'm going to try to rephrase it a little bit.
I want to point out that Maida and I, of probably all the judges in the DMZ, would be the most likely to try and debate you on your answer to the question.
True story. Not wrong at all. Well, I don't know. Tyler's on that list too, bud. All right, so
fair point.
So I will kind of rephrase that question, I think, and hopefully I'll get a different answer from you. Would it not be more effective to use the existing infrastructure to better train police as they are at the skills you're saying they're lacking in, and having those police assigned specifically to the area of schools, rather than trying a whole new system? Basically, would it not make sense to just increase the training for the system as it exists and increase the protections of the schools?
Well, obviously, we can look at smaller towns and smaller cities and bigger cities, and we can obviously, regardless, it's not working, so it's time to implement a new plan so we can protect the future leaders of society.
All right, cheers. I think we can all agree implementing a new plan is great. All right, Ancom, now we got a question for Lethe from you, sir. Chatters, go ahead and remember, click that link, give us your vote. It costs you nothing. And you guys, if the judges disagree, it comes down to y'all's hands. Ancom, a question for Lethe.
Yeah. Lethe, so Z's main argument here is that something needs to change to deal with the current issue of school shootings. What would your particular suggestion be to combat his recommendations?
Well, as I stated throughout most of the debate, it's getting to the core of the problem to begin with, because we didn't always have school shooters. We didn't have the numbers of guns in society that we do, and kids didn't always have access to guns in the way that they do, as well as multiple mental health issues that have gone unchecked. So I would say treating those things to begin with would be the first thing you would want to do to curb this kind of gun violence. The next thing I would say would be train the police and make sure the police are readily available when these things happen, because that seems to be another issue that goes on with it. If they're not able to respond within a timely fashion, they need to have patrols, or they need to have a police officer in station at that school. I don't think the officer needs to be patrolling the school, because there's only one thing that they're there to do, which is stop an active shooter. So with that being the case, just leave it at that and keep the military out of schools.
Mida, question for Lethe, please.
Yeah, sure. So my question would be, why not put a police patrol inside the school itself instead of using patrols, which will have slower response times by default on the off chance that something does happen?
Yeah, that would be perfectly fine. Like have a mobile police station within the school and just have like shift changes periodically where there's a couple officers on hand. I think that's a pretty good idea. It's not terrible, and they wouldn't be armed officers just walking around the school, because as I said, they'd just be there for one purpose: monitor in case like there's an active shooter or some violent situation.
All right. So first of all, I have to say that the first one, Mida stole my question. Second one, Ancom stole my question. So
I saw
I
your
now
face,
understand.
Mike.
Yeah, I now understand why the judges fucking bitch about me going first every time. All right. So,
Yep.
but I do have a question. I can take it a different direction. So Lethe, or I had a backup, a second string question. Lethe, Uvalde. We all know that that was the most egregious case of the system falling apart, right? So, one of the things that was suggested often at that time was arm the teachers. Do you personally believe that teachers should be allowed, if they choose to take the appropriate CCW, etc., training and whatnot, to be a final line of defense in a case like Uvalde? Why or why not?
Kind of for the same reason. Like, teachers are there to teach. So yeah, even if they want to get gun training, that's fine. But the issue would be, if they had a firearm in a classroom, are they taking the proper steps to make sure that that firearm is secured to where no student could get a hold of it? Because I've seen many instances in a school where the teacher leaves for a moment, the kids are going through their desk, all of a sudden now the kid's got a firearm, and we've just basically given them the thing we're trying to keep out of the schools. So I think that's not the best answer.
All right. Fair enough. All right, so we do have a few questions coming in from the chat. Super duper cool. So the first one looks like it says, the Second Amendment says shall not be infringed. To this end, would it not be more efficient to arm the children themselves so they can protect the peers? Thoughts? I'll give it to each of y'all for about a minute. Should the kids be trained in how to sweep and clear as well, Z?
No, you're asking for a literal war zone to happen.
Okay, all right, fair.
If one person has one judgment against somebody, as soon as the first shot fired, all hell breaks loose.
Fair
You're
enough.
literally asking for daily occurrences of people being dumbasses, because when a group of people are together, they generally act like a bunch of retards.
Yeah,
just how it is.
All right. Lethe, I'm sure that you're a big fan of this plan. Do you think that we should just arm the kids while they're going down into the mines?
I mean, natural selection is a very important thing in evolution. So getting a battle royale going and making sure only the cream of the crop make it to graduation might be the best way to deal with our strain system. No, I'm joking. No, obviously, don't give kids guns. Let's try to make school and the learning process as safe and peaceful as possible.
Cheers. All right. Sorry there, Testy. That's not going to happen. All right, we got another one here from Razor. If there is resources to hire these armed guards, why is there nothing to hire competent therapist counselors to help prevent those future school shooters from happening? So, to UZ, using that same amount of resource that we were using to hire these school resource officers, what if those resource officers were instead counselors who were trained psychologists and therapists?
Number one, it's not their job. Number two, by initializing veterans in school, we would eliminate a big sense of funding, so we could implement more mental health counseling into the school.
Okay. Lethe, how do you feel about more counselors instead of officers?
Yeah, I think counselors would be amazing. Like, definitely not armed counselors, but counselors in general to try to suss out any kids that are having issues that may lead to a situation like this, because prevention is the best answer, in my opinion, rather than proactively putting military and creating a possible war zone within a school.
All right, cheers. Great stuff. I think that was all the questions from the chat. That was all the questions from the judges. So I've already put the link in the chat once. I will put it into the chat one more time. If you can see this, please click it to vote it. You know what? Z, since you are streaming over there on your stream and you're not playing with us over here, I will message you the link so your chat can actually go ahead and click on that link and vote. And with that, we're going to kick this over to the judges. While the chatters are doing their voting, the judges are going to make their decisions. Ancom, the giant furry cat, is going to go first. Ancom, are you ready to render judgment, my dude? How did you land?
Yes, tonight my cat, Queen Senator Minerva Q Meowsleton, will be giving my verdict for me.
Wow. All
I
right.
love it.
I love that that's the cat's name, and I love the cat that the cat doesn't even give a fuck enough to look at us. All right, let us hear it, bud.
Yes, well, in this particular case, I do believe the large, dark human gave the better argument. Clearly, the idea of putting military people in schools is quite absurd. Okay, I can't keep doing that bit. I'm sorry. I tried.
No, but it will be a clip. Thank you for that. Go on.
All right. Anyways, yeah, so I gave it to Lethe in this one, 7-3. I believe he gave the most persuasive arguments for why this particular proposition doesn't make sense. Unfortunately, there was also some points taken off from Mind of Z. He just wasn't a particularly confident or fluid speaker, whereas Lethe was. Lethe was doing a fairly good job at keeping control of the conversation, putting his opponent on the back foot a number of times. So overall, the performance, the arguments, everything, I give this one to Lethe. Again, so 3-7 by your scoring metric.
Cheers, 3-7. A reminder to everybody out there in chat while you're voting, this is not about who you like the most. This is not about who you agree with. This is about who you think made the best case and presented the best arguments. Midas, sir, I'm sure you are ready. Yes, Ancom.
Oh, I was just saying to the chat, yes, cats are absolutely racist.
Wow. All right, Mida, are you ready with your judgment, sir?
Yep.
Are you going to be saying it, or is your pet?
I don't have any pets in my room, and
okay,
they're significantly more racist than Ancom, so I don't think it's best to let them speak.
Jesus Christ, please, man, just go.
All right, so I'll start off with the affirmative position. I thought that the argument for the quick response time compared to the average police was a good argument. Proper training and threat assessment and strong military background and training under some MOSs was a very strong line of argumentation as well. Training for standardization of, or an argument for standardization of training was another strong argument. However, I think you acknowledging security alternatives without relying on armed SROs or military backgrounds was a detraction from the prompt. Another strong argument you gave was people interfering with poor communication that would be better for military vets who have experienced high intensive situations in the past and may know how to navigate them better. You also gave good arguments for evaluations of training, but it didn't necessarily back up the prompt, so I kept that at a neutral. As for Lethe's argument on the negative side, I thought you had a strong line of questioning with funding, especially exceptions as to how they're handled with creating a middleman. Talks about de-escalation tactics failures that happen throughout escalated military situations and their background. Mental health checks and PTSD make a hard sell for the case, which I thought was another line of argumentation. However, I did think you had a bad line of argumentation conflating guns being the problem, whereas in this case, with it's just an extension of violence. They're being used as a tool to enact it, not necessarily the overall issue. Because we see all throughout other societies, there is lots of issues regarding knife violence in schools where guns are banned. You did a good line of argumentation with the histories of SROs having resulted in negative consequences outside of their MOS or work experiences. I thought you had a really good argument for policing should be the standard for security. However, I did detract a point for saying that police should be the standard on patrols and not necessarily in the schools. But you later corrected that in your final statement, and as a result, I gave it 7-3 in favor of Lethe.
So then, yep, two 3-7s back to back means that this is already going to be in Lethe's hands. We already know our winner, but I am still going to go ahead and look to the the votes of the jury, so that we can see if this is a unanimous decision or not. Former military should be employed as school security. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 lock it in, and boom. Let's see. We are landing with an overwhelming 9-3 for Lethe. So that is a fuck me. That is 7-3 on all three, or 3-7, I guess. Audience as well. This is unanimous 3-7. I don't think we've ever had that before. Somebody go play the lotto. All right. So, gentlemen, thank you both very much for showing up. Lethe, as always, and Z, I'm glad you joined us. Hopefully, we'll get to see you again soon. And just keep answering those prompts. We'll keep getting you in there. But if you have the ability, I know you said you got a plan, you're going fishing or something. So if you're not able to stick around, that's cool. But just so you know, in the future, after all of the debates are done, we always stick around in the hot box for about 30 minutes for each debate, for each prompt, so that everybody who's not currently able to speak can give you a piece of their mind, right? Because I guarantee you that that some of them are chomping at the bit right now. And Vigi, I can sense Vigi vibrating with fury at your words. So, anyways, if you can, stay around. But if you can't, come back next time. Sound good? All right, cheers.
I definitely want to thank
Appreciate you.
Mind Z for putting up this debate and challenging me. Like, it's great to see you. It's been a minute, and looking well, my dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was a grudge match, by the way. So
I could tell I was a little bit rusty, and that's partially why I had a knot in my stomach the whole day. No matter how much prepared I did, to be honest, I wasn't. I didn't even entertain thoughts that you had, and I should have.
that's all right, man. That's what we're here to do. We're here to get better, Z. And that's both of these judges are here trying to give you good feedback. They're not trying to be dicks. They're not trying to dunk on you. They're trying to say, hey, these are some things you can work on. And the more you do it, the better you get. So keep
and I'll just say this. I'm used to Bloodsport, so this is a total new airing, which is why I didn't want to interrupt Lethe while he was talking.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Otherwise,
wasn't it more pleasant? Wasn't it more pleasant? Wasn't it more productive?
A little bit more, but it's like therapy yelling at stupid idiots sometimes. Like,
yeah, I know. But you can do that in a mirror, man. All right, brother. I appreciate you. We're going to go ahead and move on to our second debate for the night now. This one, America is safer now than it ever has been. Full disclosure, we actually had a late cancellation on this debate. This was actually supposed to be Pocahontas and Ghosty, but Zach stood up and said he would jump in for us when she couldn't make it. So Ghosty is going to be on the affirmative and Zach is going to be on the negative. I'm going to throw it to each of you guys real quick one time, let y'all introduce yourselves. I'll drop your links in the chat. Ghosty, tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Hi, thank you. Hi, I'm Ghosty. The G is spelled with the number 6. And I'm on YouTube. I mostly do like debates. I jump on panels, talk about politics, philosophy, feminism, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for showing. All right. And now Zach, becoming a regular here, and we're glad for it. Please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, sir. As soon as you unmute, tell yourself those things. It's all right. I set the precedent. You're just following along. I appreciate you.
My
Making me
God.
feel better. Making me feel better. I appreciate it.
Best streamer ever, I'm telling you. Anyways, hi, I'm Zach. If you're feeling adventurous, Twitch, YouTube, Kick, X, good chunk of the places. I am a Christian, father, husband, writer, business owner, and madman of some renown. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, cheers. All right, so one more time. America is safer now than it ever has been. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock, I hope, if I can get the thing to work again. For some reason, it's malfunctioning. Please fucking function. Oh, Lord have mercy. Sorry, give me one split second. For some reason, the clock decided to shit the bed. Boom. There we go. There we go. All right. So, Ghosty, we're putting 3 minutes on the clock. You've been here before. You saw how it happened. You know how it works. This is uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, so the United States is definitely safer today than it ever has been. Reasons for this include technological advances for police departments and specifically in forensics. So making crime, specifically violent crime, nearly impossible to get away with as long as even the smallest speck of DNA is left behind. Like seriously, the technology that these forensic departments have today is incredible. We also have more life-saving technology today than ever before. So even in the small chance you are a victim of a crime, you are more likely to survive it than any other time in human history, therefore making us safer. Also, the use of cameras and cell phones is another contributor. When people feel they are being watched or recorded, they are less likely to commit crime. With all of the uses of doorbell cameras, home security cameras, business security cameras, dash cams, traffic cams, cameras on public transportation, and the fact that almost everybody is holding a cell phone at all times on them, this makes doing crime a lot more difficult today than ever before. And the statistics back this up. The Great Crime Decline, is what they call it, was the historic crime drop starting in 1991. Violent crimes plummeted by over 34%, and homicides fell by 43%. This reversed 2 decades of high crime rates not seen since the 1960s. Since then, there's only been a small spike of crime rates seen, most notably during the 2020 pandemic, and even that spike did not come close to the high crime rates of the past. Even when we look further back in history, during the mid-1800s, was a huge spike in crime due to the unstableness of our fairly new country. This is including the Civil War, slavery, and all that. Definitely not a safe time to live through. Not long after that, we had Prohibition, which is introducing the mobs and high rates of organized crime. Next, am I out of time? Oh, sorry,
No.
I thought someone said, okay. I thought I heard something, sorry. Okay, next, during the 1960s and 1970s, the country experienced a massive escalation of homicide rates. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, several complex societal, economic, and demographic factors were the cause of this spike. But it was like 10 in every 100,000 people, I think it was. I have to double check, but it was like it doubled basically homicide rates during the 1960s and 70s. So today there are less reasons to commit crime. Relative to any other time in America, as well as it is much harder to get away with compared to any other time in history, therefore making America safer today than ever before.
All right. So, Zach, 3 minutes is going on the clock for cross-examination or rebuttal. Go ahead and use the time as you see fit. I'll start it when you talk.
So my opponent made a couple of points that are a little bit non sequitur in nature. Technology does not equal safety. An improved ability to solve a murder does not make us safer. We must also then arrest the murderer and actually keep him in prison. And with the advent of the politicization of our justice system, activist judges, and all that, that is getting harder and harder to do. Furthermore, you hang on to do the this one was really kind of funny in the fact that it reflects our dystopian hell that we live in. Cameras on cell phones do not make us safer. We just have a new phenomenon of massive groups of people standing there and filming people getting beaten to death instead of doing something or calling 911 because they've been brainwashed by the internet into thinking that standing there with a cell phone camera recording someone being beaten to death is doing something. So I reject that technology is making us safer, 100%. And if my opponent wants to respond to that, I'm happy to hear a response and then do a quick rebut before my opening.
Did you have any thoughts on that, Ghosty? There wasn't a direct question; it was more of a rebuttal. So, but he's giving you the opportunity to respond if you'd like.
So yeah, my argument obviously isn't that cell phones themselves make people safer, but the fact that you are less likely to get away with a crime, or you are less likely to do crime if you are being recorded, that does make you safer. And you can see this in the statistics with robberies, violent crime, blah, 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 etc.
So you think that the drop in crime is directly correlated to technology?
I think there's a major correlation, yeah.
Okay.
Not the only factor, but yeah, like the fact that it's much harder to get away. Like, you can't just throw a body in the woods anymore and nobody will ever be able to tell who did it unless there's a witness. That's going to cause less people to kill people and just throw them in the woods.
It's not supposed to work in theory. I'll give you that. If you want to go ahead and start my opening timer, that's fine with me.
All right, cheers. 3 minutes going on that clock. Start it up when you're ready, sir.
Many people, especially on the left, think for various reasons that the USA has become safer. Many think it's because their favorite politicians told them so. Others are slightly more brainwashed because they watch CNN and ABC, and if the talking box says it, it must be true. However, the claim that the USA is safer now than ever simply doesn't hold up to basic logic. My opponent mentioned this first part of this at least. During the COVID era, we saw a massive spike in basically every crime category. How can you say we are safer than ever when we live under a tyrannical government that unilaterally stole our rights from us at a moment's notice under pretenses they knew were false, and simultaneously, while taking our rights away from us, failed to protect us from our fellow citizens? 2. Many local governments have simply stopped cooperating with national crime data reporting. The assertion that we are safer because fewer crimes are being reported is a non sequitur, as many things can cause a drop in reporting. In the UK, the rape gangs went vastly underreported for decades because the institutions turned a blind eye. If you think a similar phenomenon can't happen here, that's just wishful thinking, wholly divorced from reality. In fact, we know institutions are already both underreporting crime data and warping it by labeling Black and Mexican offenders as white in their local databases. 3. Illegal immigration under Biden saw a flood of people from every corner of the globe into our country. If you think we are safer after an unprecedented flood of untracked, unvetted illegals from countries that largely hate us, then you are out of your mind. My opponent, and called it, my opponent will likely rely on crime data to support her position. But as I have already stated, it's going underreported. I'd argue deliberately, and what is getting reported wrong. And that is, in my opinion, undeniably being done in service to a political ideology, which is making us less safe because bad data warps our sense of reality. If we live in a false reality, how can we possibly accurately assess things like safety? Time.
All right. Now, this time, Ghosty, it's your turn. 3 minutes is on the clock. You control this time. Use it as you see fit. You can use it to rebut. You can use it to cross-examine. Use it as you see fit.
Okay. So first of all, with the crime data, like, yes, I used FBI statistics, but I also used And forgive me, I do forget the name. I'm trying to look it up right now because I did this on my other computer. But I also use statistics of from somewhere where they actually went to cities and talked to people and asked them directly if they were a victim of crime. So that's not going to so not only relying on reported crimes to the police. So there's that. Second of all, the COVID thing, it wasn't a massive spike. There was a spike, but again, it went down shortly after, like literally within a year, and the spike was nowhere near as close to the previous spikes in the past, during the 80s, 60s, 70s, and earlier on in our country. So, is there any data that you have that backs up your statement that America is less safe today?
Well, again, I have data that backs up the underreporting. I'll drop the links in chat so that anyone that wants to look at these can. But my entire argument is this: you can't assert we are safer than ever when we simply don't have data to actually make that statement. We don't know how safe we are or aren't because the government is not reporting it.
Do you think crime is, wait, the government's not reporting it or the people aren't reporting it?
Well, government is made of people. I'm certainly not saying that some
I mean,
magical government fairy
the
isn't.
victims. Are you saying like people are victimized by crime and then they aren't reporting it? Or are you saying the government isn't reporting the crimes that
Oh,
are
okay.
being,
Yeah, I understand
yeah.
your question. So what's not happening is local jurisdictions are not properly reporting a large degree of crimes to the federal government, and a lot of our crime statistics come from federal data that's aggregated from all the municipalities, all the cities, etc. And those cities and municipalities just aren't reporting.
And what's your source for that?
I put it in the chat. It's nsff.org. America has a crime reporting problem. This has been widely talked about by multiple sources. It's a well understood phenomenon.
Okay, I mean, I've heard conservatives talk about this, but I haven't seen anything to actually back it up. So I'll check out your link when I can find it. Anyways, all right, so we'll just like take that for granted, even though I'm not going to grant that. Do you think people, all right, so you think it's the government hiding the crime, right?
The word hiding assigns motive. It's not getting accurately reported regardless of motive. Even if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, the truth is it's just not being accurately tracked.
All right, so do you think this is a new phenomenon from today, or do you think this happened in the past too?
It's possible that there's always been some degree of improper reporting, but the phenomenon has definitely gotten worse. The switching of the database system that the FBI was using is the commonly reported culprit of the issue. I think it goes a little bit deeper than that, but currently I don't have any evidence to back up anything deeper than the database switch.
All right. So real quick, we're going to roll into the to the regular to the open forum. I do want to let you know though that I did just do a quick fact check on the screen. Everybody could see. It looks like this comes from information from the Marshall Project. I did verify the Marshall Project's funding and bias, and it looks like they are generally funded by individuals and philanthropic organizations, and it looks like they're generally considered unbiased. So that said, if you click through in the original thing that he posted, where it says reported, it'll take you to the actual source information from the Marshall Project. So just wanted to let you know that all of that was fact checked. I'm putting 15 minutes on the clock here. You guys can continue where you left off. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, can you send that directly to me? For some reason, it's like, because I'm streaming, it's kind of difficult.
Yep, nope. You're not on Twitch, so you didn't get to see it. So what I will do is I'm going to send it directly to you in Discord, and I'm going to send you the link to the source material from the Marshall Project rather than the link that he posted. So there you go.
All right.
And you know what I'm going to do while you review that real quick? I'm going to go ahead and pause the time so we're not spending time. Y'all can. He's introducing source material. I'm going to bring it back up for the chat again one more time. This is the reporting rate according to the
Do I want that?
the study done by the Marshall Project. And they go through by state, showing the reporting rate based on what the FBI shows of the crimes versus what is documented at the local or state level.
Okay, so it says participation has improved since 2021. 126 out of 30 law enforcement agencies in Pennsylvania successfully. So even if there's so even if we are to grant this, it's still a small percentage of everything. Agencies reporting rate. I don't know, I still don't think this disputes overall. Like, say there was a small issue in 2020 where for a couple years where not all crime wasn't being reported in the data. I still don't think that disputes the overall statistics of, like, because if you look at the charts, there is a huge drop from the 1960s and 70s and the 1980s to today. So even if we were to add on a third of extra crime, I don't even know what kind of crime, like, again, I would have to
Well,
go through all
this
this,
is where
but
the wording of the prompt gets really important now, doesn't it? So America is safer now than it ever has been. That's the
yes.
prompt. So
Yep.
literally, if the statistical crime at this moment in time is 0.0001% higher than it was at any time prior to our history, you have lost the debate. That is the fact. And the fact that we go
Wait, how so?
underreported. What do you mean, how so? By what the prompt says. The prompt is America is safer now than it ever has been. That means for you to win this, you need to demonstrate that we are at an all-time statistical low in violent crime. That's what it would mean to be safer than ever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So even if we were to add on like a couple extra percentages of crime of the already reported crime, it would still be lower than any other time in history in America.
Really? Do you have a source to back that up, or am I supposed to take your word for it?
Well, if you look at the FBI statistics, here I can send it, and you look at the
If you
chart.
drop those in the link as well, yes, ma'am.
I don't know if this one's from the FBI directly. Hold on, I can get the FBI, but this is from the government. Sorry, I should have had all the links are literally on my other computer, but
yeah, no worries. And for what it's worth, everybody, you guys are able, I've stopped the clock while we're doing this. You guys are able to submit to me any source material. I'd love it. We are set up so that I can bring these sources up on screen live. But again, you just got to send them to me so that I can have them ready. And if you want to, send them to your opponent so that way the opponent knows what you're doing. That's up to you. But at the very least, sending them to me does make things a little smoother when we're live.
okay. Let's see. FBI releases historic early look at annual crime data. So here's the one. Do you have any other points you want to talk about while I'm sending these? Or
Yeah, there you go. I can start the clock back up.
here's
Well, sure. I mean, we could also, it's also probably best to get this out before we get too in the weeds on the crime data. There's also the issue of the so far uncontested point that our government is not trustworthy. You know, the elephant in the room of this debate is all of this is relying on government data. And for you to rely on government data for the entire crux of your argument necessitates that the government be trustworthy. But the government isn't trustworthy. They lie to us all the time, verifiably. So how do you know we're safer than ever? You're relying on you're relying on data from people that couldn't give a fuck about you if they had to, and have been known to lie to you over unimportant things, let alone important things.
Okay, well, again, I also looked at, and they spoke to like, it was like 250,000. No, maybe that was, oh God, fuck, I wish I had this, but I also relied on data that talked to actual individuals, that they're not a government program, but they actually went out and talked and asked individuals. And what they found is that most people feel that the country isn't safe because they see it on TV, but they themselves haven't been a victim of a crime, and they feel in their current location is safe, but other locations aren't safe. So this is really just comes down to propaganda, is how I see it, right? Specifically on the right, they want people to feel unsafe. They have been using these fear tactics for years. You mentioned the immigrants. Illegal immigrants commit less crime than regular American citizens. So I don't know, there's that. You acted as if they, are posing some enormous threat to our country as far as safety. But that's just not true again. So like, if you're just going to sit here and be like, oh, well, you can't rely on stats, then like, what are you going to rely on? You can't rely on stats either then. You can't rely on any information either then. So then you can't prove your point either.
I don't recall
I could just say, everything that you're sending to me is fake. Oh, it's fake. They made it up. Like, it's
okay, yeah, so let's explore that rabbit hole for a second. Let's say both of our sources are 100% unverifiable and untrustworthy. Then we are left with basic logical faculties to decide which person is more likely to be correct. Now, let's ask ourselves honestly, okay, am I safer when I have a bunch of people from other parts of the world, many of which hate us, flooding into my country completely uncontested and unaccounted for? Or am I safer with fewer humans, all of whom have been vetted by the legal system by virtue of the fact that they're not in prison, and who the government has some level of accounting for? Which one am I logically safer with? There's an obvious, clear answer here. So either we rely on the stats that Big Daddy Government provided to you, which again, Big Daddy Government is not a reliable source, kind of an unreliable narrator. You know what, with all the lying, hey, how are those UFOs? Or we use basic logical deduction, which tells us, oh yeah, no, we're definitely less safe now because we have an entire horde of unaccounted for people going around our country doing fuck all. Fuck knows who.
Or
what.
we could use the logic that I proposed in the beginning that says that getting away with crime today is insanely difficult to do, especially with all of our DNA forensics. There are cameras literally everywhere in everyone's hands. Do you think if you're in a dark alley alone without a cell phone and there's no DNA technology and less police officers and less technology in general, you're more likely to be a victim of a crime, or you're going to be more likely to be a victim of a crime when there's cameras everywhere, there's DNA forensics, and
okay, everything you're talking, here's the problem. You're creating a bridge where there isn't one. Just because there's more surveillance apparatus and investigatory technology and apparatus does not prevent the crime. Okay, we had a very famous instance. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. We had a very famous instance of a young man just walking up to another young man in a tent and stabbing him in the heart recently. People being around to see and surveil a crime does not deter the hardened criminal element in this country.
That's
thing one. No, hang on. I let you talk. Let me finish. That is thing one. Thing two. On the other end of all of that investigatory technology, we have to actually have the manpower to investigate it. And there is undeniably more criminals and more potential criminals roaming around than there are police, than there are investigators, than there are dollars to fund investigations. So it is a losing war of attrition. You cannot say, oh, we have more technology, therefore safer, because it's the actual manpower behind that technology that gives it any teeth, and that's a losing war of attrition.
Well, no, okay. So for your first point, why So it's not being caught isn't a preventative of crime. So why don't robbers just go in the middle of the day in bright daylight?
They do.
In
What are you talking about? They do.
in very populated areas committing crime. Why is it
They
usually
do.
why is it usually at night? Why is it usually when there's nobody around, when nobody is looking?
What are you talking about? There's thousands of videos online of crowds of people running into stores and stealing everything they can fucking get their hands on. What are you talking about?
Okay,
They
well,
don't.
I'm talking
Like, what do you
specifically
mean?
about violent crime because we're talking about safety, right? I mean, also,
Oh,
even in that case,
theft is
even in
not to
that
be
case,
counted. Okay, got
most
it.
people are doing that secretly. They're trying to do that secretly. Correct? Most people aren't just out here being like, "Hey, I'm gonna kill this person.
You are referring
gonna
to
steal
a
this."
criminal status quo from yesteryear. Criminals have become very brazen, especially in big cities, because crime goes unprosecuted. This is what I was talking about with the activist judge issue. A lot of violent crime, and especially property crime, take it from a guy from Tacoma, Washington. The cops and judges in certain cities don't give a fuck about property crime anymore. I literally couldn't even get a police officer to come take a report from me when my mom's car got broken into and my
Okay, and
shit got
how
took.
about in the 1900s when police officers were literally bought off by mobs?
What about it? The 1900s were more dangerous than now. Okay, I can grant you that, and it still doesn't win you the prompt. You have to prove we're safer now than we ever have been.
Well, you just wait, didn't you kind of just say that we're not safer?
Yeah, we aren't safer now than we
No,
ever have been. That's
that we
exactly
were
right.
safer back then. You said, sorry, you just said there
No,
was
that's
more crime in the 1900s, right?
okay. You can have a
How-
U shape, right?
More
There can be a
crime
lot of
makes you
crime.
less
There can be a
safe,
lot of
correct?
crime in the 1900s, and then it can dip or undulate and do whatever. And if at any point there's a time prior to now where it was lower than it is now, you've lost the debate. Was that clear?
There is literally no time where it's lower than at least
Okay,
within.
well, the graph you just had up on screen disproves that, so I guess you've lost the debate.
Was it within the past 10, 15, 20 years?
It was within the 2000s, yes.
Yeah, so I mean that's modern history. That's today.
Right. Oh, just oh, okay. So now we're gonna start
I mean,
mincing
are
what
we
the
literally
definition of
talking about
now is.
June 13th,
Now we're gonna start playing with the
2026?
definition of now. Okay. No, for you, I'm
Like,
sorry,
sure,
I reject that.
yesterday there might have been more
5
crime that
years
happened
ago
than
is not
today.
now. 5 years ago is not now. Like, for the purpose of this debate, I would grant you like a time frame of 6 months, maybe a year. Now can maybe mean like the rolling 12-month period, not 5 years ago. And your chart had a clear dip, like I think it was 2003, 2004, the dip was that it's lower than now.
I'm sorry, but that's just silly. Sorry, like within a 6-month period.
That's just silly. So 5 years ago is now, according to you. That's silly. 5 years ago is a very long time. Empires fall in less time.
It looks like the lowest spike is in like 2010. So like what, 15
Even
years
longer
ago?
ago. You gonna tell me 2010?
2010
is
to
now?
2015 look like, oh wait, no, hold on. 2019 also, 2019 is lower than 2015. And then when you look at today, I don't know, when I'm talking about this debate, I'm talking about like modern history versus any other decade. We could even go by decades. If like 6 months, I think is kind of ridiculous.
I absolutely reject that. Now is not modern history. Now is like what's happening on the ground right now. If the prompt said America is safer this decade, then maybe you would have an argument. But the prompt says America is safer now. And 5 years ago, 10 years ago is not right now. A lot can happen in a day, let alone 5 years.
America was safer in 2015 than any other time in history. Would you concede that?
I would have to look at the data again because I was looking at.
But you don't even believe in the data.
Or so right now. Well, we have to use something, and again, if we're gonna have a debate, I gotta stop somewhere. Zach, stop. Sorry, I saw something in my chat that was really funny. Anyways, Yeah, we have to use something as a metric, whether we use logic, whether we use stats. Would I say that we were safer? If I had to guesstimate it, absent stats, would I say we were safer in 2015? No. I remember 2015 being a very turbulent year. My neighborhood was definitely getting less safe around that time. My neighborhood was definitely safer when I was a young kid versus when I was going to high school. So, no, I
Well,
don't think
don't you
2015
think
was
you have
particularly safe.
don't you think you have some bias as like a child? Like you're not really exposed to the dangers of the world when you're a kid, so of course the world's gonna feel safer in
I
general.
rode around my neighborhood completely unattended, going miles away from my house with absolutely zero supervision. I was pretty
That's
fucking
not what I'm
exposed.
talking about. Like you're still
I was pretty exposed to the dangers of the world.
you're not dealing like on average with everyday adult life. Like I don't know.
Everyday
like
adult life doesn't
using your
include violent
childhood is
crime,
like
even
a
now.
little bit you're gonna be a little bit biased as a kid, but
Well, again, you're asking me for what metrics I would use absent stats. Like that was specifically your question. You said you don't
what do
believe
you-
in stats. What would you use? Well, I would have
what do
to
you
use
think is the
personal experience and
safest
logic.
what do you think is the safest period in America then?
What do I think is the safest period in America? That's a damn good question.
Or I guess you have to pick a specific
And
year since you only go by like a 6-month
then
period, right?
then I would also have to consider, well, what do I truly consider safe? Because, well, this period crime is low, but we're at war. Well, this period we're at peace, but there's a lot of crime. So safe is honestly kind of a nebulous word to use, in my opinion. I actually really don't like how vaguely worded some of the prompts in the DMZ are, but it is what it is.
All right. Well, on that note, insulting the debate is the perfect time to go straight into the closings, where we get to judge you, asshole. No, but for what it's worth, I do want to say, everybody who doesn't know this, the debates are the prompts come primarily from suggestions in the Discord channel. So if you don't like the debate prompts or you think you can do better, join the Discord server. Come on in, put them into the links, or I'm sorry, put them into the channel. And what we do is we go through the judges. We got a pool of judges who review the prompts and they decide what the best wording for them is. So don't blame me, blame their asses. All right, everybody. So we're going to go ahead and give it over to Ghosty for 3 minutes to put her closing arguments in uninterrupted time. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm not really sure what my opponent's argument was. I'm not sure when he thinks a safer time in America was. He doesn't believe in the data or statistics, so I'm not sure what. And I knew that was going to happen because I've heard this from conservatives all the time, like, "Oh, you can't believe the FBI data; they're liars." Blah blah blah. But I bet they believe the data that says that crime has gone down under Trump within the past 6 months, right? Okay, but anyways, I don't know. He didn't say that, so to be fair, but this is what I always hear. Anyways, so if you don't want to rely on data and you want to rely on common sense, I think my common sense and logic makes a lot of sense that if you are less likely to get away with crime, you are less likely to do crime. What causes people to do crime? Disparities, desperations, inequalities, all of which today we have less of than ever before. We have more programs to help people so that they don't have to commit crime. Of course, it's not perfect. So crime is, I'm not saying there's no crime, right? But there's less crime. We had the Civil War, we had Prohibition, we had insanely high homicide rates in the 60s and 70s. In the 80s, there was a lot of crime. We had all the drugs coming over, right? Like from Miami and shit like that in the 80s, the drug wars and stuff. So today, relatively to any other time, there's just not as much crime, and it shows it in the statistics, specifically violent crime. I think the only violent crime that shows has gone up is rape, and that is largely argued because it is actually being reported today, and it was rarely reported in the past. So that would make sense why the rates of rape show to have gone up. Let's see. Other than that, oh right. So yeah, if you just want to use logic, then yeah, we have cameras everywhere. There's amazing forensics. It's much harder to get away with crime. Like most people try to hide their crimes. They're not doing it out in the open. Of course, there are like sociopaths that don't care about that, but those are exceptions. And the rule is that most people try to hide their crime. So if you don't want to go by statistics and you just want to use logic, I feel like mine makes a lot more sense. So, yep, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Very cool. Now we're going to go over to you, Zach. 3 minutes uninterrupted closing time for you. Start the clock when you start to talk.
My opponent said she isn't sure what my argument even was, even though I stated it very clearly. So I'll restate it just so everyone has a nice little snippet to take to the voting booth. Incomplete data and bad reporting means we literally cannot know whether we are safe or not. She is relying on government data, but the government lies to us all the time. Epstein, UFOs, Kennedy assassination, etc., etc., etc. My opponent simply cannot provide a valid reason to trust the incomplete data or the government, nor can she demonstrate that crime is at an all-time low, because it's not. And with that, I see the rest of my time.
All right. That may actually be the shortest closing we've ever had. So we're going to go ahead and go over to our Q&A section here. I have questions already cooked up and ready. If you guys steal them, I'm going to be so sad, and I'm never going to invite you to play with us again. I'm just kidding. Ancom, do you have a question ready for Ghosty? Ancom, you are muted.
Can you go to Mida first for me? I'm still...
Absolutely. Mida, I assume you are ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, so my question for Ghosty would be, how do you determine a time frame for now, and how do you make that relevant when we're talking about such expansive amounts of years?
I'd say my time frame for now is probably like, or like a good way to look at crime would probably be by decades. So like this past decade, so 2016 to now.
Okay. All right. There was a second half to your question there. What was the other half to your question, Mida?
Oh, how do you make it relevant?
Relevant?
Yes.
Like to the debate?
So why is that your criteria? I think he's seeing.
Oh, I just think that's probably a good way to look at crime statistics, because I don't know, usually the reasons for crime happen because of what's going on in the country at the time. And I don't know, I feel like cutting it into like 6 months period would be kind of hard to, one, just hard to do, and second, it doesn't encapsulate like everything that's going on like historically. So like all the things that like lead someone to do crime, I guess, would have to do with like the past couple of years. So does that make sense?
Yep. All right. Cheers. Ancom, are you ready with a question, sir?
Yeah. So, one of the things I didn't really hear either of you talk about was how you define safety. There were some allusions to it here and there, but could I just get you to define how you understand the term safety in this prompt? As in, like, what does it mean for the US to be more or less safe than another time period?
So, mostly it would be the likeliness of having a violent crime committed against you. So, how safe do you feel, like your autonomy? Other people violating your autonomy? This even includes like police and the government violating your rights. I would include that in safety, which I feel like there is more police corruption in the past America than today. And yeah, just the likelihood of having a violent crime committed against you.
Cool. So now it's going to be my turn, and they didn't actually steal mine this time because I'm asking a really weird niche question. But you mentioned something about the crime drop in the 90s. I don't know if you're familiar with Freakonomics, the book, but they had a very interesting take and correlation that they drew in that book. And I'm curious if you've ever heard it and or how you respond to it. So the idea was that if you do the math, you were talking about the crime rates in the 60s and 70s versus the crime rates in the 90s and how they dropped sharply. Everybody thought that the 90s were going to be absolute anarchy and bedlam based on the statistical arc, but that didn't happen. Whenever they looked, they couldn't actually figure out a solid excuse or explanation because things like the war on crime and DARE didn't show any direct impact. But what they did figure out was that that was roughly 14 to 16 years, or 14 to 18 years after the implementation of Roe v. Wade, which is to say that abortion rates were directly tied to the decline in crime. I don't know if you've ever heard that thought, but what are your thoughts on that? And have you ever heard that as an explanation?
I haven't heard that specifically. I obviously believe that abortion accessibility would impact crime. Just not very long ago, I think like 10 years ago, the highest murder was the number one cause of death for pregnant women. So yeah, I think access to abortion would definitely impact crime rates.
Cheers. And now for questions for Zach. Are you ready with one for him, Ancom, or do you want me to go with Mida first again?
Yeah, no, actually, in this case, I'm really just going to get the same question. How do you define safety in the context of this prompt?
That's
So
you, Zach.
when I think of the word safety, I think about it from a kind of a two factor understanding. So there's physical safety, and then there's psychological safety, a sense of well-being, a sense of safety, right? So my physical safety, that's obvious and well understood. People aren't beating the shit out of me. People aren't killing me. People aren't taking my stuff, breaking into my house, et cetera, et cetera. And then my psychological safety, my sense of well-being is a belief that the status quo of my physical safety will be maintained. So that's how I would define it, as having both the physical safety and a sense of psychological safety.
Right. And Mida, question for Zach, please.
Yes, sir. So my question for Zach would be, if we can't trust institutions for crime reporting, how can we trust them for anything? And if that is the case, what's our alternative?
Yeah, man, I'd love the answer to that question. When you find it, let me know, will you? Yeah, no, I don't think the institutions are trustworthy. Activist judges and various other corrupting elements have made our legal system a mockery of justice at multiple levels. Legislators are putting bills through that make people objectively unsafe. The institutions aren't trustworthy. I absolutely maintain that position and will die on that hill. What's the alternative? I think the best alternative we have is to aggressively make our voice heard via voting and peaceful demonstration. And if that fails, 1776 is always the final option.
All right. Now, I'm going to sort of build off of Ancom's question. He did sort of steal the idea behind my question, but he didn't quite execute it the way that I would. So it's kind of more of a follow-up question to what he asked. So is less crime the only form of safer, or can lowered consequences also be considered safer? And what I mean by that is, if I'm wearing a bulletproof vest, I'm not less likely to get shot, but I am definitely safer from the consequences of being shot. So in other words, in the debate, it was brought up that the current forensic and prosecution technology, ability, et cetera, system is improved. So if that is making us safer through the impact of the crime, would you agree that that would be some form of safer at least? Does that make sense? Are you safer from being from being shot
So
by wearing a
remember,
bulletproof
remember,
vest?
remember my definition. Psychological safety is
Yep.
just as important. When people feel less psychologically safe, they actually become more prone to engage in violence as a way of reasserting control over their immediate environment. So, no, getting shot, even if I'm wearing a bulletproof vest, getting shot definitely rapidly deteriorates my sense of safety, both at an individual and societal level. The bulletproof vest saves my life, but it does not preserve a sense of safety at all.
All right. Good answer there. All right, so y'all know what it is. It's time for you guys to vote. I'm going to drop the link into the chat for everybody. Boom. Ghosty, you are streaming over on YouTube, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to give you the link so your viewers can also vote. Everybody who's on Twitch, though, you guys should see it in the shared chat. I'm going to drop it into my own YouTube and Kick real quick so that everybody can vote over there as well. It costs you nothing, so go ahead and click that. Tell us who you think made the most compelling case tonight. Do you think that it was Ghosty on the affirmative, or do you think that it was Zach on the negative? While you guys are voting, we're going to go over to the judges, see what they thought. Ancom, are you ready to render judgment, sir?
I am.
All right, let me
So
hear it.
I'm going to lead with saying I'm honestly a little disappointed in this debate because I feel like both sides, and I confirmed this in my question, both sides only took safety to refer to interpersonal violence. They focused on crime statistics and police reporting and all those kinds of things. They did not account for what is, I think, the majority of the threats to safety in this country, which are things like accidents, disasters, disease, etc. Unfortunately, neither of them touched anywhere near any of these topics, which I think is a grave disservice to the prompt itself. But having said all that, I will point out that Ghosty at the very least alluded to tangential things when she was talking about the advancements in technology. She didn't specifically mention things, but advancements in medical technology, in rescue and rescue and public safety technology, things of this nature. So at the very least, for having brought that up in a tangential sense, I'm definitely giving her bonus points for that. That said, I really think in this conversation, Zach had the most conversational control across it. Unfortunately, Ghosty wasn't always ready with statistics. And although I think Zach made a number of arguments that I don't believe were logically sound, he was very good at taking the control of the discussion. Overall, I would say I think Ghosty did a little bit better in defending the position than Zach did at tearing it down, but it was a very, very close decision for me. If I could give fractional points, I would, but I can't, so I'm giving it 6-4 to Ghosty.
6-4 for the affirmative. Now, Maida, you are up, sir. Just so you know, everybody, I did miss a question from the chat. We will actually get to that in the after party. I will save that one up. I'm sorry I missed that one, Testes. But I do think that the question sort of got answered in the course of the debate. So, but I still will, we will get back to it. Maida, are you ready to render judgment?
Yep.
Let me hear it, sir.
So I'm going to start off by saying I'm going to go ahead and apologize because I'm not known for being the nice guy, but this was the lowest scoring debate that I've scored in my history of judging. So we're going to start off with the affirmative. I thought that the strong arguments made were advances in technology make it easier to incarcerate offenders, or the logical conclusion of that. You advocated along the lines of having more surveillance allows us to be able to better create preventative measures, which were both very strong arguments. However, per capita crime data not associated with an institution, I wouldn't argue is reliable. So things like surveys that you brought up are things that I wouldn't necessarily give credence to, as these are just the plural form of a simple anecdote. Per capita crime being higher in previous years was a strong line of argumentation. You acknowledged a spike in crime, but it doesn't disprove the rule, which I thought was a good line of argumentation as well. Um, there were certain times where things were looked up and it was only the lowest crime since X years or X placement, which I felt like detracts from your side of the argument when the prompt is that it is the lowest crime rate ever. Um, the usage of immigration statistics in regards to like per crime capita, I feel like is an outlier because immigrants still make up a minority in the country. So we're not less necessarily looking at the majority when we're making these claims, even though it was a rhetorical tactic against Zach. Um, I gave you a double plus here, which is very rare, where you called into question the stats. If we can't trust the government, then how do you cite them and make a rhetorical argument against that? Which it's very rare for me to give a double plus, but I did give you one here. You made another strong argument of criminals still taking measures to avoid capture despite all of the preemptive measures and the new systems that are put in place. And by the end, you had deviated slightly away from the prompts and argue for your line of argumentation, which I detracted points for. And then on the negative side for Zach, you argued that crime isn't reduced by the preventative measures multiple times, which I thought was a very strong line of argumentation. You brought up the compromised judges and criminal system, which I thought was a very good line of argumentation, very strong rhetorically and logically, considering the current administration and the political climate within the United States. However, you injected political ideology rather than acknowledging the failed reformations of the current system, which I reduced points for, and the institutions that can turn a blind eye to crime, but you also used a politically motivated idea for this rather than acknowledging it flat on its face. So that was another reduction, just as a result of the fact that you then stated that the acknowledgement of these can be independent of a motive, which undermines your previous claim. And I gave you additional points as well for the underreporting of crimes that created a false narrative in regards to crime reduction in certain areas, which I believe is another very strong rhetorical line of argumentation. You called into question the government honesty, which I think is a good in this specific case because the government does have a history of lying. Um, you tried to make an argument for deduction based on foreign propaganda, which doesn't really do anything because foreigners wouldn't know anything about our system. And if we can't trust the government, they have no basis for their claims. You brought up underfunded systems leading to poorer crime enforcement, which is a very strong claim. You called out the opposition's claim of exceptions, which I think was very, very strong as well. You made an incalculable amount of strong prompt appeals, which I thought controlled the conversation rhetorically very well. But you finished on appealing to anecdotes, which I deducted points for. Overall, I actually had it scored 2 to 3 for Zach, but I can't score that low, so I actually give it, rounded up 6 to 4 in favor of Zach.
All right. So we have a 6-4 for Ghosty and a 4-6 for Zach. And y'all know what that means. That means that it is in your hands, audience. You guys are the jury. You guys are the ones who are actually going to decide who gets to take home this win. But I do want to say, both of you judges, I enjoy when either of y'all shows up to judge. Y'all are definitely top shelf judges, and I appreciate y'all. Okay, so we're going to give it a couple more minutes here to, no, not minutes. We're going to give it a couple more seconds to let everybody lock in their votes while I get over there to the next one. But yeah, we've got, okay, we got a pretty decent turnout. If you guys have just a couple more seconds before I look at the results, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. For all the marbles, kids, it looks like 12-6. That is a 7-3 in favor of Ghosty. According to the audience says the negative wins with a 3-7. So, great job, Ghosty. I think, did you win your first debate here? Do you remember?
I think I did, yeah.
Yeah, you did. So that's 2-0. All right, and you beat
Woo.
Zach, who is not an easy opponent, and it was a close win. Zach, great job. I appreciate both of y'all. Once again, as you heard me say to the last debaters, stick around if you can. If you can't, I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all showing up, and I completely understand. But with that, we're going to go ahead and say thank you both, and we're going to roll on to our last debate of the night. Loodle, are you still there? Because your camera is gone. You're muted, buddy. Oh my God. I'm telling you, people. I'm telling you. Hang on one second, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm going to assume he just walked away to the bathroom or something. Okay. Lord have mercy. There we go. Loodle. Loodle, where'd you go? Loodle has now completely left the building, kids.
He is down in the tavern. He is still
Hey. Yep.
Doodle skadoodle.
Did somebody else move him? Yeah, Loodle done skadoodled. You got it. All right, so we've lost Z.
I got the
We've
move
Wait,
lost
he's there.
Zach.
He's undeafened. He's here.
Yay! So why is he down there? I am so confused.
I'm moving him. Give me a sec.
I got it.
Okay.
Welcome back, Loodle. All
No,
right.
Lul's been here.
Loodle's been here, but you were muted and your camera has gone off again, sir. So if you can
Yeah,
turn
Oh,
that back
you were
on.
monkey.
deafened, so you couldn't hear us talking in
Yep.
the Discord.
It's all good. If you, like I said, if you would turn your camera back on
Oh.
for us, because we're going to go ahead and get to your debate now. Our third and final debate of the night, gentlemen. This is
My God. Okay.
almost. Hey, appreciate the follow there.
I've been here. I've seen the whole catastrophe.
Yep. So
Son
we
of
just
a
need
monkey.
we just
Turn your
need to see
camera on
you, my
and-
friend.
Yep.
No,
Not on
camera
not
on
on
for us.
Discord. On Video
you
Ninja.
Yeah, you gotta turn the camera on in Video Ninja, not Discord.
We're good.
Nope.
You see me.
Not
You
yet.
see
No,
me.
yeah,
I see you.
We see you in Discord. Turn your camera off in Discord.
Oh, wait. I am. All right, so the camera's off in
There you go.
Discord.
Now go to the screen where you see Horseradish's face, big screen, and turn your camera
Oh,
on there.
hang on. I'm so sorry. Hey, everybody.
Sorry, man. It's not you're
Okay.
not the first person to experience tech difficulties.
No, and Cap has helped me out, so I appreciate him. But I hear a bunch of monkeys talking in the background.
I do not hear monkeys. So you should mute that website immediately.
Oh, I mean, that's
Yeah, I get called NCAP a lot, Rufus.
Yep. And again, that website that you are looking at, you just need to make sure and mute it and deafen it. If you haven't already, I did put that in the instructions. Unfortunately, it is the nature of the beast when it comes to
oh my God.
that website.
Oh, okay.
It's also why we have it set up so that you guys can't see each other over there. So, all right, we're still waiting on your camera though.
Oh, it is. Oh, Moses. It's the okay. Hang on.
We're sorry, everybody. So, for those of you
Oh,
who do not
I'm
know,
sorry. I'm sorry.
for those of you who do not know, we use a system that is a bit different for most streamers. Most streamers are not used to the way that we do it. The way that we do it so that we can have everybody in the places we need them on the screen requires them to use multiple different programs. And so,
Oh.
again, sometimes that's a little bit more complicated, kind of a pain in the ass. So that's whenever you guys see this struggle, that's why it happens. Anytime somebody's new, we go through something like this, and then once they've got it understood, then we're smooth sailing from there. So, and I'm pretty sure that that he has gotten through this before. Little Miss, please turn off your camera in Discord. If you only have the ability to stream one camera, it needs to be to the other website, and mute
That's fine.
and deafen that website.
Okay. I'm on it.
I appreciate you. So real
I'm-
quick, we'll
I'm-
take this moment.
I'm
We'll
sorry.
take this moment to one more time. We're going to plug the Discord channel. If you guys are enjoying the conversations that you're seeing tonight, go ahead and follow that link right there. Join our Discord. It's free. It's where the conversation goes when the lights go off and the cameras go away. Plus, it's also where you can let me know that you want to participate in these debates. There's a whole channel where you go to where you see the prompts get posted. Just click on the link in there that gets posted every time we have new debates come out, new lists come out, new prompts. And what I do is I collate all of those responses, find the fairest and most interesting debate pairings, and I get those scheduled. So if you're interested in playing along with us or trying this out, let us know, and we will definitely get you out here. Also coming at the end of this month, we're still waiting on the camera, Little.
Make
Coming
it
at the
work.
end of this month.
We now make it
There
work.
you are, brother. We can see that fine sport coat you're rocking. All right. So
I'm
at the
sorry.
end of this
I've
month,
been
no
trying all
worries.
night
We
to
got
make it
you.
work.
You're good.
I apologize.
All
man.
good. No worries. At the end of this month, our last 2 debate nights of the week or of the month. Is that a frog? You just showed us a frog, Ghosty?
I
Is that what
I
that
didn't
was?
show you frog.
Yep.
No, Ghosty's doing something on camera.
It's
Oh,
okay,
good for him.
Ghosty. No worries. It's all right. We like the frog.
He's better
we
than
all
I
like
am.
frog.
I'm the only
Yeah.
frog I have.
So
is myself.
last weekend of the month, we're gonna have a nerd night on a Friday night, and I'm gonna actually get into the ring, and I'm gonna be debating on Saturday night against anybody who wants to come up against me. I'm gonna be doing short form debates. All of them are gonna be about 15 minutes long. We're gonna do about 8 of them in a night for both the nerd night and for the debate the radish night. So
Let's
that's
effing
it.
go.
We've got everything set up, kids. Let's effing go indeed. Our final debate of the night. Video game addiction is a serious health problem for society. This is between Little Miss on the affirmative and Vigilante TV on the negative. This is Loodle's first time here. So, Loodle, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'm going to drop your link in the chat.
I appreciate you. So I guess I am Little Miss. Little Miss is actually my daughter, but that's all good. So yeah, I do a podcast called This Podcast Will Become Your Tomb. We do Sleep Token. If you're a fan of Sleep Token, we do that. If not, I do more debate and philosophical stuff on the Little Miss side of the channel. So that's where you can find me. That's who I am. I'm a PhD, MFA, all the letters, JD, whatever, law practicing in Ohio, yada yada. Yeah, boring.
All right, cheers. And I actually don't have any links from you. If you want to send those to me in the DMs or drop them in the Twitch chat, either one will work so that folks can go
Cool.
ahead and give you a follow whenever they can. With that said, your fellow Ohesian, Vigilante TV, go ahead and tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where to find you, sir.
Yep, you can find me at the Vigilante TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I do mostly politics content. I also game. I'm going to be on the World War debate. My debate has already been recorded. It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting.
Good for you, brother. That's a huge accomplishment, actually. Good for you, brother.
Very, very excited to see that shit happen. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock, Loodle. This is your uninterrupted time for an opening. I will start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
All right, sounds good. So basically, what we're debating here today is whether or not that the addiction to video games is a problem or a serious health problem for democratic society. So in a democratic society, right, any knowing detriment to individual agency inherently undermines the interest of that society. So democracy depends upon informed, autonomous citizens exercising their civic responsibilities, right? Voting, participating, and then in the debate or in an election, and then holding power in that, right? When that addiction erodes those problems, right? We have a society as a whole which suffers, right? This is not just an individualistic harm, right? It's structural. The resolution of the prompt grant that video game addiction is a real phenomenon, right? Compared with controlled or proprietized definitions, right? So the WHO CDC 1, IDC 11, guess that there are between 7.5 and 10% of population worldwide who are affected by this. And if you go by the DSM-5, we get to be between 11.5 and 13.5%. So we can just kind of grant the fact that this is a problem. The only question we have to answer is like, what problem is it for a society as a whole? And that's kind of where we're at today, right? And so I'm happy to answer any of my opponent's counter arguments. If you want a practical example, if you want like an actual like a court case in Ohio where this plays out, I'm happy to give that to you too. It's CDC 2025-11 McCollum versus Ohio, or Ohio versus McCollum. I'm also happy to talk about in a more societal structure. Like, okay, is this a bigger problem for society as a whole? Or if you want to go to the ought and say, is there an ethical problem here about video game addiction being an ethical problem for society as a whole, and that society expands beyond America, I'm happy to do that as well. So I stand open for cross-examination. I would like my opponent to clarify exactly which of these three manners, or all of them, I'm happy to go, which he wants me to impact them out.
All right. It sounded like you were ending your time there, so we'll go over to 3-minute cross-examination rebuttal from you, Vigilante. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. You know what to do, sir.
Yeah. So, does your case distinguish between somebody who who games because they enjoy it and somebody who games to avoid depression or loneliness?
Right, so video game addiction is defined by both the CDIC2 as well as the DMZ4, right? Or sorry, the DMV4, right? As something that impacts their ability to function in real life, right? Like their ability to actually function and participate in a meaningful way in society. So we already granted that video game addiction is a problem, and now we have a subclass of people who fall into that, which is between 0.7%, 7% of the population or 13% of the population. So, like, I mean, if you want to argue about what the actual definition of addiction is, it's the same thing for alcoholism, same thing for drug addiction. It's if it impacts your life so that you can't functionally perform in society, and those are the statistics currently available. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to defray.
So no, then it doesn't make a distinction between people who are gaming a lot because they enjoy.
My point is only trying to capture those. My point is only trying to capture those who are actually functionally addicted. So all the people you're talking about who like it a lot
so the actual,
would fall outside.
No, the actual definition does include people who just play it a lot because they like it.
No, it doesn't. The functional definition actually includes people who have deferments from their actual functional roles in society based upon their loving for gaming. So that would fundamentally exclude the people you're trying to include.
No, because I'm asking specifically about avoiding depression, like if they're doing it because they enjoy it, or if
that's
they're
irrelevant.
Doing it
that's irrelevant to the that's irrelevant to the diagnostic criteria.
It's not irrelevant. But anyways,
the diagnostic criteria it is.
I'll explain why it's not irrelevant.
Even if somebody really loves to do it, right? The question that makes it diagnostically significant is whether or not their love of it actually prevents them from functioning with relationships with their other worldly, life functions, right? And that's what's diagnostically significant to get them actually to be diagnosed with video game addiction. So, explain to me how it's not relevant.
I'll get to that in my opening statement. I'm sorry. Binge watching a serious health problem for society?
It's irrelevant to the topic.
It's not, and I will explain why in my opening statement.
I would appreciate that.
So if we treated underlying depression and social anxiety of heavy gamers, would you expect their gaming to decrease?
That has nothing to do with the topic.
It does.
The topic, okay, so you're trying to backdoor, if we could treat people again, we can assess to alcoholism or drug addiction, right? It's if we could tell people who are going to be drug addicted when they were 15 and we could help them out beforehand, well, maybe that would work. But the point is that the topic specifically relates to there are people who are addicted to online gaming. Now, is that actual addiction a problem for society? That's the prompt.
All right. And it is now your time to open, Vigi. 3 minutes on the clock. Start it up when you start to talk.
Okay, the classification of gaming as an addiction or disorder rather than the symptom of an underlying disorder purely reflects a cultural discomfort with gaming as a medium, more than it reflects a clinical science. We do not classify binge watching, doom scrolling, or workaholics as having formal disorders, despite the fact they have identical behavioral signatures and are just as prevalent, if not more prevalent, than the supposed gaming disorder. Gaming got classified because it's visible and associated with young people. Gaming disorder is escapism rebranded as an addiction because it makes people feel uncomfy. Peer-reviewed psychology has established two clear dimensional models of escapism. Gaming disorder classification ignores this distinction and pathologizes all heavy gaming, including the majority that psychologically is healthy, as a psychological disorder. Self-expansion or positive escapism is motivated by curiosity, enjoyment, mastery, correlated with well-being and life satisfaction, promotes autonomy and competence, they remain functional in other domains associated with intrinsic motivation, and most gaming falls under this criteria. Self-suppression or negative escapism is motivated by avoidance of real-world distress, correlated with depression and social anxiety, suppresses rather than resolves problems, shows impairment in other life domains, caused by pre-existing psychological need frustration. This is a small minority, and gaming is a symptom, not the cause. When escapism becomes excessive, it functions as compensatory coping for pre-existing psychological issues. This reaction to negative life circumstances makes the social health problem an issue of society not meeting psychosocial needs of people, driving them towards extreme escapism. The problem is our societal structure, not the gaming itself. If anything, we should be focusing on treating the underlying causes: anxiety, depression, social isolation, and their causes within society, whether that's the loneliness epidemic or the failure of society to provide for people's basic needs. The current estimate of people suffering from gaming disorder is widely contested, and at the least generous numbers is roughly around 1% globally. What that makes this as about as prevalent as a third trimester abortion. Blowing up non-issues with underlying health reasons out of proportion is just like mainstream reactionary politics, and is terminally line coded at its finest. We need to focus on treating the disease, not the symptom.
All right.
Cool.
3 minutes is now on the clock for you, Little. Same thing as earlier. You saw how he used it. You can use it that way, or you can use it as a rebuttal time. 3 minutes is yours to control, so go ahead and jump in, ask any questions, or rebut as you see fit, sir.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. So, do you disagree that there is actually a diagnostic criterion on the WHO ICD-11 and the DSM-5? It's a yes or no question.
I do not disagree that there is diagnostic criteria.
You don't disagree, so the answer is yes, then, right? So you don't disagree, so the answer is yes, then, right?
I agree that diagnostic criteria exists. Yes.
Cool. Okay, good, right. So what you're saying then, basically your argument is that like those people might not be included properly in that criteria is basically the thrust of your argument, right?
So with the criteria, in order to meet the criteria, you only have to meet 5 of those criteria.
My question is the thrust of your argument is that you're saying that there's a lot of people who escape the diagnostic criteria, right? But you would agree that those who meet the diagnostic criteria meet the diagnostic criteria, right?
I think you're misunderstanding my argument. I'm saying that
I'm not asking about your argument. I'm asking a very specific question. The people who meet the diagnostic criteria meet the diagnostic criteria, right?
Too many people can meet the diagnostic criteria, yes. Because the diagnostic criteria is
but that's
broad.
one my question. All right, but okay, fair enough. All right, so the next question is that actually I'll go to rebuttal at this point in time then. So the point is that he's saying that people can't. So we already have 0.7% of people, if you are the low end, like in the statistics he cited himself, right? On the WHO ICD-11 or DSM-5, right? Or between 0.17 and 0.7%, right? That we already get that, right? Well, if we have look to like what the actual like real world scenario is, right? We look and see like, oh well, that was be enough votes to shift the entire election in the United States of America. So to say it's not societally significant is kind of irrelevant at that point in time, because like obviously if those people are the numbers, even on the low end, then it obviously can make the entire society change. So that kind of like gives the game away at that point. The next question I'm gonna ask you then is so what's the point? So if people are hiding themselves and they get a lot of good social validation, right? From this, right? How does that exclude them from being diagnosed significantly as having video game addiction?
Are you familiar with the actual diagnostic?
I am. So separate those out from me.
So with the diagnostic criteria, there's a list of at least like 10 different things that you could possibly be diagnosed with, and then you only have to meet 5
What makes it addictive? The key point is what makes it addictive as opposed to a personally preferred behavior.
It's
what
not.
shuffles that
It's
over?
not an addiction. It's
It
not
is,
a
but
addiction.
it influences your. Would you agree with me that it influences your actual ability to function in life? That's what makes it an addiction as opposed to a preference, right?
And gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on for the open forum. Just go ahead and keep rolling. But it is no longer controlled. It is between the two of y'all, as you wish.
Yeah. No, go ahead, brother.
I
talked
don't
a lot, so you go ahead.
I don't agree that it can always meet that criteria.
No, I said
where
always.
It's hold on. Yeah, no,
All right.
it doesn't always meet that criteria, right? So I pulled up the criteria so we can read it real quick. The criteria is preoccupation with gaming, withdrawal symptoms when gaming is taken away, tolerance, the need to spend more time gaming to satisfy the urge, the inability to reduce playing, unsuccessfully attempts to quit gaming, giving up other activities, loss of interests in previously enjoyed activities due to gaming, continue to game despite problems, deceiving family members or others about the amount of time spent gaming, the use of gaming to relieve negative moods such as guilt or hopelessness, the risk having, jeopardizing, or losing a job or relationships due to gaming. Not in order to
the whole thing is.
Hold on.
Sorry.
In order to actually be diagnosed with this, you only have to meet 5 points of this criteria, which is why in the cross-examination, I brought up whether or not your case that you're making, when you're making the case based off of the actual diagnostic criteria, does it distinguish between someone who games a lot because they enjoy it or somebody who games to avoid depression and loneliness? Because the fact is the diagnostic criteria does not do that.
It clinically does. No, it
literally does not.
All right, well,
you can be preoccupied with gaming, and you can.
My definition of gaming addiction was that which makes it so you are not able to function in society properly. That's my definition I give you from square one. So
yeah, that's your proprietary definition. But when we're talking about
proprietary, my butt.
Whole, it is proprietary because I literally just read you the actual diagnostic criteria from the DSM-5.
Right, but you're not arguing the DSM-5. You're arguing whether or not it's bad for society. So I'm telling you, if anybody meets these criterion, which is the fact that they are disengaged, that they are unable to fulfill their basic functional society metrics, right? Then that makes them negative for society. That's the prompt.
Yeah. In order to meet that you're adding on parts of the criteria. Gaming disorder as a whole, you don't have.
Nobody said gaming disorder is not part of the prompt.
Gaming disorder is what you're calling video game addiction, right?
Is.
Because
gaming, so I use the gaming addiction definition.
Gaming addiction doesn't exist. Gaming addiction as as a diagnostic criteria, gaming addiction doesn't exist. It's gaming disorder. That's the diagnostic criteria.
So you're critiquing the prompt, not my argument. You're critiquing the prompt. You're running like a fundamental K on the prompt, right? That's your position then?
My position is that gaming addiction doesn't exist, and gaming disorder is a miscategorization.
Fair enough. The prompt assumed it does. The prompt assumes gaming addiction is a thing.
Yes, but I defined it, and I defined. No.
Hang on, let me finish.
That doesn't grant that gaming addiction exists. I don't have to grant that gaming addiction exists. So what I am saying is that gaming addiction is a miscategorization of escapism.
So you're escapism and addiction. You're arguing with the prompt, not with me, which is fine. I can handle that. But you just have to be fucking honest and say, like, okay, I'm arguing with the prompt. I don't think the prompt is, because I think the prompt is saying something that's not a real thing. If you want to say that and stake your claim, go ahead and do that right now. I'll argue with on that ground. Is that where you're going? Do it now.
That is my argument, that gaming addiction does not exist, and that gaming addiction or gaming disorder which is what it's actually called, is a
it's called gaming addiction in the prompt. It's called gaming addiction in the prompt.
I'm talking about gaming addiction as a diagnostic criteria.
My God.
I'm talking about gaming addiction as a diagnostic criteria is actually called gaming disorder.
I'm talking about the prompt we're supposed to debate. Are you quibbling with the prompt? Or are you quibbling with my analysis?
Your analysis is also flawed, because it assumes that gaming addiction exists.
That's not answering my fucking question, though, bro. Are you quibbling
brother,
with the
we're-
prompt? Are you saying the prompt is fundamentally flawed because
All right,
gaming
so real
addiction is
quick-
not a thing?
Gentlemen, I'm going to just jump in real quick just to clarify. According to what I'm looking online, gaming addiction is officially recognized as internet
Yes.
gaming disorder, as vigilante was. So the two words we will consider are functionally synonymous, so that way, moving forward, we'll consider them one and the same, as you were.
But
John.
he says they don't exist, though. That's the whole problem. Is he says they don't exist at all.
Yes, I'm saying it is a reclassification of standard escapism as a disorder. That is my entire argument.
Okay, so are you saying that the way the prompt is categorized and the way that Horseradish was nice enough to bring us into the actual fact checking, you're saying that that's not a thing? That's your premise, yeah?
I am saying that gaming addiction is not a thing, yes, that it is a
And the way that
miscategorization
Horseradish
of
defined
escapism.
it is not a thing either, right? Is that what you're saying or not?
The way that it is defined as gaming disorder is a legal classification. I'm saying the
The
classification
way that
is wrong.
Horseradish just put it out there, are you disagreeing with that or not?
No, the terms gaming addiction and gaming disorder are synonymous. That's why I was using them interchangeably in my opening statement.
But you're saying neither of them exist, though.
Yes, I'm saying it's a miscategorization of escapism as a disorder.
I hope everybody can see what's going on here, right? Is like we're just like deferring against all the definitions. Doesn't matter if it's the prompt. Doesn't matter if it's Horseradish popping in and reading the definition. Is like he disagrees that these things exist. So I'll grant that. Okay, that these things don't. I'll grant you for the sake of argument that you don't exist. But whatever you can call it a purple turnip. A purple turnip is causing people to be disengaged from society, right? Ultimately, that, and again, I can cite the cases before.
Escapism in general. Look.
Like, but you are supplanting escapism into a diagnostic malady. That's not fair,
Because
and it's not genuine.
Gaming disorder is a miscategorization of a form of escapism. That is what I am saying. That is what my argumentation is.
So you're saying that all forms of gaming disorder are miscategorizations. That's what you're saying, right?
It is a miscategorization of escapism. I will reread the part of my opening statement where I went into the two different types of escapism.
I don't really care about your opening
to.
statement. I care about you actually answering the question. Are you saying that all forms of video game addiction are a miscategorization of escapism?
Yes, because even at its most,
okay, great.
Its
great.
most,
no, thank you, great.
At its worst form, it still falls into self-suppression escapism, and is a negative form of escapism.
Oh, okay, that's
Therefore,
great. Where did you? Oh, that's great. Where did you get that definition from? The same definition you're rejecting the other parts of, right?
I am comparative analysis. Comparing the definition.
No. The question is, where did you get that definition from?
The definition of escapism from hold on. It comes from the Steinberg dualistic escapism model from 2012.
Son of a bitch, it's the same thing that you said you rejected on the freaking state that was a addiction. So you can't use it for. You can't use escapism as a caveat at the same time you're using it to reject the premise, bro.
I am saying that that gaming disorder as a whole is a miscategorization of a type of escapism. We have other types of escapism that are just as prevalent.
But that's not relevant to anything. I don't care. That's not relevant.
It is relevant. It is relevant.
Other types of escapism
because we don't classify other versions of escapism that have the same ideological signature.
Behavioral has a diagnostic criteria that actually is fundamental, and it actually falls.
It has a diagnostic criteria because gaming makes people uncomfy.
That's the hill you're dying on, really?
Yeah, because workaholic is just as prevalent and has the same ideological. It has the same behavioral signatures. And
say your piece. Say your piece. I'll go. Go ahead.
being a workaholic, for example, can have the same behavioral signatures. You can get consumed with working to the same extent as to where you become you lose out on fucking your ability to vote.
Why does that matter?
Because
You
it's
can
the
be addicted
same
to
fucking
methamphetamine.
thing.
It doesn't matter. The fact that you're saying that there's a lot of things people can be addicted to just proves the fact that there's a lot of things people can get addicted to that detriment society. So you've already proved my point. You've conceded the whole premise by the fact you're arguing this point. Jesus.
No, I'm arguing that escapism. I'm not even arguing that escapism is a problem. Escapism is a symptom
right
of
then.
other.
So it's great then, right? So you're saying it's good.
It's a symptom of other problems.
I offer you 3 ways out. I offer you arguing a policy implication, arguing a moral implication, arguing a case-by-case implication. And you're saying, well, escapism might be good sometimes. Have fun with
Escapism
that.
is good sometimes. There is such thing as positive
Unless it
escapism.
rises
There's
to the
also such
level
thing
of
as
being
negative
societally
escapism.
detrimental. If it rises to this level of being societally detrimental because it consumes your entire life, i.e. the definition of addiction, it's not good. You say the same thing for alcohol. Well, yeah, everybody's a drink, it's great. But if the fucking guy's in the gutter crying himself out and dying, it's not good for society. That's the prompt. Moses.
Escapism, in general, can be positive or negative.
Yeah,
Whether
it can be
now,
negative.
if you want to
so
say, if you want to say that negative escapism is a societal health problem, first of all, you have to prove that it is a societal.
Define negative escapism as opposed to positive escapism for me, please. Then, since you're arguing that.
So I defined it in my opening statement. I'll define it again real quick. Self-expansion escapism or positive escapism is motivated by curiosity, enjoyment, or mastery, correlated with well-being and life satisfaction, promotes autonomy and competence, they remain functional in other domains. So it's associated with intrinsic motivation.
I.e. not addiction. So all the things that aren't
it
addiction
is still a form of escapism.
Positive.
It is still a form of escapism. And self-suppression escapism.
Nobody's talking about escapism, though. You have shoehorned escapism into the discussion because all the things that you're saying are positive escapism categorically deny them from being the addictive form of video game addiction. So you're like, oh yeah, everything that's great is not addiction. Yeah, no shit. That's why addiction means a negative thing.
Self-suppression escapism or negative escapism is motivated by avoiding real-world distress, correlated with depression and social anxiety, suppresses rather than resolves problems, showing impairment in other life domains, and caused by pre-existing psychological frustration.
Yes.
So
it's negative. So
the
as long
problem
as it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. And this entire prompt is about if it's bad. Because the only thing that fits the prompt is the fact it's negative. All the things that fits the prompt is the negative thing. The positive thing is great.
The diagnostic criteria for.
You don't even know what the fuck that is.
Yes, I do. I fucking read it at the beginning of this conversation.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. The DSM-5 TR diagnostic criteria for gaming disorder. I'll read it again. Preoccupation with gaming, withdrawal symptoms, when gaming is taken away, tolerance and need to spend more time gaming to satisfy the urge, the inability to reduce playing or unsuccessful attempts to quit gaming, giving up other activities or giving up other.
Bad for society.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish reading the. Some of them can be bad, but not all of the diagnostic criteria is bad. That's why I'm going to continue reading. Giving up other activities, continuing to game despite problems, deceiving family members or others about the amount of time spent gaming, the use of gaming to relieve negative moods, the risk having or jeopardizing a lost job or relationship issues due to gaming. So the criteria matches both forms of escapism.
And that's on the DSM-5, not the WHO ICD-11. You understand that, right? You're quoting DSM-5.
That is the DSM-5. That is
not the WHO.
Literally said that there's a DSM-5.
That's good. Which
DSM-5 is that the DSM-5 is what is actually used by psychologists, so it's the one that matters more
in America, not in the world.
Yes, it is.
Does the prompt say America?
The DSM-5 is what is actually used as a diagnostic
In
criteria.
America, the WHO ICD-11 is used in every other 213 countries other than America. By the way, it's neither
Okay.
here nor there. It's neither here nor there. The point is, so you're saying like, okay, yeah, all these bad things are the negative side. Yeah, that's the signs of addiction, right? And all
Not
the things
all
are
of
on
them.
the positive side. Oh. Okay, I let you talk.
Do you want me to? Do you want me to go into
No,
the
I
ones that
don't.
aren't signs of addiction?
So, okay, the basic point here, right? And let's break it down really basic fundamentally, right? Is like in the individual case, right? Because we're not talking about the entire we're talking about, is this person addicted? Are they suffering negative consequences for their addiction? That's the only way the courts handle it. That's the only way it can be ascertained, right? You have a fucking like a stonewall of scientists in a bunker in DC that are gonna fucking figure this out.
When we treat addiction legally speaking, the only way it can be
That's
handled
not
is by
the
the courts.
question. Answer the question.
Repeat the question.
You have a fucking bunker of very scientific scientists who hold this definition in somehow somehow away from the rest of society that they're going to render these verdicts. Is that how you're planning to make this happen?
No, I'm
Like-
pointing out escapism as a symptom of
And escapism can be good or
underlying-
bad depending upon the level, right?
yes. and it
Escapism
also
goes for escapism goes for it could be not addiction or it could be addiction, right?
Gentlemen,
It goes both
gentlemen,
ways.
and so
gentlemen,
does
the
our
chat
diagnostic
has
criteria.
asked for 5 more minutes. The clock is going to keep going. Go ahead and finish up, sirs.
All right. Hey, thank you, brother. So my question is like, so escapism, right, could be good and could be very helpful to people, or it could be bad, right?
That
Yes
is
or no?
correct. Yes.
Right. And so how do we decide whether it's good or bad? The answer is, and I'll proffer this to you, and you can contradict me if you want to, is like it depends upon whether or not that interacts with the individual's ability to inculcate themselves into society, right? So you can't say that them isolating is bad unless it means they isolate themselves from society, from the workplace, from voting, from all the other things, which we have data. I've said it to you and you have not refuted, so I guess we all agree it's true, which it is, which whatever. But even the point is like 1.7% of the population can change an entire election. So you're saying, oh, it could be good or it could be bad. The point is not if it's not good or bad. The point is like the prompt says, video game addiction, right? So meaning it's the bad side is bad for society. If it's on the good side, great. Hoochie coochie, God bless America. Go play Madden until your fucking thumbs bleed. Nobody cares. But if it rises to the level of addiction, it is bad for society. That's the prompt. That's why I win. Have your heart out.
Like I said, there's a reason I actually used the diagnostic criteria. It was to point out the fact that the diagnostic criteria, which I'm looking through the WHO's thing right now, and it does not have actual diagnostic criteria, by the way, which is funny. But the actual diagnostic criteria for the DSM-5,
a substantial deficit in their inability to interact with society is the co-substantial criteria. It's right there. Paragraph 2. It's right there.
I've got the PDF pulled up. Hold on.
Wikipedia it. Well, I actually have the fucking report. So I mean, good. But the whole point is,
Yeah,
I'm just taking everything you say as true, right? I don't have a problem with what you're saying is true. I'm just saying, like, at the point in time in which it rises to the level of interfering with their daily life practices, i.e., promoting their response in a democratic society, then it becomes an addiction problem.
You're talking about a very specific subset of people who can qualify for gaming disorder, right? Because you can
No, I'm not talking about gaming disorder. I'm talking about video game addiction. You made that term up.
Video game addiction. No, I'm literally not. That's literally even what the IDC or ICD-11 calls it. Is gaming disorder. It doesn't call it gaming addiction. The DSM-5 and the ICD-11 both call it gaming disorder.
It's called multi-spectrum gaming disorder. Yeah.
Yeah. So gaming disorder, when we actually look at the diagnostic criteria,
The problem is, like,
it can-
when does
can-
it become a disorder? It becomes a disorder when you can't participate in functional society. So you are set to argue that that's not a problem for society. That's the prompt, bro.
the criteria is not all negative, and all you need to do to get diagnosed with it is meet 5 of those things in the criteria. That's part of the problem.
Okay, so the problem. So if you meet all those criteria, let's just say that half of them are false. If you meet all those 5 criteria, is that not a net negative for society? Argue that.
So let's say you
Go.
preoccupation with gaming.
You don't get to pick. You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to pick and choose. You say,
No, because there's a bunch of
you
different.
pick the best ones. So only the best ones are good, and then the
that's
other ones
the
don't matter.
fucking point.
Yeah.
That's the whole fucking point. Is like it's
Because you disagree with the prompt.
You don't have no. It's the fact that you don't have to meet the negative criteria in order to get classified as having gaming disorder. Disorder.
You only have to meet a negative criteria. What does that even mean? It's okay. Just okay. Well, stop. Let's take a whole breath. Let's take a breath and put our listening ears on. What does "you don't meet the negative criteria" mean? Like, explain to me what that means in the English language, please.
In order to meet
You don't meet the negative criteria.
disorder.
No, you need to explain to me. You don't meet the negative criteria. Explain to me what that means. You don't meet the negative criteria. That was your words.
Within the definition of gaming disorder, right?
What does "you do not meet the negative criteria" mean?
Because there are criteria
What does
in
that
the gaming in the criteria of gaming disorder. There are things that are not.
No, stop.
Do you want me to read it for a
don't
third
meet-
fucking time?
Oh my god. Well, yeah, okay. Well, go
You
ahead.
don't, and because of the fact that there are 5, you only have to meet 5 aspects of the diagnostic criteria in order to get categorized as having gaming disorder. You can meet 5 of the positive aspects that just meet
Which are what?
self-expansion.
Which are what?
The positive aspects, or neutral aspects, I would say more so are
No, you said
preoccupation
they were
with
neg-
game,
you said they were
preoccupation with gaming.
You said they were negative, so you tell me.
So I'm saying you don't have to meet the negative diagnostic criteria.
What are the negative diagnostic criteria? What does that even mean? What is a negative? Okay, what is a negative? Okay, this carte blanche. What is a negative diagnostic criterion? Riddle me that. What the hell is a negative diagnostic criterion?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and jump in there, gentlemen. We're going to take that into the closings. I was giving people time to see if, oh, fuck. Okay, so somebody did just gift a sub. All right, so I'm going to put another 3 minutes on for a gifted sub here. Go ahead, fucking keep going.
Hey, what is a negative diagnostic criterion? Forget this the scene we're in right now. Just on base, like just from square one. What the hell is a negative diagnostic criterion? Explain that to me. Riddle me that.
A negative diagnostic criteria would be part of the diagnostic criteria for, in this case, gaming disorder.
No, stop.
It has negative impacts on somebody's life or
in specific. I'm saying in general. You can't ground it in the current debate. What in general is a negative diagnostic criteria? Because I will argue that doesn't fucking exist. So tell me how what doesn't exist exists. What is a negative diagnostic criterion?
Diagnostic criteria that has negative impacts.
Negative diagnostic criterion. No, you said you've been very firm that there is such a thing as a negative diagnostic criterion. What the hell is a negative
negative diagnostic criteria? I am referring to the parts of the diagnostic criteria of gaming disorder that have negative impacts.
Oh, so you okay? So you mean that there is a criterion which the person who's evaluating it views as socially negative? That's what you actually mean, right?
There are parts of the gaming disorder criteria that are negative, and there are parts of the criteria that are positive.
Stop. It's a very simple question. I know you can't answer.
Disingenuous fuck.
Yeah. What do you mean when you say there is a negative diagnostic criterion? If you mean that those people who are diagnosing people think it's negative, that's fine. Just say that. but just own up to it.
No, I am saying the
Then what are you
diagnostic
saying?
criteria that have. I'm saying the diagnostic criteria that actually have negative impacts. There are
No,
parts of the
who
diagnostic
Who
criteria.
determines that?
Part
Who
of the
determines the negative impact? Jesus. It's not objectively negative. It's up to the person who's determining that. It's up to the psychologist, right? So there is no objectively negative diagnostic criteria. Again, point Aaron. Jesus Christ. It's not hard. It's not hard.
Right. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump in. It looks like Ancom threw fucking 5 gifted subs to end their misery. So absolutely great debate, gentlemen. I know both of y'all got frustrated there, but I tell you what, the audience was enjoying the fuck out of it. And
Hey, buddy, I love you. But I'll give you the reach around, brother.
Yeah.
I got you.
That was absolutely great stuff. So that said, we do still have the Q&A section, and then we do still have closings. So I'm putting 3 minutes on the clock for your closing first. Loodle, bring it home, sir.
I thought F went last. Anyways, okay. The whole point being is that, okay, so if we have to look at the actual structural issue, right, we can do it through 3 ways. My opponent was not willing to do either of these, right? We can have one of them where, is it actually a good idea that people are so obscured from their public persona, from their ability to be part of elections, 1.7 to 13%, depending on your country that you're in, and that's the WHO ICD 11, and the DSM 5 has it to 13% in America. Again, the point being is that, okay, if you have 13% of the population who are disengaged, not brother, that flips an election. So you can't say it's not a relevant problem. Okay, but we never touched that. So that's just like the point one that was never contested. We went on. So we went on that alone. And the next point is, so let's talk about, for example, and this I wish we got into this, but so CBC 2025 0111 Macomb versus Ohio. As I was hoping to get here, we never got there. So there was a guy who was doing very, very well manipulating people's addictions to Roblox, and he had got a bunch of CSAM from a bunch of people, and so I had the privilege of defending him, and we were defending him in the public defender's office in Ohio. And guess what? The feds showed up. And the feds showed up and said, oh, he's so good at using video game addiction against people that you don't get to charge him. You don't get to do that. We're taking him, he's going away, and we're going to use him to manipulate people because of video game addiction. And the feds are currently using that. I gave you the case number, you can look it up, to help ruin more minors' lives to the benefit of the federal government. So if you can tell me that that can happen, it's not a substantial problem to the foundational issue of a society, then I would like to smoke what you're smoking. The whole point too that he brought up, the other point is, okay, if it's misclassified, the point is not it's misclassified. It's once it crosses the threshold of being an addiction, whether it's alcoholism, whether it's drug addiction, whether it's methamphetamine, whether it's whatever. Once you cross that threshold, you are a problem of society because you're not focused on society. You're focused at the cost of society to the other issue, which is your need for the thing. And if he can prove that's good, I would love to hear it. And I yield the rest of my time. Love you, brother. Much love.
All right. Vigilante, your turn, sir. 3 minutes on the clock. Start up when you start to talk.
Yeah, so the problem here is the fact that whenever it comes to gaming addiction, the diagnostic criteria, right? The gaming disorder, you only have to meet 5 of the listed parts of the criteria in order to get diagnosed with gaming disorder. You don't actually have to have the isolation from society part that he is talking about to get diagnosed with gaming addiction or gaming disorder. That is not actually a required part of the diagnostic criteria. The diagnostic criteria is effectively rebranding using gaming as escape, using gaming as an escape or gaming escapism as a disorder on its own. We don't do this with plenty of other things. We don't do this with binge watching. We don't do this with doom scrolling. We don't do it with workaholics. They all have the same identical behavioral signatures and are just as, if not more prevalent in society than gaming as escapism. when when we talk about a workaholic, right? They're using work to isolate themselves from society. They're using work to escape from reality. This is the same fucking thing as using gaming as escapism. Gaming disorder or gaming addiction is just a rebrand of using gaming as escapism because people are fucking uncomfy with it. It's not a fucking real thing, and it doesn't treat the actual problem, which is going to be depression, it's going to be social isolation, it's going to be fucking social anxiety, it's going to be, and the causes being depression and social anxiety. Sure, we can say that those are a bad thing. They're not a fucking public health crisis though. They're and we but I think we would all agree that we actually need to address depression and social anxiety and actually work through these things and address them as society, address the actual causes of them as a society. The highest cause specifically, like in men, right, is the loneliness epidemic. There's the fact that we cannot provide for society. Like people have a hard time providing for themselves as a society because of the fact that the fucking economic system that we live under is absolutely fucking terrible. Like these are the actual problems. Gaming disorder as a diagnostic criteria is a symptom of the problem. It's not the actual problem.
Right. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you, gentlemen, for those closings. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to the judges for questions. So we will start with you one more time, Ancom. Do you have a question ready for Loodle?
Yeah. So in your closing, you mentioned that an addiction is a problem when someone is focusing on it over society. So wouldn't that mean that things that people need, like food, water, medical care, housing, these are things that people focus on for themselves over society, would also qualify under that definition? Or what am I missing here?
I think you get it, but you get the egg in the cart or the egg in the chicken backwards, right? The issue is that people who have the addiction, right, will focus upon their need to fill the addiction before they care about those other societal needs. So you're not wrong. I'm just saying like that's the definition of addiction.
Okay. And Maida, a
Does
question.
that answer it? I'm sorry.
Yep. No, that was good. Maida, question for Loodle, please.
Yeah, my question for you, Loodle, would be how do you determine if someone's form of escapism is intrinsically negative or not?
I mean that's irrelevant to the prompt, right? The prompt only cares about those that are intrinsically negative. So like we already have an indice, right? And we're already only indexing those that are negative because it says those who have addiction, and the qualitative definition of addiction is those that have negative societal implications, right? So at that point in time, we're only dealing with the negative ones, and the only prompt we're answering is whether or not the negative things are actually bad for society.
Okay.
Other than the way I just did, right?
So I'm gonna my question. So and I'm still trying to kind of form the way that I want to word this, but so if I sort of stumble a little, forgive me. So Vigi sort of touched on the idea that at the very least, even getting away from the what is and isn't, is it real, is it not? There are also positive benefits from video game immersion. I'm going to say immersion instead of addiction in this context because
I appreciate that.
yeah, no, it's okay. But again, because outside of the legal and or psychological context, being involved in video games gives a lot of
Right.
people socialization opportunities. Do you
Absolutely.
think that there is some merit to the fact that that balances out with the negative impact that you were outlining in your debate?
I mean, but the whole problem is, right, is like there's a very fine line you have to cross, right? The problem is like there are very fundamental social benefits to being involved in a gaming community, to being less isolated. That's great. I grant that from square one in my opening, right? The problem is that when you cross the level to being addicted onto if we can quibble addicted or super like whatever, it only becomes an addiction when it becomes negative to your other societal outputs, right? And so the point being is that, like, I'm glad to give any credence to, like, I play Madden. I have a Cincinnati Reds team. I have 7 kids. They're all Cincinnati Reds players. They're the best in home runs. It's great, right? But like that doesn't somehow make it so I'm not involved in my social situation. I'm not part of PTA, right? Which is what the definition of addiction is. And since the prompt says the problem is addiction a problem, then that's what we're going with. And so, like, I could love to say, like, well, maybe video games are a good thing, but that's not the prompt.
Right, fair enough. All right, gentlemen, question for Vigilante. Go ahead, Ancom, if you're ready, sir. I'll listen to yours first.
Yep. So your main contention here was that video game addiction or internet gaming disorder, as defined by the DSM, were miscategorizations of escapism. So what I want to ask you is, do you think that escapism of the various kinds you mentioned, whether it be doom scrolling or workaholism, or you mentioned a couple others I can't remember now, do you think that these are serious health problems for society? Also, before you answer that, Horseradish, you have the title wrong on the stream. And yes, I did see your reaction that I just took your question.
Did you go ahead and answer my question?
It's super safer now.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, no, escapism is not intrinsically negative. Escapism can be both negative and positive. It depends on how you use escapism. Escapism is a coping mechanism. The underlying issues that cause the escapism can be negative, depending on what they are. But the escapism itself is more of a symptom and not something that is a net negative.
All right, I'm going to use my prerogative as a judge here to just re-ask the question, because
clarify, because that was going to be my question, was to re-clarify. Go ahead.
So I asked if you believed escapism was a serious health problem for society, not necessarily that it was inherently positive or negative, but whether you thought in the present day, in the present circumstances, that the levels of escapism that we are seeing in our society is a serious health problem. That's what I want you to answer.
No, I do not believe that that escapism is a serious health problem for society.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Yep. I feel like that was a straight answer. Maida, go ahead and hit Vigi with a question, please, sir.
Yeah, so I have a similar question. If someone's escapism inhibits their abilities to be socially active within a society, do you believe that to be a personal hindrance or a health problem?
That would be a personal hindrance. That would actually fall under self-suppression or negative escapism, which I outlined in my opening statement and multiple times through the debate.
All right. Was that satisfying, Maida?
I don't get to debate the debaters.
Fair enough.
And get no satisfaction.
I will go ahead and help, hopefully follow up with a question that you would have. Okay. So we have to keep arguing or questioning you based on your interpretation of the prompt, which was the escapism versus video game addiction, or that video game addiction is a misclassification of a form of escapism. But I'm not completely sure that I understand. Are you all addiction is some form of escapism? So do you have any distinction between, like, is addiction real at all to you? Like, where does escapism become addiction? If I'm escapisming, if I'm using beer to escape, or if I'm using weed to escape, or if I'm using heroin to escape, or I'm using video games to escape, or I'm using Netflix to escape, or whatever, when does it become an addiction to you? Or do you believe that addiction in general doesn't exist?
Good question.
So addiction in general does exist, but the distinction here between escapism and addiction, right, is the fact that there is an underlying neurological or neuropsychological issue that causes the addiction. Even like addiction, when we're talking about like alcoholism and stuff like that, it's caused by an underlying health issue, like, or mental health issue most of the time, like depression.
Wait,
It's the problem is the fact that yes, sometimes you have to treat like with like alcoholism or drug addiction, right? You still have to treat the addiction first for them to get better. However, with even if you treat the addiction itself and then don't treat the underlying mental health condition first afterward, it still does not fix the problem. They're just going to get re-addicted or get addicted to something else.
All right. So we do have one question coming in from chat, but it was almost exactly what I just asked. So I'm not going to necessarily make him answer it yet again. But the question is asked once again: what is the difference between video game addiction and video game disorder? If you are saying that addiction
I
is a
answer?
real thing, no, you know what? Sure, fuck it. Why not? If you are saying that that addiction is a real thing, escapism can become a level that is addiction, and video games are a form of escapism, then why would there not be a point where video game obsession becomes an addiction, at which point we have video game addiction? Not all video game addiction being escapism, but rather that it escalates to the criteria you just outlined, Vigi. But I'll go ahead and give this question to Loodle instead. Loodle, go ahead and answer that.
It doesn't matter. You can call it a tuna sandwich. It doesn't really matter what you call it, right? As soon as it crosses the line, well, it impinges upon your ability to be a productive member of society, whether that's going to a job or being a known, educated member of an electorate, right? That impinges upon society. So it's a health problem for society. So as long as we admit, which it seems like we all do, like everybody admits, there is a line that can be crossed, right? The question is, once that line is crossed, is that a problem? So if we're gonna quibble about whether or not this specific level of engagement, if your World of Warcraft fucking player is only level 47 and not level 57, well, that's not addiction then, right? Then you're missing the point. The point is that once we cross that point where it is addiction and classifies that, is that addiction detrimental to society? That's the prompt. That's the answer. The answer is obviously yes. If it falls short of that, then obviously not, because it doesn't fucking fall in the prompt.
So we had another question come in for you, Loodle, but I'm going to come back to you. I actually do want to kick this over to Vigi, since the chatter asked the question as well. I will repose that question to you one last time. If there is an addiction line and video games are an escapism that can eventually graduate to addiction, is there not a level of video game escapism that would rise to your criteria of addiction?
Okay, so this is a fundamental misunderstanding of what addiction is classified when inside of psychological materials. So like when we talk about like alcohol disorder, right? Or alcoholism, it's classified as a disorder. It's not classified as an addiction. Addiction is more of a legal term. As a psychological term, it's called a disorder, right? So video game addiction and video game disorder are the same thing. So my problem, the whole reason why I was stating using the escapism route, right, is because when we actually look at the diagnostic criteria, for video game disorder, it blurs the line between positive escapism and negative escapism. You can say that negative, like whenever it only falls under the line for negative escapism, then it is a bad thing, and I would agree with you. But the problem is the experimental criteria for gaming disorder, which, by the way, it is experimental. It's not even an accepted thing yet in psychological circles.
What?
It is an experimental thing. It is not. It is literally classified in the DSM as it needs more study. We don't have an actual criteria, fully accepted criteria for what is gaming addiction or gaming disorder yet.
All right, cheers. So we got more questions coming in. First of all, I also need to say that whenever people saw what this prompt was going to be, including the debaters, if I'm not mistaken, there was a small groan. But this has been an absolutely amazing debate, and I think that everybody has enjoyed the hell out of this. So I appreciate you both for this. But
Hey, love you,
next
Vidge.
question. Next
You're my
question is
boy,
coming
Vidge.
to you from Razor. Okay, what health issues? And I know you sort of addressed this in your opening. But I don't know if Razor caught it. What health issues specifically would an addiction to video games cause?
Is this to me or to
Yes, that is to you, Lulu. You're on the affirmative.
So the whole point is like it doesn't deal with like necessarily like a health outcome, because the whole prompt is, does it have a negative health impact on society? It's really about the health of society. We never got into that semantic debate, but whatever. The point being is like, does it negatively impact society? So you can be a total giga chad, right? And you like, I mean, I've been doing this with my kiddo who you thought was a puppy. But anyways, where you play Madden, and every time it's like quarter's over, we do 30 push-ups and do 20 sit-ups, right? So like the fact that we play the shit out of video games doesn't mean it's negative to our overall health, right? The problem is when it crosses the line, and this is the whole line of addiction. This is really where the prompt needs to focus. Is the prompt says, is video game addiction a problem for health of the society, right? So we're granting that video game addiction is a thing. When do we cross that line? We cross that line when the actual playing of video games impacts one's ability to function in the rest of society, right? So you could be the most cut giga chad guy who stays in his house and just like does push-ups and plays video games with his daughter, and it's great. But like, you're not a functional member of society, right? And that's what the prompt gets at. So like, I don't want to see any, like, to prove my affirmative case, I don't need to see that somebody's got a saggy bunch of abs like I have or whatever, right? Like, that's not relevant. What's relevant is whether or not that they're having a video game addiction, which is decided by them having a loss of agency in their interaction with other human beings, right? Is their loss of agency good or bad for society? The answer is it's bad.
Right. So we did have sort of a second question, but it's sort of the same question. So, but I'm going to actually go ahead and have it one more time, but we're not going to put the time on it. I just want to see if you have anything else. What metric of society has been harmed by potential video game addiction? So, Loodle, you just outlined that it's not necessarily that the game addiction has a health impact. It's that it is a health impact and has a negative effect on society. If I understand your framing and your argumentation there.
Yeah, you are correct.
Said,
yeah.
Yep. That said, what metric do you have? Some sort of a actual, some sort of a metric to compare.
Well, that's not.
that
I mean,
disengagement.
I would
from
love
society.
that, and that's actually why I offered that to my opponent at the beginning. Right? Was like, what I can argue a moral metric, I can argue a cognitive metric, I can argue a pragmatic, a utilitarian metric. Right? I offered him all three options. Right? He chose none of the above, which is his choice to do. Right? But the point is, like, if at a point in time, and this is very like to like solidify it. Right? If you have people who are so even 0.7% of the population, which is the lowest strategic the lowest number, right? That's enough to change any election in modern American history. 0.7% of the population is 120 million votes. That would change any election, right? And so like, what's the actual like play out? Nobody will know. The point is, the point about addiction is that you are neglecting every other societal well-being, your participation in democracy, your participation in the workforce, your participation in as being a father, as a husband, as a wife, right? That's what addiction means, is you are foregoing all those to play the video game, right? And so the point in time where you're doing that, so that qualifies you as being addicted, right? We already have the harm. The harm and the impact are already entailed in. So, I mean, the metric is like, if you are neglecting entirety of your other civic duties to play video games, which is the definition of addiction, right? Which my opponent has agreed to, at that point in time, it doesn't really matter how bad it gets. It's already bad enough.
Cheers. All right, good stuff. So everybody, we are going to go ahead and drop the link into the chat. That is all of the questions I think we have time for. Our other debaters have been sitting here very patiently, and I'm sure they want to fucking get some voice time in. And while we did enjoy the hell out of that, I think that the two of them are probably a little tired of talking at this point. I don't know. We're all debaters
Hey,
here.
brother.
but you guys
Hey,
never
I
get tired of it.
appreciate you, man. It was a great time debating with you.
No,
I really do appreciate you, brother.
cheers. Yeah, absolutely. I agreed there, Vigi. Both of y'all did a great job, and it's awesome that even after all of that, that there's still fist bumps around. So, judges,
I'll still
Y'all
give you a
listen
reach
to-
round, Vigi. I'll give you a reach round.
y'all listen to all of that, including the reach around offers. So let's see, Ancom, where did you land on this, my dude? I know it's
That debate
it's
was
going to be a hell of a thing.
exhausting.
Yeah,
That, honestly, that debate was exhausting. I felt like both debaters were going around in circles. I think I said it in the chat. Y'all could have circumnavigated the Death Star with how much you were going in circles there.
Without Han Solo.
At the end of the debate, I'm just going to give a summary because going over my notes would be exhausting. The way I saw it, it seemed to me like arguing the prompt that video game addiction was a serious health problem for society. The AF definitely, I think, demonstrated that however you want to define it, as Vigi was going around with definitions, there is obviously a health problem, but I don't feel that the AF sufficiently demonstrated that it was a serious health problem akin to something like heroin or opiate addiction or alcoholism, etc. The scale, I don't feel like it was demonstrated in that way, and so because of that, I'm giving it to the neg 4.6.
4.6 to the negative from Ancom. Mida, where'd you come down on this, sir? I'm sure you got 3 pages of notes.
I do. I'll start off with the affirmative. Yeah, you made a strong appeal to the percentage of the population that was addicted to video games. I thought that was a strong opening. You were talking about how video games can distract people from their societal duties or functions. I thought that was another strong line of argumentation. You brought up the difference between functional addiction and heavy lovers of gaming, which was another strong appeal to the claim. You made another strong appeal to the diagnostic criteria. However, I did deduct a point for what was seemingly some level of cherry picking on that diagnostic criteria.
That's fair.
But
Fair.
you looped it back into the prompt claim. You guys met along mutual ground at one point, which I thought was refreshing from getting away from the looping. You made a strong appeal to certain types of escapism being disorders, which I thought was good. I gave you a double plus here for calling out the fallacious appeal to establishment argumentations for definitions under the WHO versus the DSM-5. I thought that there was a strong appeal to healthy versus unhealthy escapism. You made a strong rebuttal in the establishment appeal that was attempted to be made by the WHO, as well as a strong rebuttal to the vague criteria claim and a strong appeal to social negatives that could happen as a result of things that are even undiagnosed disorders. And then I gave you negative a billion points for offering more reach arounds. You said you have 7 kids. It's time to stop, bro. We can't be giving out this much sexual favors over a
Can't
debate.
stop, won't stop.
And then as for the negative side, Vigi, preemptive measures to stop online gaming addiction was a strong line of argumentation. However, you followed it up with talking about things like doom scrolling and addiction to social media, which is classified as nomophobia, something I recently learned about, actually. So I did reduce a point there. You made a good claim to the diagnostic criteria being too broad, as well as a criteria claim for the point system that may have problems. The diagnostic criteria disagreeing with your established definitions or disagreeing with your opposition's established definitions was a good line of argumentation. However, you did, I guess, in some level concede that some forms of escapism can be disorders, even if they're not diagnosed as such. You made a good appeal to types of healthy escapism under the underlying criteria and an appeal to the problematic culture of gaming being independent of gaming itself. a strong appeal to the fact that different disorders and addictions have similar expressions, which I thought was another line of very strong argumentation. You made an appeal to authority within how we diagnose addictions in the United States in certain conditions versus the WHO having like a governing system over the world. As well as you made an appeal to the vagueness of the substantial criteria necessary to meet like that diagnosis claim. You made a strong appeal to negative versus positive criteria and arguments for social negatives being potential positives under certain diagnoses. But in the end, I ended up giving it 6 to Loodle and 4 to Vigi. So it does go to the affirmative in this case.
There you go, kids. Once again, it is falling in the chat's hands. So
Come on,
please,
chat.
everybody, click that
Come
link,
on,
lock
chat.
it in. Tell us who you think made the most compelling case. Was
He's gonna
it
win? I ain't got people. I ain't got peeps like that.
Little Miss on the half, or was it Vigilante on the negative?
I
Who do
got
we
peeps like
think won this debate? We're gonna give you guys just a couple more seconds to get it locked in, and we're
Hey,
gonna
everybody
tune
who
into the
doesn't know me
results.
become knowing me all of a sudden.
Yeah, there you go. Everybody who doesn't know him become knowing him. All right.
Not in the biblical sense. Not in the biblical sense.
Because he's all out of reach arounds apparently. Because
I know. I only got
took
two.
both away.
I only got 2 hands.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's lock it in and see. It comes down very close.
Oh,
6-4 for affirmative on Loodle Miss. So Loodle Miss actually takes the win here. That I'm
Hey,
not gonna
Vigi.
lie. I didn't know how this was gonna go. So that
Vigi,
is
the
a
reach around,
close win.
is still out there. You let me know. You're an Ohioan. I'm an Ohioan. We can work it out.
Again, 6-4, 6-4, 4-6. That's as close as it gets without ties. So that just shows how great of a fucking debate this was back and forth. And I'm gonna look forward to us getting to this in the after party. But that said, anybody who does have to go, thank you guys. Everybody who has been here so far, everybody who's come in the chat. The debates are over, the lights are going out, and the
reach arounds will begin. The
cameras are gonna stay on. And basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through 30 minutes on each of these prompts as an open panel. I'm gonna do my best to moderate and make sure that everybody gets the chance to speak. And we're gonna focus on the people who weren't actually involved in the debates. As you see, one of the people, both of the losers from the previous 2 debates have already taken off for the night. But we're still going to go ahead and go through those debates and give the people who weren't in that debate the chance to sort of put in their 2 cents. And some extra
Vigi wants the reach around. That's why he's here, right?
I
got it.
Yeah. No. Vigi. Vigi is a regular here. Vigi loves this part because this is where Vigi gets to get a little spicier. But that said, this is only going to be available if you're live here or if you are watching. If you are a subscriber.
I'm gonna drain the main vein.
Fantastic.
I'll be right
You're
back.
also gonna keep walking over my closing, buddy. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you're golden. Showers. So, once again, anybody who wants to watch this part, you have to stick around live or you have to be a subscriber on Twitch. That VOD only exists for 2 weeks. If you're watching this in the actual long VOD, you should have been here when we did it. I appreciate all of the debaters. I appreciate all of the audience. I appreciate all the tips, and I appreciate the opportunity to fucking host you guys. So, without further ado, good night, everybody, and hello, everybody. All right, so you guys know I need whiskey after that fucking debate. So we're gonna put 30 minutes.
I'd drink
on
a
the
glass
clock.
of crack if I could.
I wasn't sure if people were being serious about wanting to add time or not the first time, and then the money came and I'm like, well, fuck, okay, I guess. And then somebody else again, but I thought it was awesome that ANCOM came through and said no, put us out of our fucking misery. Yeah, if ANCOM did just step away for a second, I'm assuming as well, we got somebody else shaking the dew off the lily. If anybody needs to go get a drink, do whatever, please by all means do, but talk amongst yourselves while I go get my own beverage. Please be civil.
All right. It was lovely. I thought all the debates tonight were good except for one of them, unfortunately. I apologize for that. But I do have to take off, so you all have a good one.
Don't leave us, Maida.
Sorry, I gotta go. I got obligation. It's a glass. I can't share it.
So now we just need Oh, actually, no, we have one person missing from each of the 3 categories. 1 AF missing, 1 neg missing, and 1 judge missing. Huh, we're good.
Do we get to close the ninja now?
You can if you want.
Did you have
I'm
fun,
gonna leave it
Vigi?
open because I know Bisky wants to continue seeing this lovely face on screen.
That is brutal. Straight up had a marathon. Just keep adding 10 minutes to it.
God, that was torture.
You know you love it.
People wanted to keep at it. People wanted to keep adding time.
You two were saying the same things over and over.
It was very
Hop in
frustrating.
and tell you
right?
all how stupid that last debate was. You're missing people, so I'm gonna petition Radish to
Who
let me
let
in.
you in here?
I have
Well,
all
let's
of the
open.
permissions in Discord, dude.
Oh,
I
Is
am
that why you
everywhere.
sacrificed the Easter Bunny?
We
Fuck that
don't
guy.
need to talk about the Easter Bunny tonight.
Fuck that guy. Sacrifice him.
Y'all,
Oh,
you guys are
yeah,
making my
that.
wife ask questions about the Easter Bunny, okay? We need to stop.
Yeah. Wife
You
question. Wife
shouldn't have
question forgot.
murdered the Easter Bunny if you didn't
Thou
want
shalt,
questions
thou
about
shalt
it.
not
I
murder
plead the
Easter
fifth about
bunny.
what happened, what a mystery someone did to the Easter Bunny, okay?
You know,
All
let's
I
be really
know
clear.
is he won't be back.
Yeah, bro,
If your wife,
you
if
come all the
your
way
wife
after the
isn't
Easter bunny,
ride
didn't
or
you?
die
One
enough
shot in
that
the
her
heart, right?
question, if your wife isn't ride or die enough that her questions about the Easter Bunny are causing you concern, that's the
Then
real problem.
I would
Oh,
reevaluate.
it's not causing me
relationship
concern.
with
I
this
just don't
dude.
want to relive that night, all right? It was a bad
Oh,
time for
the
everybody.
Easter bunny came in the tent, and your wife stabbed him in the heart, and then he got found guilty. So fuck the Easter bunny, right?
There has been no finding of guilt and no admission of guilt.
Of course not. Why would we say that?
It was a
That sounds insane.
I'll
ritualistic
be right back.
slaying, but I won't give
Someone
any
in the
more
lounge
details.
actually wants up here so I can let Horseradish
Yeah,
know.
Lethe, the only way you know that is because you were there too and you were involved.
Nah, there were snitches. Everybody
So
dimed you
No.
out.
you can't actually argue because you're a
Bro,
witness.
I have pictures of you there, Lethe.
Bro, I got pictures
Sure,
too.
never happened.
No, because it shows everybody else that was there. All right, I'm trying to
Yeah.
expose you, not the
yeah.
people who actually committed the
was
act.
totally there. Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger totally did it, right?
It's actually Gavin Newsom.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, but he was wearing an Arnold Schwarzenegger like pregnancy suit, right, from that Danny DeVito movie, right?
Yeah,
Twins?
for sure.
Yeah. Got him on the same page. We're good.
Gorps
Chat,
couldn't make
why-
it to judge tonight, but
No, I
but
couldn't,
did
but
want
I could rage
did
in your
want to
chat.
come in to to troll everybody. I
All
didn't
right.
even hear what you were saying. I just came in. I was like, I forgot. Gorps is a
just
mod.
I just went up to the lounge to see if anyone wanted in. Game Boy said he did, so when you're ready to bring people in, he is in the queue behind.
So we usually only do that on the 3v3 night immediately after. Right now, this is just going to stay us, the debaters, and since we had 3 people leave, I'm all right with Gorps jumping in because I mean Gorps was going to
Fuck
be
yeah.
the judge, so he can just kind of fill in for Mida. But this portion, I don't want necessarily guests. Once we're done going through our 30 minutes for each debate prompt, then I'm going to start bringing in guests. Actually, anybody who wants in can come in.
I really like
rate us
the
out
first.
to somebody else's channel. I rate us
Yeah.
out to somebody else's channel, and then we just kind of keep on the conversation wherever we end up. So that's kind of the way the format for the 1v1s goes. So
The first 2
that's
debate
it.
prompts were great, though. I thought they were really great.
Yeah,
I
no,
thought they were
exactly. So
argued very well.
the reason we do this again is because the people who are sitting here hanging out listening to the prompt or the other debaters, they didn't get to say
Right.
shit. And I know Vigi has something to say about this first prompt, which is why
Yeah.
I know he's tired probably of talking. But I'm going to actually let him go against Lethe since Z disappeared.
I don't think Vigi ever gets tired of talking. Come on now, give the man some
We'll
credit.
see. All right. So, former military should be employed as school security. I had a lot of notes on this one. This was a great debate as well. But I also feel like you guys sort of said it. Z was rusty. Z asked for this debate. Z is not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to critique him too much. But Lethe, I mean, Lethe did what Lethe does. So, Vigi, do you think there was anything that Z did not say in favor of this prompt? Do you agree with the prompt? I assume you were an AF.
I'm like, so I actually like, conclusion wise, I probably come closer to like what Lethe it said, but like in our current system, without like completely revamping the system, I actually do support using military veterans over the fucking school resource officers. And I'll just basically say the whole line of argumentation that I used with Lethe whenever I was talking to him about his debate. And that's I don't. So with school resource officers, right? They meet one of two criteria. They're either put there because they're too fucking old to be on the streets, or B, because they
molested kids, yeah.
they molested some. They were like fucking
Yeah.
raping people or beating the
Yeah.
fuck out of people. And either way, I don't want that person protecting my fucking kids. Like,
Right.
there's no fucking reason that we should have fucking cops who couldn't stop beating the fuck out of people long enough to stay on the goddamn streets in order to
Protect our
fucking
children.
protect kids,
Absolutely.
versus somebody who is a fucking veteran who, yeah, maybe they have a little bit of PTSD, but like literally, I would rather have fucking Grumple Stiltskin protecting my fucking kids than a fucking school resource officer that couldn't stop beating people.
Can I just
Well,
say
so
it's not
you want-
true
you
that
want-
every
So,
resource officer is that. All right, there
Right.
are
Well, I was about
some
to say,
districts that are
you would
run
rather
left.
Grumple be the resource officer. That is the affirmative of this prompt, is it not? Yeah, hang on,
point.
Little. I was actually going to go to Ghosty next, and then I was going to go to you. Everybody's
Go,
going to
go,
get
sorry.
plenty of
Go
time.
see,
So.
go, Ghosty,
Yeah,
go,
yeah.
Ghosty.
But Vigi, real quick, you say you would rather have Grumple as the
Yeah, in our current system, I would
resource
rather have
officer.
people. I would rather have people like Grumple or Samantha being the school resource officers, the fucking veterans, than cops who couldn't stop beating people long enough to get kicked off the streets.
Okay, and Lethe, of course, ran away, so doesn't have the opportunity to
No, I'm still
defend
here.
the fact. Oh no, you're still there. All right, cool.
I just turned
Then
off the
Lethe,
ninja.
gotcha. So we don't get to see your face no more. That's fine. Cool.
Yeah,
be like that.
go blend the ninja, make the
Um,
smoothie.
So okay, Lethe, do you agree with what Vigi is saying? Like, do you trust the police to protect your kids more than you trust veterans?
Technically, yes. Mostly in the sense that veterans have different issues. So, like, cops can also be veterans, and I also don't think veterans make the best police from most of the results that we've seen.
Gotcha.
Just
And
on
Ghosty,
the
where did you
force.
come down on this one? Or do you agree or disagree that military should be school resource officers, primarily
would-
focused on?
Yeah, I would say probably no. Veterans typically aren't the most stable of people.
That's bullshit.
Hold on, Loodle, let her finish.
Sorry.
Of course you can find some people, I'm sure, that are plenty stable, but just with even just PTSD in general, like a weird noise could trigger an episode or something like that. And I'm not saying that's like every, again, like veteran or something, but I just don't know if they're really the best like candidate to use for this.
I mean, is it not safe to assume that they would have some sort of a screening? Like, I mean, you would expect a background check. Why would you not also expect a psych eval on the person before they get this job?
Yeah, and that would be fine, I guess. But like, what is there a reason we're specifically choosing military vets, or
Called the
Well,
prompt.
his argument was, and this prompt was offered by Z, the person who requested the debate, and his argument was that they come pre-trained. He was specifically calling out the Uvalde incident, where the police showed up and
Oh.
didn't know what to do because the only people who are actually trained to deal with that situation is SWAT, whereas military is also trained in those situations, and having them already on the scene would have made it so that the Uvalde incident would have been over much quicker and probably less loss of life. That was his argument, or where he was trying to go with it. So that's why he was saying military specifically, because generally they're already trained, and even if you're not in an infantry position during basic training, you're still taught a general, like how to slice a room and stuff like that. So
yeah, I don't know if they like. I personally really wouldn't want them on the school grounds at all times. If anything, I would just say we have to better train the police to understand how to handle these situations, or send SWAT to a call where there's a shooter at a school, and not just your daily police who have never even dealt with a murder in their town or something like that.
For sure. And yeah, and that's the argument, is then we have to wait for the SWAT to get there. All right, Little, what were you going to say now, sir?
This is very problematic, and I think this is some. I don't think anybody's doing it like intentionally, but I'm just saying like there. Since we're so like very aware now of like racism and ageism and like ableism, right? That we can like somehow like put veterans in a different bucket and like, oh, they all have PTSD. They all, like 98% of veterans who are currently even disabled from the VA, right, have never seen combat. So it's very problematic and offensive to me. And again, not you personally, but I'm just saying like people in general, right? Like, so let me tell you a story, right? Let me tell you a story. So my first daughter was gonna be born, right? We had and we were gonna do a home birth, right? And so the day before the birth was scheduled, right, when my wife was, she was 6 centimeters, and the baby's coming, right? This woman comes up and like slides a note under the door with a check for $3,000, saying like, "We're not doing your home birth because I'm worried that because you were in Iraq that if you see blood, you might kill me," right? And that was actually a thing that happened. But like the whole point is like even the people who were in Iraq, right, who actually saw combat, who actually saw like people dying, it's about the same percentage as the people who identify as transgender. Like it's such a small percentage of a minority. And so to impute that to all veterans is just such an insane thing
I
because people
definitely
who
agree
are
not.
veterans.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
and I was
I'm
just
just
about to
saying.
say, I don't
Well,
think I don't
also,
think that anybody thinks that every veteran does.
I'm not. I'm
But
not.
look,
I'm not saying.
well,
I'm not
also,
look,
saying.
wait,
I'm
wait,
not saying
look,
anybody said that. I'm not saying anybody
right?
said
No,
that.
no, no.
I'm
I
just
know, I
saying.
understand, Little, but real quick, just well, because I want to parse something out. I've got a
And
counter story for you, because
go ahead.
I've known people who have experienced PTSD, even though they were not in direct infantry or even
Sure.
frontline positions. Even though they weren't slicing rooms, they were in a place that was under threat. And just being in a tent, I was reading an article just the other day of an account of a guy who was stationed for 4 years, or for I'm sorry, for like 4 months,
4 months. Yeah.
waiting for his time to go to the front lines, never actually saw combat, but sitting in the tent waiting, knowing that at any
Yeah.
moment a fucking bomb could take him out. Like
It's
he still
hard.
had that PTSD despite not being direct line infantry.
No.
Secondly,
No.
every
Sorry.
single major conflict we have had since World War II, the instances of PTSD have increased significantly, from
Sure.
3% during World War II and Korean War, 10% during Vietnam War, 21% during Gulf War, 29% during Iraq and Afghanistan. Do
But
you
ten
think that
percent.
it's
That
because
10%.
people are
That
less?
10%'s a
Hang on,
lie.
brother.
That
Let me
10%'s
finish.
a
Do
lie.
you
Okay, real quick, real quick.
do you think that that is because people are less able to deal with the consequences or the stresses, or do you think it's because we are slowly but surely getting more and more people coming forth and admitting what they're experiencing? And is there still not a large more portion that is probably not reporting their PTSD? That's my question to you.
So both and right. So the answer is like that there because it's becoming more acceptable to not be completely doxxed and be a horrible person if you actually admit you have problems, right? So that is true, right? The question is like, are we ever going to actually get close to the real number? No, because there still is a culture that is inhibiting people from reporting themselves. So I agree with your premises across the board, right? So I think that the 10% in Vietnam is probably closer to 59%, right? Especially if you're talking about conscription, right? Like how could somebody who's conscripted to go fight not have PTSD? You're there against your will. Like, I mean, it takes a very special individual to not have PTSD if you're across the seas fighting against your will for a war you don't believe in, right?
Yep.
So I
So
just think the numbers
going back,
are
let's real quick give it right back to you. But to go back to
Pause.
your original claim, which was that people are implying that every veteran has it. No, even by your own claims, more than half of them likely do experience it. And as such, do you not see that if more than half of them experience it, it's a concern?
I think it's a concern, but I think it needs to be ameliorated the same way as any other concern is, like you're saying, by background checks, by actual like psychological evaluations, right? I think it's very inappropriate to have somebody who's like, "Oh, you're a veteran, so X, Y, and Z," right?
Sure.
Oh, you're black,
course.
so X, Y, and Z. It's the same freaking line of logic, which is
No group is a
we don't-
monolith. We get it. Yeah, agree.
But we don't tolerate that in any other realm except veterans, and we're still dealing with that, and that's fine. We're
Sure.
society's working on it. It's fine, but it's just very problematic. Like, yeah, if there's a guy who's like Charlie in the trees, get down, pop, 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 pop. Yeah, that guy should not be protecting school. Duh, right?
Sometimes you don't know that they are that guy
Okay,
until it's
so
too late.
real
right?
quick-
But that needs to be,
Yeah,
but that
totally.
needs to be part of the regimen of testing
Yep,
before
yep,
you can
agreed,
appoint
Ludo.
them to that. Like that has to be
Let
like
Vigi go.
we-
Let Vigi
since-
go.
since
Let
we-
Vigi go,
sorry,
buddy.
bitch.
Let
Sorry,
Vigi go.
bitch. Sorry,
Let Vigi
bitch.
go.
Sorry, bitch. I'm remember.
No, you're good. So, as a veteran, Samantha really wants to clear up misinformation on this conversation. If you can
I
let
understand, but
her
again,
in,
like I
please.
said, we're keeping this to the debaters right now. Have Samantha stick around. I would love to have her opinion. It's literally going to be an hour longer. So, again,
If the mouse wants to talk, I'm
Alright.
a fellow veteran. I'd love to talk to her too. Just in
Primarily,
general,
my
I would love to. I would
argumentation
love that.
was the increased level of background checks and evaluations that are going to be necessary to make sure that the vets are cool to have in, which I think the police should also do if they're bringing veterans into the ranks. So this is an issue that has to be handled with more money. And I don't think the school
Right.
system should have that burden placed on them.
So it's a pragmatic problem that the system as it has can't hold the burden, right?
That's essentially what I'm saying. And so he's arguing.
Oh no, I
well,
agree. I
what
agree. I
Minders
agree.
he was arguing was like, well, you know, businesses and other institutions are going to put up the money to have the veterans be in the school, and it's not going to come from the school board. And I'm like, then why not just train cops better or train
Well,
school
right,
resource
but
officers better?
also that's happened 0 times ever that the public businesses are putting up money to fund veterans. Like, yeah, that and unicorns both happen.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. Gorps, where did you land on this? If you're still here, are you even still here, Gorps? You've been very politely quiet, and I appreciate that.
No, I was
I'm-
trying not to be politely quiet, but then I got overtalked, and I let you guys talk.
I'm sorry.
sorry.
If
So
I
yeah,
ever
where'd
talked
you
to
land on
sorry.
this, and why?
I sided with Lethe on this one. I think that I wish Lethe brought up things like war crimes a little more. I think that would have made it more fun and spicy. I was trying to butt in, and I let you guys just talk instead. But I was gonna say the same thing you did, Radish, which is that so many veterans have PTSD when they have never seen combat. So many veterans have disability when they've never seen combat. Veterans as a class, we cannot say that they all have PTSD or that they all will have PTSD, but I do think it is a fair assumption to say that there is a very heightened risk of PTSD, specifically in terms of, like, for example, a mass shooting when it comes to this class, and we should be very careful about that if we are selecting people for a police force or for an SRO, both of which, largely, I don't think we should have veterans in.
I mean, anecdotally, like, I love my uncle. He was a military vet, I believe, from Korean War. And as great as he was all the way around, there was a very clear rule. If you stayed at his house, don't wake him up or you may have a problem, because the PTSD like would have him lash out if you were to wake him up abruptly. So these are things that are just a reality when dealing with certain veterans, and we have to sit there and weed this out.
So Samantha just posted the statistics in chat, right? So among all veterans, about 4.8% currently have PTSD, and about 8% have had PTSD at some point in their life. Based on
Those are
the
averages, though, according to what I was reading. I'm going based on the veteranshealthlibrary.gov. And yes, the overall average of veterans is between 3 and 7%.
This all requires the veteran to come forward and talk about it as
exactly,
well.
and that's
like
the
most
other
of the
issue, but-
homeless vets that are, I mean, let's be real, completely fucking losing it on the streets of American cities. Those people are probably not counted in this because they're probably not going to the VA, and they're probably not reporting PTSD because they have not gotten the mental health care that they need.
Yeah, so Samantha said the honest number is probably around 5%.
Once again, that is
Um,
taking into account the veterans that are still alive from World War II, from from the Korean War, and from the Vietnam War, all of which were underreported and underdiagnosed. So again, yes, spreading out over that time, the averages, how many veterans didn't have a PTSD diagnosis? Yeah, of course, when you spread it out over all of the wars, it drops to below 7%. But if you go to each individual war, and their reporting and diagnosis, you'll see that it has gotten incrementally more every single conflict. Now, either people are becoming softer and cannot deal with the consequences of it, or it was underreported earlier.
I have a
But-
question that I don't know if
I will say that
talking about the
in
PTSD
my
point
opinion-
in World War II, it was like a big thing, a big like well-known thing of like
Shell
people
shock.
got shell shock.
Yep.
That I mean, my intuition would say that
Oh,
most
but it
of
wasn't
that was probably
PTSD.
no, but most of it turned into PTSD, but likely was never counted.
Correct. So,
Also, Samantha's
again,
just coping in the chat, but
no. Again, like
she'll
I said,
talk to you about it later.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly. Like I
sure.
said, yeah, I already
I'm
reached out
here
to her.
to
Yeah, I
stir
already reached
shit,
out to her in
okay?
the after. Again, this 30 minutes is my way of saying thank you to all of the debaters who stick around and listen
You're
to other
welcome.
people debate. I know that's a huge ask, you know what I'm saying? And so kind of the trade-off is that now you guys get the mic on all of the prompts that you sat there patiently. I assume you're raging to your own chat, but you're patiently waiting to get your fucking 2 cents in.
I don't have a
Um,
chat.
well, yeah, you don't, but you should, man. You should start streaming. So,
Someday I'll have a chat.
all right.
One day, my ancient ancestors said, one day, son will have a chat.
So, Ancom, you didn't actually get
Yeah.
the chance to weigh in, other than your judging capacity. What is your actual belief when it comes to military doing police work, military doing resource work? What do you think is the best solution to the crime in the schools today?
Actually, give me a sec, because the way you said something reminded me of a quote, and I want to get the quote. So give me just a sec.
Yep, no worries. Did you have a sock puppet just talking into your ear, or was that your cat's tail? I couldn't tell for
That
sure.
was my cat's tail.
Okay, looked
Oh.
like a sock puppet.
Here it
Go
is. There's a reason you separate the military and the police. One fights the enemies of the state, the other serves and protects the people. When the military become both, the enemies of the state tend to become the people.
Who said that?
So
That was a character named William Adama from Battlestar Galactica.
yep. And guess what happened to him?
Modern day sage.
Yeah, Guy Baltar did away with him, right? Anyway.
Yes, but
Yeah, but no. The point. The point being,
I don't
it's
see
like,
that as a reason to disregard what he
No,
said there.
well, the point being is
Yes,
my
some
favorite
commie
quote from
shit,
Battlestar Galactica.
Samantha.
There's the whole thing from Battlestar Galactica, right? Is like, when the machine has become so perverse, you must throw your body against the machine to grind against its gears, and if it takes your flesh, that's chief, right? And when Guy Baltar has the government, that's the chief, right? It's a very communist manifesto thing, but I agree with him, right?
Well, so okay, so I've actually
Sorry,
talked about
I don't know
this.
what you were saying there. I was just reminded of a particular quote. Anyways,
I was talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
Chief's quote from Battlestar Galactica, same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch Battlestar Galactica, so
it's been a
that's all
very
my
long
wrong
time
with them.
since I watched it, so I don't remember the characters. I just remember that quote.
Shame on all of you.
So I have had a problem in the past with the idea of veterans being recruited into the police force. Not because I have a problem with veterans. I have a lot of family who are veterans. I have nothing but respect for veterans. However, the idea that in general we are training people to see everything as a potentially lethal threat. Even if you are working if you're gassing up trucks on the base, you are still trained to perceive everything as a potentially lethal threat and to be on guard for your life at all times. And if that is the case, when you bring that training back home to the States and are expected to protect and serve, if your inclination is to view see everything as a potential life-ending threat, you're going to react the way you were
Correct.
trained. By whom? The military. And that's a
Let's-
perfectly normal and natural action, but it's still not an action that is conducive to law
Well,
enforcement.
Let's run
or
this through a real
keeping
world
the
scenario,
peace.
right? So, okay, so if we take, for example, Mike Brown, okay? Situation Mike Brown.
Do I have
right?
to?
No, I mean, you don't have to, but if you would allow me to,
I'm just being a smartass. Go on, sir.
I know, I knew you were. That's why I said what thing I said. Is so if you take a Marine, right? And they were in the position of the officer, who was dealing with Mike Brown in 2014 in, I guess South Chicago or Northwest St. Louis, whatever you want to call it, right? Anybody who was in the Marine Corps or the Army who did the same actions as the officer did, been brought up on war crimes and be charged and convicted in The Hague. Okay, so police have a much more broad-ranging authority to do a bunch of bullshit that's not actually legal than any military force does.
So what you're saying is you're suggesting we take the bridle off of the trained killers. You're saying that those people who are used to having to answer to tighter constrictions are now going to be let loose on the public without those oversights? And you think that's a good idea?
No, I think it's a terrible idea.
Okay, I agree.
I think the proof is in the pudding. Is that we have people who are police officers who don't have to obey by the rules of law or the rules of war, right? And they still do heinous shit to people, right? If you were to put Marines in that same place, the Marines wouldn't have done that. Or if they would have been brought up on criminal charges in international crime. They've been
The
locked
U.S.
away.
military did Abu Ghraib and never faced the fucking Hague. What are you talking about?
But that's different. That's different. We can talk about that.
Oh, that's different.
Thing.
Oh, that's different. My bad.
Oh, no, because I don't think you're understanding the way I'm trying to inculpate all of the U.S. military in their fuckeries. So I think you're like throwing some shade, like somehow I don't agree that they should all be in the fucking hole. So I just don't respect the way you phrased it all flippantly, because I think at the same time that both the officer who did it to Michael Brown should be also convicted, but also at the same time, the people who are doing the same shit to people in Iraq should be similarly convicted. So I think it's very disingenuous how you're saying, like, I'm not trying to drop the hammer about I'm dropping the hammer on all of them even harder.
You insinuated
don't
in
get
your
what you're
statement
saying.
that the hammer is dropped. That's
No,
what
I didn't
I made.
insinuate.
That is
No,
what you
come on.
insinuated.
I didn't insinuate shit. I insinuated the hammer is dropped. No, I said it should be. Don't misquote me, please.
I didn't quote you.
I just want to point out that, like, when we talk about this and we talk about PTSD being a reason why people shouldn't be the like school resource officers or whatever, I got curious and decided to look up the rate of PTSD in other professions. Right, the rate of PTSD in other professions, like even like standard professions like journalism, right, is significantly higher than what we have for the military. So, like,
I think
war
first
journalists,
responders, right?
The-
First responders is the
well,
highest.
I'm not even.
I was going
first
to say, what are the highest?
First
What are the
responders.
highest ones?
This is an article, so I'll have to scroll through and figure
That's
it out.
fine. I'm
Like
not
war
trying to
journal.
argue.
No, but I'm curious.
War
to hear that
journalists
answer.
as a comparative, like war journalists
Makes
as a
sense.
comparative example, right?
They're a military person without a gun, so yeah, checks out.
Yeah,
They're not a military personnel.
the
They're
No,
rate-
but you know what I'm saying? They're in the same situation as
they're in the
Who
yeah, and
can't
they're in the same
protect
situation.
themselves? Yeah,
Yeah, but they
The-
don't
the
have
rate-
they don't have
they're
the same
fucked
jobs.
from get-go. Yeah.
So it makes sense.
The-
Who else?
The reported rate of having PTSD as a war journalist is currently 28.6%.
Okay.
Victim
Great. I mean,
support
it's not
workers.
great. I agree. I'll
Victim-
agree.
I don't want them to be resource officers either, Vigi. Go on.
I know.
Victim support workers, right? It's 34%. Let's see. Where's
So what does
cops
that
is-
mean? Does
I
that mean
think you mean like you mean
Is that
CPS response
yeah,
to
I was
like
going to say, is that
domestic stuff, right?
is that CPS or EMT?
How is it? How is it defining that? Give
I
me one
mean,
second.
it doesn't really bad. I'll
Well,
grant.
see,
I'll agree with the
people
premise.
that-
I'll agree with the premise.
Basically the people that help the victims work
Yeah,
through
they'll go to
their
abuse
social
situations.
services,
They have to
yes,
respond
got
to
it.
it, right?
social
That checks
services,
out.
therapists, stuff like that.
Yeah. I agree.
Medical and healthcare workers, 44% have diagnosed PTSD.
Sure.
Yeah, can I point
Yeah.
out in this conversation that there's a difference between like just PTSD in general and specifically combat-related PTSD, which is I
Combat-related,
think what's
exactly.
actually relevant here.
Right.
When we're
That's why
talking
the
about, for
first one I
example,
brought up was
responding
war
to a mass
journalist.
shooting. I know,
I-
but like the healthcare and
so
stuff,
make
like
make the
that's
distinction. Make the distinction make sense. Then what is the
Sure.
delineating?
No, I will, Little, because it's my argument. I did not talk about
Okay, yeah.
PTSD when I was talking about mine. I was talking about training and temperament. I'm talking about the fact that you are trained to perceive everything as a life-ending threat and to
Sure.
respond in kind, regardless of where you are in the military. That is
Mm.
trained and ingrained. That's what they, especially you talk about the Marines as an example. Marines are
Yeah.
one of the most lethal fucking people. Every person who is
Yeah.
doing anything in the Marines is a lethal and terrifying force on
Yeah,
themselves.
our broom
As
sweep
such,
can kill a
as
motherfucker.
such, yes, that's what I'm saying. As
I know.
such, even the guy who's gassing up the trucks is still trained to react in a lethal manner to any potential threat. Taking that training and disposition and then putting it into a situation where you're supposed to de-escalate
Yeah.
as opposed to end it with
Well,
with impunity, that's a bad fit.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I'll
here's the
take a
thing,
step.
square- square
I'll
cube, round
take
hole.
a step further though. It's like it's not even like that's like something they could do. That is the first instinct. Your first.
That's what I'm
instinct is
saying. So we should
escalate.
have
No, I
people
know.
who
I
are
know. I just
trained
want to
the
make.
other direction.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, I
Hold on.
agree. I agree. But these people
So
are a bad fit.
we
Yep,
have
hang on,
multiple
what were you
examples of
saying?
this happening, right? We have
Say again?
multiple examples of this happening, right? So
Yes.
we have it is very common for former military police officers to end up getting fired because they refuse to shoot people and they want to de-escalate the situation instead, because the fact is the military gets better de-escalation training than the police does. So they turn around and utilize that de-escalation training as cops. And we like Samantha sent me an example in chat. You can look at it in chat where from 2017, where a cop got fired for trying to de-escalate a situation instead of shooting them. There's another more famous example that I was thinking of earlier. That was a bit farther back than that, right? Where
you're assuming a level of intent.
Hang on, Little. Let him finish. Let him finish, Little. Jesus, man.
I'm just
Hold on.
like we
Take
the
notes.
intent.
Take
Actually,
notes.
no, this
Open up
might-
notepad. Let a man
Yeah,
finish.
Actually, this one might be the one that Samantha sent might actually be the one that I'm thinking of now that I read the article a little bit more. But it was the R.J. Williams situation, right? Where it was a dude basically trying to commit suicide by cop. And the first cop that showed up was a former Marine, if I remember correctly. Trying
Army.
not to read
Army.
while I scroll
Army.
through.
He's an
Or
army, but
it was former Army? Okay.
Yeah.
It
Which
was
is a
an
different thing.
armed black man. It was an armed black man with a gun. It was an unloaded gun specifically. And
was.
instead of shooting him like most cops would because he was waving the gun around, the cop tried to de-escalate the situation, get him to put his gun down. And then when other cops showed up and the guy was still waving his gun around and pointing it at the cops, they ended up shooting him instead. And then the cop that tried to de-escalate the situation got fired.
What is the point you're trying to make with that? Because that is shitty. But what does that prove? Just out of curiosity.
The point I'm
Pull it up.
making is that that like when we look at military to the police pipeline, right? A lot of the time, the former military cops are better at de-escalation than the cops that were just trained straight off the street. And to such a degree that it is fairly common for former military cops to get fired for disobeying the rules of when to shoot people because they actually know how to de-escalate situations.
Not only that, but and now I'm going to flip the script and go the other direction. Every person who I've ever known who was military holds honor above just about anything else. And so, again, every person who I've ever known who has been military does their best to act in what they perceive to be an honorable way. I'm not saying anybody's perfect, and I'm not saying that again, there are no monoliths, but every person that I have met has fallen into that category. And as such, you're right. They're going to always be the ones who are going to look for the way to not have it end the way that they have seen. And it makes sense logically that the people who have seen the worst side of humans would do everything in their power to fight against it escalating to that point. But it still doesn't change the fact that people who oftentimes are the ones who go into that as a job are going to be the ones who have a particular proclivity towards violence. And as such, there's a, I'm sure, above 0 percentile that is going to go into these situations with the desire for it to escalate. I have seen plenty of bad camera footage, chest, what do you call it? Chest cam, what do you call it? Body cam. Body cam footage. Yeah. Body cam footage of officers who were clearly hoping or trying to make a situation escalate. I would be interested if there's ever been a study of a correlation to military service with those types of officers. I don't know if there is one, but I would love to see those numbers.
Can I also make a quick point?
Yep, last thought, and then we're going to move on to the next prompt. Go ahead.
Okay, so for context, before I make this, Uvalde was cited by the person who's no longer here, right?
Yeah,
Leafy, I think did actually as well.
Yeah, it came up multiple times. So what?
Well, in the context of this prompt, in Uvalde, when that shooting happened, the police lieutenant as well as the police chief were both veterans who were both on the scene when it happened, and they did fuck all. So it doesn't really make me trust vets to do this anymore.
They both? Thank you, Gorps. I was actually going to say, and I wrote down in my notes, I was wondering, were those particular officers ex-military or not, and do we know? So you do know for a fact that they were ex-military?
Lieutenant Javier Martinez was a veteran and a Uvalde police lieutenant who was initially rushed to the scene. Former Uvalde police chief Pete Orredondo was law enforcement and was a veteran.
Okay.
From
real quick, I'll let you respond to that because it looked like you had something you wanted to say, Ludo. What's your last thought there? Go ahead. Make it quick for me though, Brad. You're muted. We've lost your audio somehow. Oh yeah, you're not even in the Discord room. Oh yeah, there you are. There you go. Go ahead. Nope, still can't hear you. I think your microphone is muted. Yeah, turn your microphone.
Yeah, your microphone's muted.
We're good.
It's
We're good
not
now. Got me?
Yep.
We're good? All right, cool.
Yep.
My whole point, sorry, I was like freaking out and I hit my microphone, my bad.
No,
the
I
whole
appreciate
point is
that.
like so the whole thing is you will never find somebody who is more in a line with holding people who are prior military to a higher standard than normal police officers. Like I'm with that because I was there, I did the shit, and you have to deal with people on a whole different level. And so the level of humanity you're respecting, right? And this is the whole point, is like if you are in a position where you can take the rights and legitimacy and the freedom away from an individual, right? You have a very special fucking ability that no one else has, right? And that's very limited in the foreign war sense for a Marine or an Army man or whoever, right? But to take that back to American soil, and now you're doing that to American citizens, like that's even heightened. And so I don't think there is a good answer regardless. I think the people who are military prone or have military are much likely to de-escalate the situation, but you have the same people who are like they got picked second team for fucking football, so now they're fucking law enforcement officers, and they're just fucking like, look at the Civil Rights Lawyers channel on YouTube, right? It just says body cam footage of people just abusing the shit out of people who are deaf, blind, dumb, mentally retarded, right? Because they can. Like, and that just happens every day in America. So I don't
We
think
we do prefer the term mentally handicapped for what it's worth.
it's
Mentally
medical. It's a
retarded.
medical.
If
so
you
it's a
use the
medical
term mentally retarded, it means that you are using a slur whenever you're using retarded outside of that term.
Yeah,
But with
So
that
I
said,
mean, it's a medical term.
closing. Yeah, closing that out with that was appropriate. So, again, great topic, loved it. But we're going to move on to the next one because we do have people who want to get in here, and we do have a hard out. So,
Sorry if I said the bad
America
words,
is
I
now
apologize.
safer. America is now safer than it ever has been. So, of course, once again, the person who did not win the debate has already left. So, I'm going to be in the position where I have to try to steel man them as much as possible. That said, Ghosty won this. Is there anybody else who disagrees? Does anybody else here think that America is safer now than it, or that disagrees that America is safer now than it ever has been?
I
Loodle.
mean,
I think it depends
Well,
on which
hang on, Loodle, you just got a whole
category
bunch.
you're
So hang on. Yeah.
targeting.
What was that, Gorps?
It depends on which category we're talking about. I think that Ghosty should have talked more about other metrics other than crime. But anyways, it depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about crime, no. If we're talking about other things included, yes.
Like what other
Oh.
things?
I mean, when was the last time we had
Oh.
a nuclear drill in a school? Like, this is literally biometric safer.
True, that makes us safer. Oh, I didn't even think about that line of argumentation. That would have been fucking brilliant. No offense there, Ghosty, but yeah, I would have tried to take it that way. That I was saying the thing about the bulletproof vest makes you safer, right?
Ghosty, I
But
think
if
you
you'd have
did it in
taken
your
that all the
closing.
way to, if you'd have
But
taken that
I
all
would
the
like
way
to hear
to,
more.
look, man, our cars are fucking safer because we got airbags. Like, how many
They're
people were
bullshit.
dying from that? This does not
Yeah.
just say criminally safer. It is America in
That's-
general is safer.
that
I
is
didn't
the
even think
point
about
that I
that.
was making when I
I had
gave
my
my
hand in the
judgment.
air.
No
I
one
did
was
bring-
Nobody said it in a way that made it sink in for my dumbass.
Well,
I did
that's
bring
why
up like the
I-
This is the
medical.
point I was making.
Yeah.
Hold on,
is, like,
let Ghosty go.
no
Let
one-
Ghosty go. Her debate.
Oh,
Go
no.
ahead.
I was just saying I did bring up that if you like medical technology, we're safer than ever today, but I did relate that to crime stuff. So
And you
But
talked about
yeah.
the forensics, and you talked about the efficacy of the criminal system in general. But
Can I get
talking
one
about
more
the fact
thing?
that our roller coasters are
like-
safer.
Like
Don't-
all of our we
Our
have
lead
like safety
paint is gone.
regulations. We have
Yeah,
safety
regulation.
regulations and
Exactly.
stuff.
This could have turned into a
But
regulation.
also, like, even separate from that, I think that compared now, for the most part, to any time in history, you are safer to practice your religion publicly. You are
True.
safer to be LGBT publicly. You are
True.
safer to be, as much as I may disagree with it, you're more safe to be a furry in public. Like,
Razor.
there's so many
Hey-o,
different
hey-o.
aspects. There's so many different aspects of safety, and I wish more of them were touched on. But I also know it was a short
Yeah.
debate, so there's only so
Yeah,
much. you can
it
really-
was. It was.
police corruption
Luke-
too.
Operation Epic Furry.
Loodle, I know you said you had your hands up, but I talked across Ancom. I want to give him the chance first. What were you going to say there, sir? What did I interrupt?
Oh, I was just saying the same, like exactly what Gorp said. There are all kinds of different forms of safety, and the fact that this debate centered so much around crime statistics, like we could have gone over so many things. The fact that fewer people are dying from diseases, the fact that like as just a really big example that I feel like people seem to forget. HIV when I was in high school was
Truth.
basically considered a death sentence.
It was a death sentence. 100% when I was in high school too, bro. Fuck,
Yeah,
before I
and
was even in
now-
high school.
And now it is effectively no big deal. Sure, we haven't cured it, but like we have gotten so good at treating it that HIV positive people are below detection levels, and we know that if you are below detection level, you are non-transmissible. We've gotten that good at treating it in 20 years. Now,
Also,
imagine that across the board
separately-
for all sorts of different illnesses, not to mention the fact that our surgical and emergency techniques have improved. So now fewer people die as a result of horrific accidents. We've got
Hold on. Before you go, Gorps, it sounds, and because New Lulu's going in next anyway, it sounds to me, Ancom, like you're saying that we have a swell medical system here in America. Is that what you're saying, buddy?
really Is that the straw man you're going to
Well,
make?
it sounds like you're saying we're safer now because of our current medical system and medical technology. That fewer people are dying nowadays than they used to. Isn't that what you're saying? I told you I got to be Zach here, bro. This isn't
Okay,
easy
I'm
for me.
saying that then yes, I'm saying that we have better medical technology, that we have the potential to save more lives, and in fact, we do save more lives. Now, the fact that our current medical system in the United States is a for-profit shit show, and that we are actually seeing a decrease in life expectancy over the last 5 years, largely as a result of that, notwithstanding the total deaths as a result of accident, injury, illness has gone down, has been consistently going down for the last 30 years, with the exception of a slight bump as we saw in the data that Ghosty showed. And sure, maybe if you are going to take the absolute ridiculous position that now means the last 6 months to a year, instead of looking at the trend line and seeing that we are clearly doing better over time at not letting people die, as a as a result of any number of things, then sure, go ahead, do that bullshit straw man. But looking at trend lines is what we care about, and no one is going to take the position that when you're looking at a large 250-year trend line, that stopping at the last 6 months to a year is really the best idea in analyzing those statistics.
Put the ball on the tee for you and let you. I just got out of your way and let you swing at it.
Thank you.
But yeah, no worries. Loodle, go ahead. It sounds to me like you were on the opposite end of this. So direct whatever you're about to say towards Ghosty. What was your thought there?
Well, the whole problem is I don't agree with I don't disagree with any of the analysis that Ghosty has put out there, right? The whole problem is what the prompt is, right? Is like what do we mean by health? What do we mean by security, right? Like if we can define that term, then we can then coagulate everything else.
That's the job of the
into that,
debaters.
right? I know it is, but that's the whole problem, is that since we're swinging from the fucking fences now after the fact, and like I agree with everything. Like yeah, it's in all the areas that
Is
are
objectively
being
safer
brought up.
in America.
Well, yeah, but the problem is none of the debaters actually defined that term.
Yeah, no, again, well, and to her credit, Ghosty said that she did talk about some other aspects,
Right.
like
Yeah,
in the
sure.
forensic
But the
and
whole
medical,
point,
but
the whole
yeah,
thing, like,
everything
okay,
across the
yeah.
board is
So
fucking
like,
safer.
yeah,
When
exactly.
most
But
people
yeah,
talk about
what is
this
that?
debate,
Okay, sorry,
when
I'll
most
shut
people
up.
talk about this debate, they're talking about crime in America. So that's kind of
But
why
who
I
are these
focused
people,
on
though? The
that.
problem is like you have to like focus on the thing. It's like okay, so it's fine, but I mean, like
either way, it still
I can
works with my
agree.
argument.
I can agree with your argument in a very limited circumstance, right? But if you expand beyond the terms which you're actually defining it as, then you lose on whole, right? And so my whole point is like let's talk about what we're actually talking about. If we're talking about the healthcare system, yeah, there's a problem. If we're talking about the AIDS epidemic or whatever we want to call it, right? How we got more medical advancements to solve that, then yeah. But you have to like ground your terms. We're not talking about like, oh yeah, well, AIDS is we doing way better with AIDS, but also we're like having people their heads cut off in the subways in North Carolina. Well, like, but these are apples and oranges, and they shouldn't be comparison. So the debaters need to like segment off what we're actually talking about a lot better, in my opinion.
All right, so real quick, Lethe, first of all, we lost your video. With that said, as a melatonin enhanced male in modern America, do you feel that America is safer now than it ever has been?
Hey, I love y'all, but I'm gonna go to bed. No, I'm sorry. I love y'all.
Nope, no worries, Little. We appreciate you, buddy. We will definitely have you on again.
God bless.
Great job tonight.
Hey, hit me up for that reach round, brother.
All right, have a great night, bud. And I'm actually going to go ahead and just in case he forgets to turn off his camera, I don't want to see any further reach arounds. So I will go ahead and kill the camera for him. F3, there we go. And it looks like he didn't even leave the room. So we'll just drop him elsewhere. All right, there we go. So where were we? Lethe, I asked you a question. Sorry, sir. Do you feel that America is safer now than it ever has been? Are you still there, Mr. Lethe? Nope. Gorps, is America safer now than it ever has been?
I already answered this.
I'll do it again until Lisa gets back.
um, I think, as I said before, I think a more of a conversation during the debate about healthcare, about social safety. I mean, fuck, we can even talk about like black people being at least somewhat allowed to exist now. Yes, we are the safest we have ever been, but I think that all of these things should have been brought up in the debate, though they are a lot
All
to
right,
bring
so
up.
let me throw something out there.
I did bring up
How
the
do we
Civil
factor-
War and slavery.
I liked
Sure.
that in your closing. As far as what I heard, I was doing chores while I was listening, so I may have missed some stuff, but I believe I heard in your closing the healthcare argument. I liked that. I just wish I had heard it earlier. Maybe it was said, but
I
I
actually,
missed
to
it.
be honest, I don't think I brought up health. I brought it in my opening. I brought up
I guess it was life expectancy. You said,
medical
right?
advances that that can save your life. So even if something does happen to you, you're more likely to survive it. But
So not specifically healthcare, but more just the life-saving technologies advancement.
life-saving technology is what I said. Yeah, those were my
All right,
words.
so real quick then, let me push back again, since as I said, I got to be Zach, and I got to be the opposition until Lethe gets back and can weigh in. Ghosty, how do you feel? Do you feel that the political division and polarization that has happened in America and the rise of political violence makes us safer or less safe? Do you think that that is a? Do you think that that has made us less safe over time?
I don't know if there is a rise in political violence. I mean, like again, within modern history, right within the past like 5 or
10 to
10
15
years, there
years,
might
that was
be.
your criteria, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess like right now, but even then, like right now, compared to like political violence of the past, like like Vietnam War, like I mentioned, the Civil War, there were just during slavery and the civil rights movement, there was just so much civil unrest in our country. Um, if we look at it compared to today, I feel like, and I could be wrong, but I feel like there would probably be more political violence back then. Obviously, any violence is going to make you a little bit less unsafe, right? But
Well, sure, but using your criteria, you used a decade, which if we
Mhm.
look at a decade, that means since Donald Trump took office for the first time,
right.
2016. So again, do you think that in that last decade we have been on a more safe trend or a less safe trend within that decade?
Specifically in political violence or like in all
Just in
categories?
general, but incorporating and factoring in political violence.
I
People
honestly
chasing
don't.
somebody down because of a hat they're wearing and shooting them in the streets. Or
Yeah.
alternatively, somebody with a hat chasing somebody down and shooting them in the streets.
I don't think it's been that significant. I really don't. I don't know. I mean, obviously, if there's more violence, you're going to be less safe. But I just, and I haven't really looked into this, so maybe I'm wrong. But I really don't. I really haven't seen much reporting about like how political violence specifically has been the cause of like a lot of unsafety for people.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Lethe, are you back yet? Still no Lethe. Then
Can I
Gorps,
talk
will
on the
you?
political violence
How do you
thing?
think, Gorps? Do you think the political polarity has increased the safety concerns of Americans in the last 10 years?
Yeah, I think last 10, 11
I asked
years,
because
the
Gorps attends more protests than anybody else I know, so that's the reason that I'm going to Gorps on this.
I also organize a lot of them, so I work with safety
Yes,
teams for them.
exactly.
Yes, the I guess you could call it polarity. Radicalization is more so what I would say of both
Okay,
sides
I
of
was
the
trying to say
aisle.
polarization, but yeah, go ahead.
But yes, I think that increases security risks and has for the last 10 to 12 years, probably, I would say. Um, it like basically every month that goes on right now, for example, we are planning for a more and more extreme response from the opposition whenever we plan a protest. We also have things reversing that. We have assassination attempts on Trump. Going back and reversing that again, we have assassination of Democrats in, what is it, like Michigan? And these things seem like they're occurring more and more often, and they're more and more of a concern. We have specifically on the Palestine issue, right? On either side of that, there's been a shit ton of assaults of either protesters assaulting other people or other people assaulting protesters in the last primarily like 2.5 years, right? So this stuff is growing and it's getting more and more common, and it's being something that people have to plan for more and more. Is that, like, if you go to a protest, you kind of have to assume you might get assaulted. So it's definitely an increased violence on that front.
How many
At least an
presidents have
increase-
been like shot in the past though? You know what I mean? Like America has a very long history of president
Do you
assassination.
want me to answer that? Fuck it. I believe Kennedy was the last one that was shot, and he died. Like,
Right, that's
But
what
no,
I'm
that's
saying.
a
Like,
great
Reagan,
example.
Reagan
got
got
shot.
shot too.
Wait, what was
Reagan got shot like
I
3
misremembering,
times.
or wasn't Reagan shot and he survived?
He was.
Yeah, Reagan
So
got like
assassination
got like
attempts,
3
whether
times.
they're successful or not, is it? Yeah.
yeah, but either way, even if the last one before Trump was Reagan, like, this is still a long time that we're talking about. There's a very
Yeah, so-
obvious uptick in the last 10 years
I don't
of
know.
this
George
stuff.
Bush had to dodge a shoe.
Somebody
He did have
Okay,
to dodge a
well,
shoe.
I know a couple of
God, I love
Mexicans
that
that would have
clip so
thrown one
much.
at him too. Okay, that's fine. That's not assassination.
All right, so real quick, Lethe's finally back from shaking the dew off the lily. Lethe, do you, as a melanin enhanced human being, feel safer today than you used to, or do you think that it is safer in America than it ever has been?
I would say, yeah, definitely safer. I don't feel like I'm going to get lynched because I look at somebody that I shouldn't be looking at. So definitely a lot better. But also, I don't think the cops are going to be very kind to me under most circumstances.
So safer, but still not safe.
Yeah.
Cheers.
body cams probably
Okay.
help though. Like, imagine all of the shit that police used to do to people, even like lying about like false allegations against people. They used to beat the shit out of people. They used to rape women sometimes. Like now with body cams and stuff, it helps these situations.
I have to push back on that point because there's been a couple studies that I've read that have been done on that basically show that there's no difference in behavior. There's also a
There's
couple
just
that show that
accountability
there
for it is all.
is. Well,
That's
no,
significant.
and that's why there's not a difference in behavior, is because still they have police unions. Still, most police departments within the country have an accountability system that requires cops to police each other, which they refuse to do writ large.
Some do, and we get to see them on YouTube, but they are few and far between. That's true.
Yeah, exactly. It's the body
so-
cams don't make that much of a difference. It's nice to have the evidence, and if a civilian has enough money to look into it and sue, they are more successful on that front. But that is very few and far between because that shit gets expensive so fast.
Sure. So real quick, in Lethe's defense, I just want to say, Ghosty, that Lethe, and I'm not trying to dox you, my friend, but Lethe is of an age where he remembers a time where it was not uncommon for all of the things that you were talking about they used to do to be still them doing. So,
Yeah.
and given the fact that he comes from the land of Rodney King, I feel like that he is probably uniquely able to speak on this specific topic.
I mean, we just recently had Rick Chow get off on chasing down and shooting in the back a kid that ran from his store. So, like, I don't think we're entirely safe from these kinds of things. It's just far less frequent
Oh,
than
no,
it
of course
used to
not.
be.
Yeah,
So
no, of course
safer-
not. There are
Well,
still
hold on. That is safer, though, right, Lethe?
It
Than it used to
absolutely
be?
is.
So again, he is still conceding and agreeing with Ghosty. Not saying safe, but safer.
like I'm thinking about like when they used to like hose down people and do all these really terrible. I mean, I obviously know there are still corrupt police that are doing horrible things to people, including protesters and stuff like that. But I would suspect it's less than it used to be.
So
It probably is, yes, but
nothing-
they also hosed people down before they had things like CS gas. And
Yeah,
like
yeah.
3 days ago in Portland, they literally ran over a protester. The cop,
Exactly.
the feds did.
Yeah.
They just
So
have
it's
have
like-
better things. They got pepper balls now. So real quick, nothing but love for Zach, but I did actually write down in my notes, funny, that he was going through all of the things that the government has done, like for instance, UAP disclosure and the JFK assassination for reasons we shouldn't trust the government. I noticed that the MLK assassination was strangely absent from that little diatribe. I'm
Yeah,
not
because
saying nothing for nothing. I'm just saying that I
because
noticed
he's
its
probably
absence.
among the cohort that believe that the MLK assassination had nothing to do with the government, despite the reams of evidence to the contrary.
Or he
Weird
agrees with it.
coinky but JFK definitely an inside job.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm just saying that that we've seen the documentation on that one as well.
I also just don't see really the incentive for especially police departments or the FBI to lie about America being safer today than ever before. I feel like the incentive would be to lie to the people and telling them they don't feel safe so that they feel more needs for more law enforcement and more FBI and more all of, you know what I mean? So I
They-
just like,
they do both.
Mhm.
Can I? They
You
do both.
can, but I'm gonna go next. Go ahead, Corpse.
Okay, I'm gonna take, if it's okay, take Seattle Police Department because that's where I live and where I know the most about. As an example, SPOG is our police union. SPOG does this really fun thing where they advertise how certain crime rates are lower because of how great the Seattle Police Department has done.
Mm.
And then
Benefit
simultaneously,
from
they get really political and they say this other issue is causing SPD to not be able to do their job or not able to do their job as well. And because of that, first of all, the city needs to allocate funds to that other thing, and secondarily, to respond to that, the city needs to allocate funds to the police department. A big issue in Seattle for this right now is traffic cameras and flock cameras, as it is kind of everywhere. But like, they play this 1-2 where it's like we're doing so good and the city is stopping us, so we need the city to stop stopping us and also to help us react to the fact that the city stopped us, and that is where they advocate for their money.
I just want
So,
to point out,
Gorps-
I realize it's probably completely tangential, but I heard you mention flock cameras, and the number of security experts that I've seen not only talking about, but actually going in and fucking hacking these things, and the company
Yeah.
being like, no, there's no security holes, just blows my fucking mind.
Oh, I have
well,
a
it's more of
friend
a
who's got-
privacy
realized-
hold and but yeah, sure. So real quick, I just want to say that for those of you who do not realize, Gorps is secretly a conservative. I say secretly because he masks it well in his ability to be reasonable, but it's always fun whenever he brings things back to his ultimately conservative roots. That said, as he was saying, the
See,
cops
you
don't want.
say
they
that,
have, they
but
have a-
everybody else calls me a commie. I don't get it.
I know. It's because
Nobody
it
can
depends on the
decide on
circle,
me.
right?
You know
what
see,
I
within,
call
within the
the
group
only
and the
thing-
room we are in right now, you are far right. So
Yeah, the only thing I need to know, Gorps, what is the nature of the last protest you organized?
I was literally organized and went to one today against the cameras in Seattle.
Cool.
The
So
surveillance.
libertarian is the answer, but he is a conservative, erring libertarian. So, anyways, that said, cops have a benefit to not admitting because it makes them look like they're not doing their job well. But there is a counter motivation there, where if they say that they have more crime than they can keep up with, they can get more funding, right? So it's kind of a balancing act there.
Yeah.
But I do want to say, because again, I got to be Zach for a moment. I will say, Ghosty, that looking into while y'all were talking, I did go into the background and I was doing my research, and it looks like, again, from a reliable source, there is definitely proof that especially large, highly left-leaning cities have a tendency to underreport to the FBI, and it's the FBI that we take those crime statistics from. So there is actually verifiable, legitimate, unbiased evidence that these police departments have a benefit from underreporting. So we really actually can't trust the FBI statistics when it comes to crime, especially
but
in
here's the thing.
big cities.
Here's the thing, right?
turns out
When
that
it comes
big
to reporting
cities are
statistics,
actually-
Hold on, Ancom, let Vigi go, and then you can go, and then it's all Ghosty to close this because we only got a few minutes left.
when it comes down to reporting statistics, right? Reporting statistics, like being reported to the FBI, has always been a problem, and the number of precincts that are actually reporting to the FBI has been consistently going up. The FBI has even stated this. So the idea that Zach was using to try to combat the validity of the statistics literally counteracted his argument the entire time because the reporting statistics are going up.
Fair. What were you saying now, Ancom?
Big cities are actually far more likely to report their stats to the FBI. If you looked at that table that he had linked, you had it on screen at one
Was it
point.
more rural areas that didn't?
No. Well,
I didn't look
it
that
was
deep.
specifically. It was
assumed,
specifically
I
if you
admit.
look at the number of police precincts, or rather the percentage of police precincts and the percentage of population covered, the population covered was always higher, which means more large cities were reporting their stats than small rural areas. And that latter part is probably, I'm guessing, but I think it's a decent educated guess, the reason smaller rural departments don't report as much is they simply don't have the resources to be able to do that administrative work, whereas a large police department does.
Cheers. All right, closing thoughts and everything you heard there, Ghosty. Do you still agree that America is safer now than it ever has been? How do you feel about your performance and all that jazz before we move on to the next prompt?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I do think it would have been cool to talk about all the other ways that America is safer today. But yeah, typically when this conversation is discussed, most people want to argue about crime, so that's kind of why I focused on that. I do wish, because I came to the debate late, so all my sources, and I even had to like rewrite my entire intro during the first debate that was happening. All my sources and everything was on my main computer, and I showed up late. I wasn't able to transfer them over to here, so I felt stupid with the sources and stuff. And because I'm streaming and I'm like trying to read his paper, it was just a mess. I wish I could have like actually looked at his source that he had better, and I wish I had my sources more prepared. But yeah,
There's
other than
definitely a
that,
lot of
like
plates to spin.
I don't know why. I just don't like. I don't know. I don't. It's hard to argue with someone who doesn't who won't accept the data, and then who doesn't know when a safer time in America was. Like they're kind of just neutral, because he can't say that America is less safe today. He's just saying, "Oh, I don't know." So I'm arguing with like a neutral position, which is almost impossible to argue. It's like arguing with an agnostic, right? Like they're always going to be right because they don't know. I'm agnostic, but like I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Well, actually, it's funny. That was an absolutely amazing way to punt it to a segue. We went from won't accept the data versus the follow-up debate, which was won't accept a definition or a prompt or a concept. So it was a great debate, Ghosty, but we're going to go ahead and move on to our 30 minutes for the last prompt because
And I do not want to be part of this, so I'm going to bed.
you had
run,
enough of
Ancom.
this one. All right. Yeah, I appreciate you, Ancom. Yeah, no, I appreciate you as always, man. Great job. He came in last minute clutch for me, and we appreciate you, brother, as always. We will see you around. Thank you very much, man.
Later.
Yeah, so that last prompt, let's get to that real quick. Put our 30
This
minutes
is
on
the
the
entire
clock.
prompt I hopped into this call for.
This is why
Holy
you're here?
fucking
All right, well,
shit.
Yeah.
Holy
okay, well,
shit,
good.
dude.
I'm glad to hear it. So last prompt is Vigi, who refused to accept that video game addiction was a serious health problem for society. Loodle has already had to go. Real quick, just my own real quick critique. And I don't mean this to be mean. I was hoping Loodle would be here for me to say this to his face because I don't want it to seem like I'm saying it behind his back. But I will definitely tell him that I said it so that I'm not saying it behind his back. I was shocked by the fact that a dude who couldn't figure out how to turn his fucking camera on was able to engage with arguments as efficiently as he did. I was surprised by how well that dude did. I'm
Are
gonna be
you
full honest.
delusional?
Whether
He
you
is a
disagree
lawyer.
with him or not, just the dude knew his way around an argument, and I was impressed. So
He
That's
is a lawyer, okay?
yeah, no, I know
I-
again. And when he said that, I was like, okay, cool, right on. But then I saw it right there. Fuck, goddamn, dude can do the thing. So, great job, Vigi, fighting against it. But yeah, you were kind of up against it. That was a hell of a debate.
Bro.
And you did the fucking Game Boy thing. I want you to know. My first thought was Vigi is being Game Boy tonight. I deny your prompt, and I'm gonna debate my own whole fucking idea. And fuck you if you don't want to come along for the ride.
So like when I was thinking about it, like there were ways that I could have like debated the actual prompt itself, but like when I was thinking about it, I was just like, I kind of reject the whole premise of video game gaming disorder, because like gaming is just a form of escapism, and we have like there is negative escapism, like when you are so down that you just like allow whatever your issue is that you use to escape to basically take over your life, which is what gaming disorder is, right? And I just decided to run with that because one, I knew he wasn't gonna fucking expect it, and he obviously didn't. Two,
For sure.
It was closer to what I actually believe. Like I reject the whole premise of gaming addiction being a thing, because it's just negative escapism.
I think Candy Crush wants to have a word with you.
Candy Crush. Who's Candy Crush? Oh, Candy Crush the game. Gotcha. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm
I
a
think
little bit drunk and a little stoned. So
Well, they
I
literally.
think
Well,
both
one sec,
sides.
corpse. One sec, corpse. So, like, the marketers of Candy Crush and the people that developed it actually looked into ways to get people more hooked on the game itself, promoting sounds,
Yeah.
visuals, everything to get people addicted to that shit. Go on, corpse. Sorry.
what were you
But
gonna say now?
either way, both sides of this argument were retarded, which is why I was so annoyed at the fact that people paid for it to continue on. They were
So
paying
much
for rage
money.
bait.
And
They
then
were
Ancom
paying
paid money to make it fucking
explicitly.
end.
Yes, and
I don't
thank
get
God
hype
for
train very
Ancom.
often.
Holy
This
shit!
debate caused a hype train. I appreciate
But
that.
no,
I don't
that,
even
like,
know what to do with a hype train.
I
like, from what I heard, right? And again, as I said earlier, I was doing shit while I was listening to the debates, so I may have missed something. But neither of you really addressed the like true harms to broader society. You addressed harms that what's his face that's no longer here. Addressed the
Yeah, there's a
harms
bunch of
to
what's his
like
faces not here no more.
the one that was arguing this.
The Loodle
This was
person?
Loodle.
Noodle. He addressed the harm to somebody's individual life, right? Which is one thing. You, Vigi, said, no broader problem, just like maybe they're pulling back effectively. But neither of you addressed the harm to larger society. Vigi, I sided with you and I voted for you because I think you did do a better job. I liked your point about the actual DSM definition. But also, you did not address the societal harm. You addressed the individual harm. All of this was somehow turned into individual harm or like close family harm more than anything, which had me raging while I was watching it.
And that's fair. I think a big part of the reason why it ended up mostly just being that is because he was like rejecting my premise of like basically rejecting the premise, which is kind of a fucking hilarious approach to how I was going about it.
That is exactly what he was doing. He was just saying, "Nuh-uh." For sure. Well, and it's funny. I even said it in chat that because chat made a comment about the fact that it's like, well, why isn't he engaging with this? Well, because for the affirmative to engage with this means that he has to concede your framing of the prompt. He did literally the only thing he could do in this situation, which is, "Nuh-uh, I'm going to stick with my
No, he
definition."
could have done so much more. There's so many
Well, okay.
arguments that,
Yep, but
I
hold
could
on,
have made for him
Gorps,
that
hold
I
on,
don't
Gorps,
believe.
because I was actually going to say, Vigi, I would like you to contend because the argument that I feel like he left on the table, or the I guess is this a syllogism? Anyway, the idea that if you agree that a escapism case can escalate to a level of addiction. If alcoholic escapism or heroin escapism can create an addiction, and it's not, we understand that it's not that you're addicted to the substance, you're addicted to the endorphin boost, right? Then why would you not be willing to concede that some levels of video game escapism absolutely escalate to a level of addiction? We're outside of the debate now, so it's no longer like, but do you see my point there?
I do, but the problem is with like there's a stark difference between escapism in the fact of like gaming versus like addiction to substances. Because and I think I kind of addressed
You
it
can still be
whenever
addicted
during
to
the
the endorphin,
questioning.
though, right? It's still a chemical
It's
addiction.
Mhm.
not
Talk about
well.
bodybuilders,
Uh,
please.
so like theoretically speaking, like if you have ADHD and you're addicted to the fucking dopamine, then sure. But like generally
Dopamine,
speaking,
endorphins. I'm
like
sorry if I'm using the wrong word, but
yeah,
yes, that's the one. The feel good juices that your body naturally makes.
yeah, like if you're like addicted to the dopamine that it gives you, then like sure, maybe, but like that's still
Sure, maybe is good
caused
enough
by
for
an
me.
that's like there's still an underlying cause there, and that's the fact that your brain's not producing enough dopamine for you to get it naturally. So you're probably unmedicated, and you still have an underlying problem that's causing the so-called addiction.
Wait, very important question, Vigi. Do you think that, let's say a crack cocaine addiction, do you think that comes out of nowhere, or do you think that there's something underlying that that really starts that?
I think the
Great question.
majority of the time it's an underlying cause, whether it's
Yeah,
a
and
mental
so
disorder or
you would admit that the crack cocaine addiction is something where there is a more core issue that needs to be addressed before the actual drug issue is addressed.
yeah. And I when I was asked a similar question in the
Is
Q&A, I
there i-
said as
is
much.
there any addiction that you think is different from that?
I think pretty much all addiction is caused by underlying issues that are more important for it to be addressed, and the addiction itself is more of a symptom than a cause.
Okay, so the addiction itself is more of a symptom than a cause, video game addiction included? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so can we take a step back for a second to say, is addiction a serious health problem for society?
Well done, Gorps.
Uh,
You just out little fighter man of talk.
I wouldn't say addiction as a whole. I would say certain types of addiction.
Okay, what is the exact framework for an addiction that is a problem for society?
I would. I don't really know if I have an exact framework. I mean, I can give you examples. I would say like
Yeah,
drug addiction or
yeah, I
alcohol addiction in
could give you
general.
examples as well. What I'm trying to get at with you right now, I'm playing devil's advocate here because again, I agree with you on this debate. Um, but I think you're wrong on the point. So, addiction, you have already in this conversation between the two of us agreed is at least somewhat problematic and widespread. So what makes an addiction transfer from just a person's problem to society's problem in your mind?
I would say whenever it causes actual health issues, whenever it causes financial issues, because with say gambling addiction or a drug addiction, right? One of the main things that ends up happening with like those kind of addictions is you go out seeking money in different ways that leads to people like fucking stealing and robbing people and shit. Like those are whenever it starts to become not just a personal health issue,
So the other
and more
crimes
of
are
a
the
societal
problem.
issue. Yeah, the crimes that the addiction causes are more of the problem than
So
the addiction
people
itself.
doing crimes that are already illegal are the problem. Where does the addiction become the problem?
When the addiction is the cause for you to be doing those crimes?
Well, who knows what the cause is? Is it because you're broke anyways? Is it because you have underlying issues that are likely mental health issues that
Are
cause
cause and
you to not
motivation the
be
same
able?
here?
Well, I mean, like if you look at heroin addiction, it's very obvious. Like you eventually can't do your job anymore, so now you're jobless and you need
No,
money to keep up your
I get that.
addiction, right?
That's not what I'm trying to get at right now. What I'm trying to get at is the addiction itself is the result of something else. Right?
Yeah.
Most normal people don't just like get a heroin or a porn or a video game addiction out of nowhere. It's out of something else, and that something else
Mhm.
is largely a mental health condition. And
Yeah, I
whether or
agree.
not it was the video game that they were addicted to, the root mental health condition that caused all of this is what created this condition. So why is the video game addiction the public health concern as opposed to the, for example, depression or OCD or anxiety or whatever it is that led to this?
I agree. That's kind of what my point was. I don't know. Did you hear my opening statement?
I heard part of it. I did not hear the whole
That
thing.
was basically his argument, Gorp.
That
for-
Yeah.
that was effectively my argument was that
that we need to address the
that
root
we're
cause
treating-
as opposed to mislabeling.
yeah, we're like when we focus on the addictions themselves, or in the terms that I was using, the form of escapism that people are using, we're addressing the symptoms instead of the cause.
All right, so real quick, I want to jump in there.
And I compared it
Mr.
to
Lethe-
abortion.
Mr. Lethe, I know that you have a tendency to play a lot of video games. I know that PoE is one of them. I know that Magic the Gathering is one of them. Both of those have led to plenty of desk lock. Has there ever been a time that you got up and said, fuck, I just feel like shit because I played video games for too goddamn long?
No, even when I used to play, what's that game? It's kind of like League of Legends. but,
Diablo?
Dota. When I used to play
Dota.
I would like every time I died, I'd drop down and do push-ups and sit-ups. So there's, healthy ways to
Nice.
balance certain addictions or whatever proclivities you have. And so once it starts, screwing up your life, you got to take account. But like literally anything can screw up your life to that point because
Yeah.
apparently you aren't focused enough on life at that point.
All right, fair enough. Ghosty, are you a gamer?
No, not really. My boyfriend is a
No.
major gamer though.
Right on. And do you ever get mad at him because of the fact that he spends as much time at it as he does? Do you
I
think
don't.
do you think he spends more time than he should? Let me ask it that way.
He plays video games a lot. I personally don't mind. I've never gotten mad at him for it. It's his hobby, is what he loves to do. He was a semi-professional player at one point. So as long as he's getting done all of his responsibilities, all of the things that we need for our relationship and our life to function well, I personally don't mind. So
Wait, Ghosty,
But
I have
if
a
it became an
non-politics
addiction level,
question.
if it became an addiction level at a point where he is not fulfilling those expectations, then you would have an issue with it.
yeah, I think at that point it would be an unhealthy level. If he wasn't taking care of his hygiene, if he wasn't, focusing on our relationship, or if he wasn't prioritizing his job and just his life duties at that point, I think it would be a problem and I would address it.
What are you going to say, Corpse?
I was gonna just ask, like, is there an hour number per day that would be like the too much?
I mean,
Is that like a body count question, dude?
I mean, kind of.
How
when
many
it comes
video
to
games a
gaming?
day can a
Yeah.
guy play before you're like, no?
So my boyfriend works from home. He works on computers as it is. So literally from the time he wakes up till he goes to bed, he's basically on the computer. And in between, he is playing video games. So yeah, I don't. I already pretty much am cool with him playing video games literally the entire day as it is right now. So
Well, so I think more what I'm asking is outside of work, right? So let's say theoretically, and just agree with this for the ease, he works a 9 to 5. 9 to 5 on his computer,
basically.
and then he's got the rest of his, bleak time outside of his 9 to 5. Theoretically, maybe that's like 5-6 hours awake, and then he has to go to sleep. How much of that time would be acceptable, or, like, in your view, normal to play video games during, as opposed to hanging out with you or hanging out with his family or whatever it is?
Well, one, when he is playing video games, he is kind of hanging out with his family because he plays with his brother and like their friend group all day. So it's not like he's like completely isolated, right? He's still maintaining social relationships through video gaming, really. And like, I'm kind of confused what you're asking. Like, as long as he makes time for me still, which he does, like on weekends, we have movie nights or, we eat dinner together and stuff like that. As long as that's happening and he's getting sleep, okay, so maybe I would have a problem with it if he literally didn't go to bed till like 6 a.m. and he was gaming literally all night and then sleeping for 2 hours and waking up. Like, I don't know. But I don't mind him playing like 5-6 hours a day, honestly. But
Yeah, I mean, my question was mostly just like, if there's a line between like addiction versus not addiction. That's mostly what I was
yeah,
asking.
so that was
without
my thing
saying
about
those
this.
words.
That was my thing about this debate because I actually think video gaming can be really healthy for particularly like young guys who do feel isolated, and if they have social anxiety or just like social issues in general, I think gaming can be a really good way to give them that socialization without them coming out of their comfort zone. And like ideally, yes, you would eventually want them coming out their comfort zone and socializing in real life, but I think that's like a really good in between and step for a lot of young people who don't have like all the socialization today. So this was my thing about the debate, like, because when most people say video game addiction, they're talking about like a guy who plays video games for a couple hours a day every day, versus when I think of an addiction, it's like you're doing something to the point where it's a detriment to your life and you can't maintain relationships or a job or your hygiene and stuff like that. So I guess those things were kind of outlined.
Obsession, right? That's an obsession versus an addiction. Addiction just means you can't say no. Obsession means that you can't do anything else.
Okay. I get, yeah, where you're addicted to the point where it's like you need to do it That's I guess what the addiction is, right?
But a lot of addicts are able to be like, well, I'm only going to do a little bit and it'll be okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of the addiction, right?
Functioning addicts is a word.
Exactly. So real quick, and this is just as a different argument. As a dude who is way older than y'all people probably think I am, I tried an Oculus for the first time of VR the other day for playing Backrooms, and let me tell you that what it did for my fucking cardio, I was like, shit, I gotta give me one of these. My heart rate was higher than it has been since I can remember. So, and it was a fucking blast. So I think that the video game you play can have just as much of an effect on whether or not it is having a negative health impact, right? Like there are video games. If you're playing Dance Dance Revolution, motherfucker, you are probably able to do more sit-ups than the average American.
So like, the flaw in my strategy right here was the fact that I was going against the social understanding of what addiction is, right? So I think the reason why I lost chat is because not just because I utilized a rage bait strategy, because the fact is that I fucking did.
You did.
But also
I love that
the
you
fact
acknowledge
that
it, though, brother. Appreciate that.
I knew what the fuck I was doing. All right.
Yep.
I
know you did.
But like when the whole premise of my argument, whether it was rage bait or not, is the fact that when we look at these things, they are symptoms of an underlying cause, which is what me and Gorps were talking about earlier. And in order to fix the symptoms, we need to actually address the cause of the issue. So, like Kate and I mentioned this to Bella and chat a second ago. Like take AA for example. Like if we address the symptoms instead of the cause, we just kick the can down the road and shift the reliance onto something else. AA relies on pushing people towards religion in order to make them feel better, but it's just shifting the addiction from drugs or alcohol or whatever to being addicted to your religious fucking community. It doesn't fix the problem. It kicks the can down the road. And we see this with a lot of things, not just in psychology, but we also see it in the medical field in general, right? A lot of the issues that we have, and this is one of the reasons why I argue against the medical system that we have, is it makes more money for the medical system for us to treat the symptoms instead of the cause, which is why, like, I argued this in Confluence's stream the other day, when they were reviewing Energy's debate with the one chick, Lucy. The reason why we don't get a lot of like cures for more serious diseases like cancers and stuff here in the US at least, despite the fact that we have actual treatments and preventative treatments in other countries, is because of the fact that curing or preventing these diseases doesn't help the medical system. It actually hurts it because we have a for-profit system where the money is made in treating the symptoms, not curing the issue. Realistically, what we need to focus on is curing the issue.
You see the same thing in rehabs too. It's like, I don't know. It's I have a theory that they don't really want people to get better because rehabs make money off of basically the same customers coming back over and over and over again. And we've been
like,
using
isn't that the
same
critique against all of capitalism, like, or most of
Yeah.
capitalism? Like, again, well, prisons probably shouldn't be privatized because where's their profit initiative or their profit motivation? To have people in prison, right? So what are they going to
Right.
lobby for? Longer terms, more strict, legal require, like more crimes make them money.
I mean, this is why
what do they want to do?
This is why, like, if while the most rage baity thing I said in my entire argument was though the last paragraph of my opening statement, but it was also the most true paragraph. So I'll reread it. I'm going to skip the current estimate. Or actually, the current estimate of people suffering from gaming disorder is estimated at around 1% globally. That makes it about as prevalent as a third trimester abortion, which is blowing up a non-issue with underlying health reasons out of proportion, just like mainstream reactionary politics. It's terminally online coded at its finest. We need to focus on treating the disease and not the symptom. Yes, is that rage
I'm
baity as
just
fuck?
curious.
But it's also true.
I'm just curious. Do you have the number? You said that was a global number. Do you have a USA number?
There's like no actual numbers. I was looking for it. There's only estimates. There is the most generous estimate is around like 17%, but the most realistic estimates are like around 1%, which is why I use that. And I specifically use the around 1% estimate because I wanted to rage bait and compare it to third trimester abortions, because for third trimester abortions are about 1% of the time.
And how
You
sad are
and
you? You
your
weren't able to
debate
get there.
proness piss me off.
Homie was a grease pig throughout that entire debate, and I'm just like, bruh, you were rage baiting this dude so hard. How much is rent in this dude's head right now?
As a member of chat, all right, he won me over. He did a good job, but
He did.
mm,
He really did. Well, and that's the thing is, I go back to the very first thing that I said about this prompt was I was pleasantly surprised. When we were having the technological difficulties, I was worried. I'm like, okay, this might not go well. But because for what it's worth, Vigi is a very talented debater, and the fact that he came in with this nuanced rage baity like trap take is evidence to exactly that fact. As he mentioned earlier, by the way, everybody, shout out to Vigi, is in the word war debate right now. I don't know if I told you this or not, but I'm pretty sure I looked, Vigi, and it looks like that you and I are on opposite sides of the bracket. So if it is an actual bracket, it could potentially come down to Vigi and I in the final. We'll see if that's the way it goes. But
That'd
that
be
said,
hilarious.
bringing Loodle in for his first debate ever on the DMZ against Vigi, I was a risk. I assumed when he said he had all these letters after his name, I'm like, okay, bro's a litigator. He should be able to hold his own. But we've also seen here that just because somebody's a litigator, or just because somebody's an attorney doesn't mean they're a litigator, right? But he did make that reference that he was a litigator and that he actually stands in front of juries and such. So it's like, okay, let's hear him cook.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Can we
Yep.
stop that? As a paralegal, it is my job to work for attorneys.
Yes.
So many of them are fucking retarded. Can we
Yes.
please stop putting them
Hey,
on
we've
a
all-
goddamn
I'm not saying they're
pedestal?
right.
We've
Hold
all
on.
heard Ryan talk, okay?
Yeah. I'm
Can
not
we
saying
please?
that they're right. I'm saying that there is an expectation that a person who is a lawyer or an attorney, specifically an attorney, that if
Okay,
somebody is
wait,
an
wait.
attorney,
My
that
main
they will.
attorney could not argue for the life of her. If she was told she had to argue a point or she would die, she would die instantly. She's so
See if she is interested in participating in a DMZ debate. Because
I
here's
don't
the
think
other
you
side to this
want the
corpse.
kind of
Hold on.
MAGA Catholic she is.
Yes.
Hold on. Yes, sounds great. Please, I reiterate my request. Because here's the thing. Here's the opposite side to the coin you're talking about. I am also platforming attorneys, and if they actually cannot do what we all assume they would be able to do, then that dispels the rumor you're referring to. So you're asking for us to do a thing that I am setting up the opportunity for us all to do naturally and organically.
I will happily debate another attorney.
Well,
I've debated so
what
fucking
you're
many.
asking for is for shitty attorneys to come forward and give the opportunity to be shitty.
Well,
I
but
can
I'm doing
try,
that for
but
all
none of them
debaters,
will
ain't
do
I,
so.
Gorps? Yes, okay, and that's another thing. Is if a dude who does nothing but taxes all day wants to LARP as a fucking jury attorney, then huzzah, we're here for you. Try it. Let's see what happens, right? Like, what's wrong with that? They missed that opportunity. That's not the direction that their career went. But if they went into law, they probably fancied themselves a debater. They probably had some sort of forensics or debate experience in their high school or sometime in their college or whatever. Whether they did it or they were too nervous to do it until they were actually grown-ups. I still want to give them the opportunity to try it the fuck out. And hopefully, if they suck, they'll get better. And if they don't suck, they'll be able to use this to say, you know what, I can keep doing this. And they can go on to bigger and better things. So,
No, I hope
again,
so. I will
I'm
give the
going to
offer out,
continue
and I
inviting
hope so.
attorneys. I'm going to continue inviting attorneys, and they can either prove or disprove those myths that you're talking about. Is that fair?
That is fair. I will give the invite out, and we'll see.
Cheers. That's
Hey.
fucking awesome. Yes.
Hey, right.
Because
I do want to say.
Yep.
Oh, good.
No,
Oh, it's
I was
off
just going to
topic
say,
what you're talking about.
Ryan Mullally, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, whatever, has demonstrated that, hey, look, some trial attorneys know what the fuck they're doing. Again, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, he's really good at it. You know what I mean? And so, again, getting to see him do what he does is kind of a cool thing. And I would like to get him against another attorney. That seems like that would be a really cool bit of fucking interneting. So, what are you going to say, Vigi?
Oh, since we're out of time, I was just gonna say on the whole rage bait thing, I have complained about the use of these rage bait tactics.
And then you did
But we're clearly not gonna do anything about them, so fuck it. I'm fine with using them, clearly.
You were
Yeah,
never
it's
going to
not- it's
stop
not
in
like
the
it's
first
the-
place.
So I
Look,
defended
I-
against
I-
both
I've
aspersions.
done-
Let me defend against yours. Hold on, Vigi, and then you can go. But I just want to say that I allow them because I feel like the same as what I just said about the attorneys, they are either going to prove or disprove the efficacy of the tactic. I don't like the tactics. It's not what I want to happen. But if the jury or the viewers and the judges award it to the person who uses those tricks, ultimately, well, we all need to stop and look and say, well, fuck, maybe that is the tactic that works. Maybe that is a more efficient way of fucking swaying the audience. Like, I don't like it, but we're here to hopefully we prove that that's not the case. We prove that our judges and our audience are saying, no, fuck off. We see the trick you're doing. Go home. Right. And
It's slowly starting to get to the point where people realize that it's not as good faith as it is.
good. Yeah, no, and it's people who are probably newer to the debate sphere or who don't really understand the nuance of debate, but there's a lot of people who have come into the DMZ who have never really watched debate or experienced debate. But once they come in here and they see the clock above people's head, people aren't just talking over each other and being fucking douchebags the whole time. They're like, "Oh, I can watch this." And so again, that's what starts giving them the ability to watch enough of them to say, "Oh, you know what? That fighter did this and this fighter did that. I like that better. That was more effective in that battle." It's just like the UFC. If somebody's never watched MMA before and they sit down to watch some fights, first time they watch, like, ow, ooh, God, this is gross. But then they watch it for a few minutes and they're like, oh, I see what he did there. That was pretty cool. Ooh, watch, he's going to do that again. And that's how they get sucked into it, right? And people are going to form their opinions. And hopefully, what you and I assume, hope, not to put words in your mouth, is that people are going to err towards good faith. People are going to say, you know what? I want you to engage with the fucking ideas. Stop tap dancing and being a little bitch. Like, actually engage with what they're saying. But then again, if people are like, wow, he's really good at being a fucking slimy little bitch, then that, I guess, is what we all need to start being. And I'm wrong. And that'll suck.
Look,
But
it's not like
we're here.
it's the first time I've used these tactics. You all, most of you have seen my fucking debate against fucking Marte. I fucking rage bait the fuck out of people all the time. I just mostly
Yes.
don't do it here as often as I do at other places.
And that's why I'm looking forward to, hopefully, you and I in the finale of the Word War debate to see if what I do versus what you do is better. If the audience is more swayed by what one of us does, I think that would be super duper awesome as like a end arc to the Radish and Vigi movie. Does that sound cool? I'll meet you there.
That would be awesome. Live on stage,
Cheers.
buddy.
All right, so real quick, we're going to go ahead and button it up. We're going to rate us out, and we're going to go ahead and go to the after, where we're going to bring in anybody who wants to. It looks like there's a bunch of people hanging out down there in the, actually, a bunch of them went to bed because we talked too long, but that's okay. We're going to rate out. Lethe, how much longer are you going to stay live, sir?
No, I'm ending it right now as well.
You are as well? All right, well, do you want to rate into me, and then I'll rate us out?
This,
Or you want me to rate into you, and you
your
do?
settings aren't allowing me to rate into you. We're all said and done. So
Then
yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna dip
read.
out right
Oh,
now.
nope, that's
Thank you
because.
guys. Love you all.
Good night, Gorbs.
Peace out,
Appreciate you,
Gorbs.
brother. Yeah, so that's because I had to make it because I got like rage rated where like or hate rated where a whole bunch of people with like horrible racist names suddenly with one viewer were fucking like I had like 20 raids all at once. So basically just horrible shit was fucking flashing on my screen. So you got to have at least 5. So I'm going to raid into you since I hate this job and I'm going to make you do it.
And then I'll send out
How
the
about
raid
that?
directly afterward.
Yep,
No
you put us wherever the
worries.
fuck you want us, sir. So we're gonna raid into Lethe. And then we're gonna bring everybody in. And everybody stick
Oh.
around because who knows where Lethe's gonna put you, but he has good taste, so I'm sure you will enjoy it. All right, cheers, everybody. Appreciate you. We'll see you guys next week. We've got some pretty damn solid debates scheduled for next week as well. I will let that into the schedule here in the next couple of days once everybody's confirmed. And as always, we appreciate y'all. Have a great week and see you then.
And I'm gonna go ahead and raid out into. Let's go with Cosmic Protocol.
Hi, Samantha.
You guys are gonna give me a fucking aneurysm, I swear to God.
Mission accomplished.
Every one of you
Look,
that spoke on vets should unironically just never talk about that shit again because you're retarded. You're actually fucking 12.